Across the mountains of Kyrgyzstan, entire chapters of human history sit exposed to wind and silence, yet refuse to explain themselves. Why are massive stone complexes hidden far from trade centers they supposedly served? How does a sacred mountain absorb thousands of years of belief without ever being rebuilt? Why do carvings appear in places no permanent population could survive, and cities vanish while their monuments remain standing? If these sites were so important, why do their purposes still feel unresolved? And what do they collectively reveal about ancient movement, belief, and power that archaeology has yet to fully reconcile? Tash Rabat Stone Caravanserai. High in the remote folds of the central Tian Shan Mountains, where narrow valleys funnel cold winds, and the horizon is broken only by ridgelines and pasture land, the stone mass of Tash Rabat Stone Caravanserai emerges with little warning, its heavy walls rising directly from the alpine grass, as though the structure had grown from the ground rather than been assembled by human hands. And for centuries, its isolation has been part of its character, standing far from modern settlements at an elevation of over 3,000 meters. Where winters are long, travel is difficult, and silence dominates the landscape for much of the year. At first glance, Tash Rabat appears simple in purpose and form, a caravanserai built to shelter traders and animals along the long arteries of the Silk Road. Yet its construction immediately complicates that assumption, for unlike most roadside inns of the medieval world, which were built from brick or timber and clustered near towns, this structure is entirely stone, carefully cut and tightly fitted without mortar, its low profile and thick walls designed less for comfort than for endurance. The main entrance opens into a central hall, from which a labyrinth of over 30 small chambers radiates, many roofed with corbelled stone domes that distribute weight with striking precision, suggesting builders who understood load, pressure, and permanence in a way that exceeds what is normally expected from a transient trade outpost. The absence of decoration reinforces a sense of restraint, as if function was paramount. Yet even this functional explanation begins to fray when examined more closely, because Tash Rabat's plan lacks the large open courtyard typical of caravanserais elsewhere in Central Asia, replacing it instead with enclosed interior spaces that feel more defensive than hospitable. Archaeological estimates usually place the structure between the 10th and 15th centuries, though the range itself reflects uncertainty, and some researchers have argued that the visible building may sit atop earlier foundations, possibly extending its story further back in time, an idea supported by local oral traditions that describe Tash Rabat not as an inn, but as a fortress, a monastery, or even a place of refuge predating Islam's arrival in the region. Its location adds weight to these questions, for while it lies near historical trade routes, it is not positioned at an obvious crossroads, nor near major river valleys, making it a curious choice for sustained commercial traffic, especially during harsh winters when snow would have sealed the passes and rendered long-distance travel nearly impossible. Inside, the chambers are small and austere, some no more than narrow cells, leading scholars to debate whether they housed merchants, guards, monks, or something else entirely. And while soot marks on ceilings suggest fire use, there is little evidence of prolonged habitation, storage infrastructure, or animal enclosures sufficient for large caravans, all of which complicates the conventional explanation without fully overturning it. The engineering itself raises further questions, as the precision of the stonework and the structural stability of the domed ceilings indicates skilled labor and significant planning, implying patronage from a powerful authority. Yet no inscriptions, dedications, or written records survive to identify who commissioned the building or for what exact purpose, leaving historians to rely on architectural comparison and regional context. Some have noted similarities between Tash Rabat and certain underground religious structures, particularly Nestorian Christian sites known to have existed across Central Asia before the spread of Islam. And while direct evidence remains elusive, the idea persists in academic margins, fueled by the building's inward-facing design and the sense of enclosure that feels more contemplative than commercial. At the same time, the political landscape of medieval Kyrgyzstan was far from static, shaped by shifting Khanates, migrating tribes, and fluctuating control of trade corridors, making it possible that Tash Rabat served multiple roles across centuries, adapting to the needs of different occupants while retaining its essential form. Geological analysis of the surrounding stone suggests that much of the material was quarried locally, reducing transport demands but increasing the labor required at such altitude, a fact that again hints at organization and intent beyond ad hoc construction. Restoration efforts in the 20th century stabilized the structure but also obscured some original features, further complicating interpretation, as modern intervention inevitably blurs the line between preservation and alteration, leaving unanswered questions about how the building once interacted with its environment. Today, as clouds move quickly over the mountain basin and shadows sweep across the stone facade, Tash Rabat resists simple classification, standing neither fully explained nor entirely enigmatic, its silence shaped by centuries of weather and passing footsteps. It remains a fixed point in a landscape defined by movement, migration, and impermanence, and while its stones offer clues through their form and placement, they ultimately withhold certainty, suggesting that whatever its original function, Tash Rabat was built to last, not to explain itself. And in that restraint lies its enduring mystery, a structure that continues to invite careful observation rather than definitive conclusions, as if its builders understood that time itself would be the final keeper of its purpose. Burana Tower and ruins. Rising from the wide, wind-swept expanse of the Chui Valley, where the Tian Shan foothills soften into open grassland and cultivated fields, the slender brick silhouette of Burana Tower stands as a solitary marker of a landscape that once carried the weight of a thriving medieval city. Its presence understated, yet persistent, visible from afar not because of height alone, but because of its isolation amid ruins that have long since merged back into the soil. Today, the tower reaches just over 20 meters, though historical accounts and structural analysis suggest it once rose nearly twice as high, before earthquakes and centuries of neglect reduced it to its present form, leaving behind a truncated column that still commands attention through proportion and balance rather than scale. Constructed primarily of fired brick, laid in intricate geometric patterns, the tower's surface bears subtle decorative bands that emerge only on closer inspection, revealing a level of craftsmanship that implies both technical knowledge and aesthetic intent, even as the surrounding terrain offers little immediate context for why such care was invested here. Archaeologists generally identify the site as part of the ancient city of Balasagun, once a major urban centre of the Karakhanid Khanate between the 9th and 11th centuries, positioned strategically along the northern routes of the Silk Road, where merchants, diplomats and travellers moved between Central Asia and China. Yet unlike many Silk Road cities that evolved into modern settlements, Balasagun faded, leaving the Burana Tower as one of the few vertical elements to survive the long erosion of time. Its presumed function as a minaret is supported by its form and internal staircase, which spirals upward through a narrow shaft, allowing ascent to an upper platform from which the surrounding plain unfolds in every direction, though the absence of a surviving mosque foundation nearby complicates this interpretation, suggesting either that associated structures were built of less durable materials or that the tower served multiple roles over its lifespan. The ruins scattered around its base, now low mounds and partial walls, hint at residential quarters, fortifications, and public buildings, yet their fragmentary condition makes it difficult to reconstruct the full scale or organization of the city, leaving Balasagun more implied than revealed. Adding to this sense of ambiguity is the collection of stone balbals, carved anthropomorphic markers placed across the site, some dating earlier than the tower itself, which connect the area to pre-Islamic Turkic traditions of memorialization and ancestor veneration, layering cultural meanings across centuries and suggesting continuity rather than abrupt replacement. Written sources mention Balasagun as a center of learning and administration, even the birthplace of Yusuf Kas Hajib, author of the Kutadgu Bilik, a foundational work of Turkic literature. Yet these textual references offer little detail about the city's physical form, leaving archaeology to bridge the gap between words and landscape. The tower's resilience is often attributed to its tapered design and deep foundations, engineered to distribute weight and absorb seismic forces, though even this foresight proved insufficient against repeated earthquakes that struck the region, gradually breaking the structure down rather than toppling it outright, a slow failure that paradoxically ensured its survival by preventing total collapse. Excavations have revealed layers of occupation beneath the visible ruins, indicating that the site was inhabited long before the Karakanids, possibly as early as the Sogdian period, which would place Burana within a much older continuum of settlement tied to irrigation networks and river-fed agriculture in the valley, reinforcing the idea that this location held enduring significance beyond any single empire. Yet despite its historical importance, the reasons for Balasagun's decline remain uncertain, with hypotheses ranging from seismic destruction and shifts in trade routes to political upheaval and environmental change, none of which fully account for the city's disappearance, while nearby regions continue to support habitation. The tower itself offers few answers, its interior stripped of ornament, its exterior weathered but intact, communicating endurance rather than explanation. And while restoration efforts in the 20th century stabilized the structure and reconstructed portions of its base, they also inevitably altered its original appearance, raising questions about how much of what is seen today reflects medieval intent versus modern interpretation. Standing beside the tower, the vastness of the valley becomes part of the story, emphasizing how exposed and vulnerable any settlement here would have been, dependent on trade flows, political stability, and the delicate balance between steppe and mountain. As seasons pass, light shifts across the bricks, highlighting patterns that seem almost coded, though no inscriptions survive to clarify their meaning, leaving the tower to function more as a marker of absence than presence. It is not a ruin that overwhelms with scale or ornament, but one that persists quietly, inviting contemplation through what remains unsaid. And as with many monuments of Central Asia, its mystery lies not in claims of lost civilizations or hidden knowledge, but in the accumulation of small uncertainties that resist closure. Burana Tower endures as a vertical echo of a vanished city, a structure that continues to anchor history to place without fully revealing the forces that shaped it, reminding observers that survival does not guarantee understanding, and that sometimes the most enduring monuments are those that ask questions long after their builders are gone. Saimalu Tash Petroglyph Complex. Hidden high within the rugged interior of the Fergana Range, where narrow mountain valleys rise into wind-scoured plateaus and seasonal snow lingers well into summer, the Saimalu Tash Petroglyph Complex lies scattered across a remote alpine basin at more than 3,000 meters above sea level, its thousands of carved stones spread unevenly across slopes and stream beds, in a landscape that feels deliberately removed from routine human passage. The approach itself sets the tone, requiring long travel on foot or horseback through terrain that offers little shelter and few signs of modern intrusion, reinforcing the sense that this was never a place of convenience, but one chosen with intention. At first, the petroglyphs appear modest, shallow incisions etched into darkened stone surfaces. Yet, as the eye adjusts, patterns begin to emerge: animals in motion, hunters with bows, wheeled carts, solar symbols, geometric forms, layered one atop another, sometimes overlapping, sometimes isolated, as if the mountainside itself had been used repeatedly as a canvas across centuries. Archaeological surveys estimate that more than 10,000 individual carvings exist here, making Saimalu Tash one of the largest petroglyph concentrations in Central Asia, with dates ranging broadly from the late Bronze Age through the early medieval period, a span that alone complicates any single explanation for its purpose. The stones themselves are glacial erratics and fractured bedrock, naturally smoothed and darkened by time, their patina providing contrast that makes the carvings visible only under certain angles of light, suggesting that those who made them understood not just form, but how environment and perception interact. Many images depict wild and domesticated animals: ibex, deer, horses, camels, rendered with varying degrees of realism, while others portray ritual scenes, human figures with exaggerated limbs, or abstract symbols whose meanings are no longer recoverable, pointing to a symbolic language that shifted over generations without fully replacing what came before. Scholars generally agree that Saimalu Tash was not a settlement site, as there is little evidence of permanent habitation, no structural remains, hearths or debris fields that would indicate daily life, which raises the question of why such a large body of work was created in such a difficult location. Some interpretations frame the site as a ritual or ceremonial landscape, possibly connected to seasonal migrations of pastoral groups who moved livestock through the high pastures during warmer months, using the stones as markers of cosmology, memory, or social identity. Yet even this explanation feels incomplete given the sheer density and chronological depth of the carvings. The elevation alone introduces another layer of uncertainty, as access would have been limited by weather, and repeated visits across centuries imply a persistent cultural significance that survived political shifts, climatic fluctuations, and changes in belief systems. While the site lies far from major urban centres, it is not entirely disconnected from broader networks, as the surrounding region was influenced indirectly by movements along the Silk Road, which carried ideas, symbols, and technologies across vast distances, potentially informing some of the imagery seen here without turning the site into a commercial waypoint. Certain motifs, such as wheeled vehicles and stylized suns, suggest awareness of technological and symbolic developments beyond local pastoral life, while other images appear deeply rooted in animistic or shamanic traditions tied closely to landscape and animal behavior. Complicating matters further is the fact that many stones were reused, with newer carvings cut over older ones, not erasing them entirely but partially obscuring earlier images, creating a palimpsest that resists linear interpretation and suggests continuity rather than replacement. This accumulation challenges modern assumptions about authorship and intent, as it implies that meaning may have resided not in individual images, but in the act of carving itself, repeated over generations as a form of participation rather than expression. Geological processes have also played a role in shaping what survives, as freeze-thaw cycles, erosion, and rock movement have displaced some stones from their original positions, making spatial analysis difficult and raising the possibility that the current distribution does not fully reflect the original layout. Modern documentation efforts have catalogued many of the carvings, yet the scale of the site means that much remains unrecorded, and interpretation often relies on comparison rather than direct evidence, leaving room for multiple overlapping hypotheses. Local. Folklore sometimes frames Saimalu Tash as a sacred place, associated with ancestral spirits or celestial events. Narratives that cannot be verified archaeologically, but nonetheless reflect how the site continues to generate meaning long after the last carving was made. What remains consistent across academic and local perspectives is the sense that this was a place set apart, not meant for permanence or habitation, but for repeated return, observation, and engagement with forces perceived as larger than individual lives. As clouds move quickly across the high basin and light shifts over the stones, some carvings appear briefly vivid before fading back into the rock. A reminder that visibility here is conditional, dependent on time, weather, and position. Saimalu Tash offers no single story, no clear beginning or conclusion, only a layered record of human presence that resists simplification, and in doing so, it quietly underscores a central challenge of archaeology itself. That some sites endure not because they reveal answers, but because they preserve questions, carved patiently into stone and left exposed to centuries of silence. Sulaiman-Too Sacred Mountain. Rising abruptly from the flat expanse of the Fergana Valley at the heart of the city of Osh, the rocky limestone mass of Sulaiman-Too Sacred Mountain dominates its surroundings not through sheer height, but through contrast. Its 5 uneven peaks breaking the horizon in a region otherwise defined by openness and movement. And for millennia, this visual prominence has shaped how people understood the space around them, marking the mountain as something set apart from ordinary terrain. Unlike remote highland sites hidden deep in the mountains, Sulaiman-Too stands directly adjacent to human settlement, woven into daily life even as it retains an aura of separation, its slopes visible from nearly every part of the city and its presence quietly asserting continuity across successive cultures. Archaeological evidence indicates that human interaction with the mountain stretches back thousands of years long before written history, as petroglyphs, ritual platforms, and modified caves point to repeated use across the Bronze Age and into later periods, suggesting that its significance was not accidental but gradually reinforced through sustained engagement. At first glance, the mountain appears naturally sculpted rather than deliberately shaped. Its cliffs, hollows, and ledges the product of erosion rather than construction. Yet closer inspection reveals subtle human interventions, steps worn into rock, smoothed surfaces, niches carved into stone that blur the line between natural feature and cultural monument. Scholars generally describe Sulaiman-Too as a sacred landscape rather than a single site, a place where meaning accumulated not through monumental architecture, but through ritual repetition, observation, and belief, adapting to changing religious frameworks without losing its core identity. By the early medieval period, the mountain had become integrated into the spiritual geography of Central Asia, positioned along important corridors of movement connected to the Silk Road, where merchants, pilgrims, and travelers passed through Osh and encountered a landmark already steeped in reverence. Islamic tradition later associated the mountain with the Prophet Solomon, from whom its name derives, reinforcing its sanctity while overlaying older practices rather than erasing them, a pattern visible in the coexistence of Islamic shrines with pre-Islamic symbols carved into rock faces. Caves within the mountain contain petroglyphs depicting animals, hunting scenes, and abstract forms, some dating back to the first millennium BCE, while others reflect later artistic conventions, indicating that the site remained symbolically active long after its earliest use. The persistence of these markings suggests that Sulaiman-Too functioned as a point of contact between human communities and forces perceived as larger or more enduring than political authority, a role that allowed it to survive shifts in power that erased or transformed nearby settlements. Yet despite its prominence, the exact nature of the rituals conducted here remains difficult to reconstruct, as there are no extensive written records describing practices in detail, leaving archaeology to infer behaviour from spatial arrangement, wear patterns, and comparative analysis. Some researchers interpret the mountain as a place of pilgrimage, connected to fertility, protection, or healing, interpretations supported by later ethnographic accounts and by the physical act of climbing the peaks, which requires effort but not specialized equipment, making ascent accessible yet meaningful. Others emphasize its role as a territorial marker, a natural axis around which settlement and movement organized, especially in a valley where visibility and orientation mattered for trade and agriculture. Geological features also contribute to its significance, as certain rock formations resemble animal or human forms, inviting symbolic association, while acoustics within caves amplify sound in ways that could have enhanced ritual experience. Over time, the mountain absorbed layers of narrative, becoming not just sacred but storied, its meaning reinforced through repetition rather than codification. Modern conservation efforts recognize Sulaiman-Too as a cultural landscape rather than a conventional archaeological site, acknowledging that its value lies as much in continued use as in ancient remains. Yet this living dimension complicates preservation, as erosion, urban expansion, and tourism all place pressure on fragile surfaces that have survived largely because of their resilience rather than protection. Excavations have been deliberately limited, reflecting an understanding that excessive intervention risks disrupting the very continuity that defines the site. As a result, many questions remain unresolved, including how early communities conceptualized the mountain's power, how rituals evolved over time, and how meanings were negotiated between older belief systems and incoming religious traditions. Standing on its slopes today, one can observe the city below, the valley stretching outward, and the distant mountains framing the horizon, a vantage point that clarifies why this place drew attention long before modern borders or urban planning. Sulaiman-Too does not present a single moment frozen in time, nor does it offer dramatic ruins or inscriptions to decode, but instead embodies a slower accumulation of significance, shaped by geography, movement, and belief. Its mystery lies not in hidden chambers or lost civilizations, but in the endurance of sacredness itself, how a natural formation became, and remained, a focal point for human meaning across millennia, quietly demonstrating that some landscapes do not need explanation to persist, only recognition, and that their power often resides in continuity rather than revelation. Ak-Beshim, Suyab ancient city, spread quietly across the open plain of the eastern Chui Valley, where cultivated fields fade into low grassland and the Tian Shan Mountains rise in the distance. The archaeological site of Ak-Beshim, Suyab ancient city, reveals itself not through towering ruins or dramatic silhouettes, but through subtle undulations of earth, broken walls, and fragmentary foundations that hint at a city once central to the political and cultural life of early medieval Central Asia. At first encounter, the site appears understated. Its remains low to the ground and easily mistaken for natural features, yet this very modesty underscores the passage of time that has steadily reduced an urban centre of regional importance into a landscape of traces. Archaeological consensus identifies Ak-Beshim as the location of Suyab, a major city active from roughly the 6th to the 10th centuries, positioned along a northern branch of the Silk Road, where diplomatic missions, merchants, monks, and armies moved between China, Central Asia, and beyond. Historical sources describe Suyab as a capital of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and later a significant city under Tang Chinese influence, a crossroads where imperial ambitions intersected with local governance. Yet these texts offer limited insight into the city's physical form, leaving archaeology to reconstruct its character from what remains beneath the soil. Excavations have revealed a complex layout that included fortified walls, residential quarters, administrative spaces, and religious structures, suggesting a city planned for both defense and governance. But much of this organization is now discernible only through careful mapping and excavation rather than visual impact. One of the most striking aspects of Ak-Beshim is the evidence of religious diversity embedded within its ruins, as archaeologists have uncovered, remains associated with Buddhism, Christianity, and later Islam, indicating that the city functioned not just as a commercial hub, but as a place of cultural exchange and coexistence. Buddhist temples and stupas identified at the site, along with fragments of wall paintings and sculpture, point to a period when Suyab was a significant center of Buddhist activity in the region, connected to broader networks of transmission that carried religious ideas along trade routes. These remains complicate simplified narratives of Central Asian history by illustrating how belief systems overlapped rather than replaced one another, creating layers of practice that shifted gradually over time. At the same time, the city's fortifications reflect a more pragmatic reality, as thick walls and defensive planning suggest persistent concerns about security in a landscape shaped by competing powers and mobile groups. Despite this apparent strength, Suyab did not endure indefinitely, and the reasons for its decline remain debated, with theories ranging from changes in trade routes and political centres to environmental pressures and military conflict, none of which fully explain why a city of such prominence faded while nearby areas continued to be inhabited. The gradual nature of its abandonment is evident in the archaeological record, which shows phases of reuse, modification, and partial occupation rather than a single moment of destruction, reinforcing the impression of a city slowly losing relevance rather than collapsing outright. As with many ancient urban sites, later activity has both preserved and obscured the past, as agricultural use and natural erosion have altered surface features while simultaneously protecting deeper layers from complete destruction. Modern excavations, conducted intermittently over the past century, have brought fragments of Suyab's story to light. Yet, large portions of the site remain unexplored, their contents unknown beneath the soil, waiting for future study or remaining permanently silent. The absence of monumental architecture comparable to that of better-known Silk Road cities can give the impression that Suyab was less significant. Yet, historical accounts contradict this, suggesting that importance here was expressed through function and connectivity rather than spectacle. Coins, ceramics, and everyday objects recovered from the site reveal patterns of trade and daily life that anchor the city in tangible human activity, offering glimpses of routines that once animated these now quiet spaces. Still, many questions persist, particularly regarding how Suyab negotiated its role between powerful neighbours and shifting empires, and how its inhabitants understood their place within such a fluid political landscape. Standing at Ak-Beshim today, with the mountains framing the horizon and the wind moving across open ground, it becomes clear that the city's legacy lies less in what remains visible than in what can be inferred, reconstructed, and questioned. Its ruins do not assert a single narrative, but instead invite a measured consideration of continuity and change, of how cities rise not only through ambition and opportunity, but also fade through subtle realignments of geography, economy, and power. Ak-Beshim does not present itself as a mystery defined by missing artifacts or dramatic loss, but rather as a reminder of how central places can become peripheral without fanfare, leaving behind a dispersed record that resists final interpretation. In this way, Suyab endures not as a monument frozen in time, but as a landscape shaped by accumulation and erasure, offering quiet testimony to the impermanence of urban life along the great corridors of movement that once bound continents together.
All across the American landscape, lie the silent bones of a forgotten world, cities carved into cliffs, pyramids of earth that rival those of Egypt, and stone towers that once reached for the stars long before history began. Who built these cities, and why did they vanish? Who carved homes into cliffs 100 feet above the valley floor? Were these people chasing the stars, or hiding from something beneath them? Tonight, we'll travel through the ancient heart of America, from desert fortresses to hidden canyons, to the ruins that still whisper beneath the moon. So lie back, let your breathing slow, and as these forgotten structures rise before you, allow yourself to wonder, what else might still be sleeping beneath the earth? Mesa Verde. At the edge of a high mesa in Colorado, an ancient city nestles in a cliff alcove, glowing gold in the late sun. This is Cliff Palace, often called the monumental face of ancient America. More than 150 sandstone rooms and 23 round kivas are clustered beneath the overhanging cliff, linked by narrow doorways and plastered passageways. The entire complex hangs nearly 90 feet above the canyon floor, as if suspended in time. 7 centuries ago, the laughter of children and the aroma of cooking fires would have echoed here. Now, only silent walls remain. But what walls they are, forming the largest cliff dwelling in North America. Cliff Palace was built by the ancestral Pueblo people, once called Anasazi, likely in the late 1190s CE. For over 600 years, their ancestors had farmed on the mesa tops above. Then, as if seeking shelter or community, families began carving their homes into the rock alcoves. In Cliff Palace, they constructed a multi-story stone village of connecting rooms, towers, and plazas sheltered by the cliff's vast stone arch. Tree ring dating shows the main construction happened between 1190 and 1260 CE, an incredibly short burst of building for such an elaborate settlement. At its height, perhaps 100 people lived here, about 25 to 30 families, tending turkeys and crops on the mesa above while living in this sheltered honeycomb of rooms. Each family's home consisted of a few small rectangular rooms for living and storage, clustered around a kiva, a round subterranean ceremonial room entered via ladder. The kivas, Cliff Palace has 23 of them, were the spiritual heart of the community, places for rituals, storytelling, and warmth during winter nights. Despite its precarious appearance, Cliff Palace was ingeniously engineered. The builders shaped sandstone blocks with harder river cobbles and laid them in mortar made of local clay, ash, and water. To stabilize the walls, they inserted small, chinking stones in the mortar seams. You can still see these tiny wedged rocks strengthening many walls. Some walls were even decorated with colored plaster, now mostly eroded, indicating that Cliff Palace was once as vibrant as it was functional. The rooms themselves are surprisingly small. Doorways are child-sized, causing modern visitors to wonder if the people were diminutive. In fact, men and women of Cliff Palace stood about 5 feet 4 inches, 163 centimeters, and 5 feet 0 inches, 163 centimeters, 152 centimeters, on average, similar to Europeans of that era. The snug doorways helped conserve heat and perhaps offered defense too. Residents could pull up the maderos, wooden ladders that connected different levels, turning each family unit into a secure perch. Why build in the cliffs at all? Partly for protection, from both enemies and the elements. The alcove faces south, soaking in winter sun, yet shaded in summer, naturally regulating the temperature. The high perch kept homes safe from flash floods in the canyon below. And in unsettled times, the cliffs offered security. With ladders pulled up, Cliff Palace became a fortress in the sky. There may have been a social or ceremonial motive as well. Archaeologists note that Cliff Palace has an unusually high ratio of kivas to rooms, about 1 to 9, compared to smaller sites. This hints that it was a special place where many different clans gathered, a kind of administrative or ceremonial center. Indeed, out of 600-plus cliff dwellings in Mesa Verde, Cliff Palace is uniquely grand. It was likely a focal point of the community, where people from surrounding mesa-top hamlets converged for ceremonies and councils. One corner of the complex even houses a reconstructed 4-story tower, carefully restored to 26 feet tall, the tallest structure in Mesa Verde. From atop such towers, one could survey the surrounding canyons for miles. For all its prosperity, Cliff Palace's heyday was brief. By 1300 CE, within a century of its construction, it was abandoned. The ancestral Puebloans migrated south toward present-day New Mexico and Arizona, likely in response to a confluence of pressures. A persistent 23-year drought beginning in 1276, resource depletion, social upheaval. We can imagine the final occupants carefully sweeping out their rooms, sealing kiva roofs, and descending their ladders one last time, carrying with them their traditions and leaving the silent city to the elements. In the dry alcove, Cliff Palace stoically endured 6 centuries of weathering, its wooden beams and thatch roofs decaying, stone walls slowly crumbling into mounds of rubble. When Euro-American explorers rediscovered it in 1888, their early excavations and pot-hunting dynamite sadly hastened the decay. Yet, what remains is astonishing. Standing at the Cliff Palace overlooked today, one can almost hear, as one Pueblo descendant said, the echo of ancient drums and voices on the breeze, the golden hour view of the ruins, orange sandstone glowing against the dark recess of the cliff, has become an icon of American pre-Columbian achievement. This monumental cliff city, anchored in the past yet perched above our heads, serves as the perfect introduction to the myriad ancient stories hidden across the American landscape. It shows us that America's first cities were not built of steel and glass, but of stone and spirit, clinging to canyon walls and sky. Cahokia Mounds. Travel east to the Mississippi River Valley in the year 1100 CE, and you'd find an American metropolis thriving in the midst of fertile plains. This city, known today as Cahokia, boasted broad plazas, timber temples, and a truly colossal earthwork at its center, Monk's Mound. Rising 10 stories high and covering an area bigger than any pyramid of Egypt or Mexico, Monk's Mound earned its nickname as the American Pyramid. It was constructed from an almost unimaginable 22 million cubic feet of earth, all of it carried basket load by native builders. At its base, the earthen pyramid spreads across 14 acres, about 5.7 hectares, roughly matching the footprint of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its 4 terraces ascend to a flattened summit, where a huge ceremonial building once stood, likely the residence of Cahokia's paramount chief or high priest. Standing atop Monk's Mound even today, after climbing 154 steps, one can see the skyline of St. Louis on the horizon. But 900 years ago, from this same vantage, you would have gazed out over a sprawling ancient city, the largest north of Mexico, teeming with life and ritual. Cahokia's story is as monumental as its mound. Around 1000 CE, people of the Mississippi region began to congregate in this fertile American bottomland where 3 great rivers meet. A boom in maize agriculture fueled a population explosion. By 1100 CE, Cahokia's population swelled to perhaps 15,000 to 20,000 people, rivaling or exceeding contemporary London or Paris. Neighborhoods of thatched houses spread for miles around. At the center of it all was Monk's Mound and the Grand Plaza, surrounded by at least 120 smaller mounds arrayed in distinct patterns. This wasn't a random settlement. It was a planned city and ceremonial center. Archaeologists have even found a timber circle, wood henge, of enormous red cedar posts, carefully aligned to sunrise points, an ancient solar calendar marking equinoxes and solstices. Imagine the spectacle on a summer solstice dawn, with priests atop Monk's Mound observing the sun rise directly over a marked post on the horizon, signaling time to plant or harvest. Monk's Mound itself grew in stages between roughly 900 and 1200 CE. Initially a smaller platform, it was enlarged again and again, perhaps as Cahokia's influence grew. By its completion, it measured about 100 feet tall, with a base 955 by 775 feet. The sheer volume of soil, all excavated with stone hoes and carried in woven baskets, speaks to a highly organized society. Modern calculations suggest 8.4 million cubic feet, 238,000 cubic meters of earth went into the final mound. To put that in perspective, only the later Mesoamerican pyramids and Egypt's largest pyramids required more volume. Legend has it, The labor was so intense that Monk's Mound was completed in less than 3 months, though more likely it took several decades of intermittent effort. Even so, this was a Herculean task, achieved without draft animals or wheeled carts, a testament to communal devotion. Soil analysis shows dirt was gathered from many sources, clay from nearby riverbanks, sod from floodplain, and layered expertly to prevent slumping. In fact, Cahokians contended with some structural challenges. Rainwater percolating through the mound caused sections to slump even during its construction. They built retaining bulwarks and terraces to shore it up. The ingenuity paid off. Monk's Mound still stands after a millennium, though its sides are softened by time, and it has settled somewhat. Life in the shadow of Monk's Mound was vibrant. The great plaza at its foot hosted games of chunky, a sport where players hurled spears at rolling stone discs, and grand ceremonies. We know from excavations that Cahokians held raucous feasts. Pits have been found filled with thousands of deer bones from single events, and special serving bowls suggest communal eating. They drank a potent caffeinated brew known as black drink from whelk shell cups, a ritual beverage akin to a strong tea, likely to induce purifications or trance. Meanwhile, traders in a busy marketplace bartered goods from afar. Gulf Coast seashells, Great Lakes copper, Rocky Mountain obsidian, and mica from the Appalachians have all been unearthed here. Such exotic treasures show Cahokia was the hub of a continent-wide trade network, truly a cosmopolitan center of its time. In fact, chemical analysis of human remains, teeth, indicates that as much as 1/3 of Cahokia's population were immigrants from other regions, drawn by the city's promise. One can imagine festival days when thousands gathered in the plaza, vendors hawking food, dancers in feathered regalia swirling to drum beats, smoke from clay hearths perfuming the air, all overseen by the elite standing atop Monk's Mound like royalty on a stage. By the 13th century, however, Cahokia's vitality began to wane. The population dwindled and Monk's Mound saw its last additions. By 1350 CE, the site was largely abandoned. The reasons remain partly mysterious. The city may have overexploited its environment, mass deforestation for miles around, eroding soils and depleting game. There is evidence of worsening floods and droughts that could have undermined agriculture. Social unrest or diseases might have also played a role. Whatever the cause, when Europeans arrived centuries later, the once great city had become silent earthworks hidden under prairie grasses. Locals had no living memory of who built the Indian pyramids. Early settlers in the 1800s named the biggest mound after Trappist monks who briefly farmed near it, never guessing its true origin. It wasn't until modern archaeology and aerial photography that the scale and significance of Cahokia were understood. In 1882, one researcher wrote in astonishment of Monk's Mound, "What a stupendous pile of earth! To heap up such a mass must have required years and the labors of thousands." Indeed, Monk's Mound remains the largest prehistoric earthwork in the Americas and a designated World Heritage Site. Standing on its summit today, with the flat Illinois plains all around, you can feel the weight of history under your feet. Here lies an American pyramid built not of stone, but of soil, a monument to a complex society that rose and fell long before Columbus. As the sun sets, the great mound casts a long shadow over the land, a reminder that American civilization, too, has ancient roots as grand as any old world empire. Chaco Canyon. In the remote high desert of New Mexico lies Chaco Canyon, a place of stark beauty and cosmic intrigue. Here, under a blazing sun and a canopy of stars at night, the ancestral Puebloans built a city aligned with the heavens. At the center of this canyon stands Pueblo Bonito, a massive semicircular great house of stone that was once the largest building in the United States for over 600 years. Pueblo Bonito isn't just a ruin, it's an architectural and astronomical wonder, a multi-story stone city carefully aligned to solar and lunar cycles, earning it renown as Chaco's cosmic centerpiece. From above, Pueblo Bonito's footprint is a giant D-shape nearly 3 acres in extent, with a perfectly curved back wall that once rose 4 stories high. Within this complex lay over 650 rooms, including more than 350 on the ground floor alone, and at least 32 kivas, underground ceremonial chambers. When it was completed in the early 1100s, this single building was a vast city unto itself, a maze of plazas, storerooms, living quarters, and ceremonial spaces sheltered within high masonry walls. So substantial was Pueblo Bonito that it remained the largest edifice in North America until the 19th century, when modern steel frame structures finally surpassed its size. To walk among the tumbled walls of Pueblo Bonito today is to feel a deliberate order underlying the layout. This was not built haphazardly. The people of Chaco were master planners and observers of the sky. Pueblo Bonito's walls are precisely oriented along cardinal directions. Notably, its longest wall, forming the straight north-south side of the D, is aligned within a degree of true north. This means, at the equinox, the sunrise would have cast light straight along the eastern plaza. At the solstices, certain key rooms would illuminate in sequence. Indeed, research by the Solstice Project shows that a dozen major Chacoan buildings, including Pueblo Bonito, are oriented to capture the extreme rising and setting points of the sun and moon. This whole city was an enormous calendar. Interbuilding alignments form a regional pattern of about 60 by 80 miles, radiating out from Pueblo Bonito and its sister great house, Quetzalcoatl. For example, Pueblo Bonito and another great house, Pueblo Alto, are placed such that a straight line through them runs exactly north-south, pointing to the celestial pole and beyond. And due north of Pueblo Bonito, the Chacoans built a Great North Road, a perfectly straight 35-mile road aimed toward the Badlands on the horizon, perhaps symbolically connecting the center of Chaco to the North Star or ancestral homelands. Atop Fajada Butte in the canyon, the famous Sun Dagger petroglyph tracked solstices and the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle with slivers of light. It's likely no coincidence that Pueblo Bonito's orientations mirror those same celestial patterns. Imagine the rituals. On a summer solstice, as a dagger of light bisected a spiral petroglyph on the butte, celebrants in Pueblo Bonito's plaza below might have cheered knowing their grand edifice was in harmony with the cosmos. Yet beyond its cosmic role, Pueblo Bonito was also a city of stone and family. Construction began around 850 CE and continued in stages for over 200 years. Generations added rooms and kivas, gradually extending the complex. By about 1080 CE, Pueblo Bonito attained its monumental final form, including multi-story sections. The back arc of Pueblo Bonito rose 4 and even 5 stories tall in places, with tower-like blocks of rooms terraced against each other. Think of it, stone apartments climbing upward, with each story stepping down toward the central plaza. Lower rooms may have been dark storage cellars, while the highest rooms, catching breezes, were likely living spaces. Intricate T-shaped doorways connected sections, and internal staircases or ladders provided vertical circulation. Archaeologists have found that many rooms, especially on upper floors, had no hearths, suggesting they weren't lived in year-round, perhaps used for storage or seasonal rituals. In fact, despite its size, over 600 rooms, Pueblo Bonito may not have housed an enormous population at any one time. The number of cooking hearths suggests only a few hundred residents lived here permanently. Many chambers might have been for special purposes. One held the remains of scarlet macaws, tropical parrots, imported from far to the south. Others contained hundreds of turquoise beads and elaborate pottery, likely offerings or trade goods. Pueblo Bonito served as a regional hub, part temple, part trading center, part elite residence. Its influence was felt far beyond Chaco. Outlying Chacoan great houses, up to 100 miles away, copied Pueblo Bonito's architectural style and masonry, and people brought tribute or trade items here from all directions. The masonry itself is exquisite. Chacoan masons built core and veneer walls, a heart of rubble sandstone bound by mud mortar, faced with an outer layer of finely shaped sandstone bricks. Several styles evolved over time, from early larger blocks to later thin Mekelmo-style bricks, which one can see in different sections of Pueblo Bonito's walls like geological strata. Wood beams, mostly pine, supported roofs and floors. Incredibly, tree ring dating those beams allows us to precisely date construction events. For example, one sequence of rooms was built in AD 1088, evidenced by a beam with bark that grew in that year. These timbers had to be carried from mountain forests over 50 miles away, since Chaco Canyon itself is treeless. The Herculean effort to import 200,000 plus wooden beams underscores Chaco's organization and reach. By all indications, Pueblo Bonito also had a rich spiritual life. It contains at least 3 great kivas, enormous round subterranean structures up to 60 feet across, where hundreds could gather for ceremonies. These great kivas, 2 in the plaza, 1 just outside, likely hosted spectacular rituals, perhaps timed to the cosmic calendar. At summer solstice, for instance, sunlight may have streamed through special wall openings, marking the moment for all assembled. The very layout of Pueblo Bonito might encode cosmology. Its D shape and symmetry suggest planning to reflect the journey of sun and moon. Some researchers also believe that lines drawn through Pueblo Bonito's key buildings point to major lunar standstill rise and set points on the horizon, integrating the 18.6-year cycle of the moon into the architecture. Whether or not every alignment theory holds, there is no doubt the Chacoans intentionally merged architecture with astronomy to a remarkable degree. A prehistoric observatory city. Like other ancestral Pueblo centers, Pueblo Bonito was eventually left behind. Around AD 1130 to 1180, the region suffered a series of droughts. Tree ring data shows crops failed and construction slowed. The final tree cut for beams at Pueblo Bonito dates to around 1115 CE, suggesting the main construction ended by then. By 1200 CE, much of Chaco Canyon was sparsely populated. Pueblo Bonito itself shows signs of partial reoccupation in the late 1200s, a testament to its enduring significance, but by 1300 it fell silent, its people moving on. They likely migrated toward the pueblos of the Hopi, Zuni, and Rio Grande, carrying their knowledge and prayers with them. Pueblo Bonito's perfectly aligned walls began to sag, its vacant rooms slowly filled with windblown sand. Yet, remarkably, the site stood largely intact until the 1800s, when expeditions mapped and excavated it. Today, its labyrinthine layout is revealed in full from the mesa top overlook. You can trace the curving outer wall, the neat plazas and kiva pits like circles on a blueprint. From ground level, the remaining walls, some chest-high, some towering 2 stories, evoke a stone maze. As you wander, it's easy to lose sense of direction, perhaps intentionally so, as if guiding visitors into a spiritual journey. Pueblo Bonito means beautiful town in Spanish, and indeed, there is a majesty to its design that transcends time. When the desert sun sets and the night takes over Chaco, the silhouette of Pueblo Bonito under the Milky Way is unforgettable. This great house, built of rock, rhythm, and celestial order, remains the crown jewel of Chaco Canyon, a place where ancient architects reached for the sky and caught it. Montezuma Castle, tucked into a limestone cliff high above the Verde Valley, is a structure so improbable early settlers thought it must be a legendary castle. In reality, Montezuma Castle is neither castle nor Aztec, but a prehistoric apartment complex built and occupied by the Sinagua people over 900 years ago. 5 stories tall and boasting about 20 rooms, this remarkable cliff dwelling sits perched 90 feet up in a sheer cliff face. From afar, its plastered brown walls blend with the rock. Up close, you marvel at how it was ever built without modern tools. Montezuma Castle's stone masonry nestles snugly in a natural alcove, which acted as both foundation and roof for the dwelling. The alcove is like a giant cavity in the cliff, some 55 feet wide and 20 feet deep, and the Sinagua ingeniously filled it with a vertical village. Small windows and doorways dot the structure's face, peering out from the cliffside like ancient eyes. Climbing wooden ladders was the only way in or out, making each family's abode accessible almost as if it were a nest in a cliff swallow's colony. The name Montezuma Castle is a misnomer bestowed by fanciful 19th century Americans. They assumed such an impressive ruin must be linked to the Aztec Emperor Montezuma, even though he was born centuries after the dwelling was abandoned. In truth, the Sinagua people built this complex around 1100 to 1300 CE, long after the Aztec Empire and far to the north of it. The castle part, however, isn't far off. This edifice is like a castle in the cliffs, offering safety and commanding views. The Sinagua likely chose the high alcove for multiple reasons. It provided security against any enemy. A few ladders pulled up, and the settlement became virtually unassailable. It also insulated the homes against weather. Facing south-southwest, the cliff dwelling stays warm in winter sun and cool in summer shade. Moreover, Beaver Creek flows below, and the cliff's height protected the village from seasonal floods that could wash through the canyon. So, despite appearances, Montezuma Castle was a very practical place to live. Think of it as prime real estate for its era, safe, climate-controlled, with a water source and farmland on the valley floor. From the ground, the dwelling's 5 stories can be discerned like tiers. The lowest are hardly visible, as they're tucked deep in the alcove. The upper stories are more exposed, their stone walls clearly silhouetted. The Sinagua constructed these rooms using limestone rocks chiseled from the cliff itself, cemented with mud and clay from the creek below. The ceilings and floors were formed by wooden beams, sawn from sycamore and alder trees along the creek, laid laterally, topped with smaller branches and mud thatch. Montezuma Castle essentially had loft apartments. Each floor was created by those timber beams. In total, perhaps 30 to 50 people lived in this dwelling at its peak, extended families who each occupied a couple of connected rooms. Archaeologists describe it as a pre-modern condominium, a collection of separate homes sharing common walls and defensive position. Indeed, Montezuma Castle's interior was accessed from above. Residents would climb to the top of the alcove and descend ladders into openings in the roof. There were no ground-level doors. The first floor rooms were likely storage only. This arrangement further protected inhabitants. Each morning, Sinagua farmers would climb down and walk out to tend fields of corn, beans, squash, and cotton in the valley. In the evening, they hauled up baskets of food and water by rope. It's easy to imagine a line of people scaling those ladders at dusk, the golden light catching the clay pots strapped to their backs, as cooking fires started to twinkle in the high cliff windows. What was life like inside the castle? The rooms are small, often only 6 by 8 feet, with blackened ceilings from years of indoor hearth fires. The Sinagua plastered the walls with caliche, a clay-lime mixture, to seal cracks, and some interior walls had murals or paint, though time has worn most away. In a few rooms, you can still see the soot stains and handprint impressions in the plaster, a poignant reminder of the human touch from centuries ago. One room on an upper floor contained a matat, grinding stone, for processing corn, indicating it might have been a communal food prep area. Another contained a metate and a cache of salt, a valuable resource possibly obtained via trade. The castle also had storage nooks for dried beans and squash, and pens for turkeys, whose feathers were used in weaving blankets. Although the Sinagua had no written language, the artifacts left behind tell their story. Feather textiles, shell beads from the Pacific coast, stone tools of obsidian likely traded from far away, and even a macaw feather, hinting at connections to Mesoamerican traders. The people here were connected and resourceful, carving a sustainable life without water on the rugged edge of central Arizona. In fact, Sinagua comes from Spanish sin agua, meaning without water, an ironic label given they manage their water needs so well. Montezuma Castle and nearby smaller cliff dwellings were inhabited for roughly 300 years. By 1400 CE, the Sinagua had moved on. Their departure likely had causes similar to other Pueblo migrations of that era, perhaps environmental changes, a persistent drought or exhaustion of local soils and game, maybe social or religious reasons. The Hopi people of today have oral histories suggesting the Sinagua are among their ancestors. Some Hopi clans trace their lineage to the Verde Valley dwellings, so it's believed that when the Sinagua left Montezuma Castle, they did not vanish, but rather joined other Pueblo peoples to the north and east, carrying their Katsina religion and farming knowledge with them. This cliffside castle thus stands as a historical waypoint in a much larger journey of native peoples across the Southwest. When you visit Montezuma Castle National Monument now, you gaze up at the structure from the valley floor. For preservation, visitors can no longer climb into the rooms. But even from below, it's striking. Nestled in the cream-colored limestone, framed by green sycamores and cottonwoods along Beaver Creek, the dwelling almost looks organic, as if grown from the cliff. Swallows flit in and out of the alcove, and occasionally a rock squirrel scampers along a ledge once trod by human feet. It's quiet now, but if you pause, you might imagine the sound of children giggling as they scramble up ladders, or elders chatting on the balcony. Some rooms had small front porches where residents could sit. In those moments, Montezuma Castle feels less like an artifact and more like a home, a testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of its builders. Against gravity and odds, they raised a stone high-rise that has endured nearly a millennium. This castle in the cliffs truly showcases the ancient engineers of stone, and it remains one of the most photogenic and awe-inspiring architectural feats of pre-Columbian North America. Bandelier National Monument. In the sheer canyon walls of northern New Mexico, the ancestral Pueblo people crafted entire communities that clung to the cliffs. Bandelier National Monument preserves such a place, where the echoes of daily life still seem to linger among pinyon pines and aspen. Two especially captivating sites here are Longhouse and Alcove House, once thriving cliffside communities that invite us to climb up and experience their vertical world. Bandelier's landscape is one of contrasts, a lush, tree-lined canyon floor with a creek, Frijoles Creek, and above, towering beige cliffs of soft volcanic tuff riddled with cave holes. Along these cliffs, the ancestral Pueblo people, often called Anasazi, built homes both in and against the rock, combining natural caves with masonry constructions. The result is a dramatic miles-long apartment block of sorts, one part carved cavate, man-made cave room, and one part stone Pueblo. Walking beside Longhouse, you immediately understand its name. A long stretch of cliff face is adorned with dozens of carved cave openings, and the stone outlines of rooms, forming an almost continuous row of dwellings. At the base of the cliff are low walls, remains of masonry rooms that were built outward, which, when intact, made Longhouse a multi-story complex 3 to 4 stories tall in places. The upper stories were actually cavates. The people enlarged natural bubble-like voids in the tuff, chiseling them into snug rooms and plastering the interiors. Then they constructed exterior rooms against the cliff, using blocks of tuff and mortar to enclose new spaces in front of the caves. Viga, wooden beam, holes pockmarked the cliff in regular rows, showing where floors and roofs of these dwellings were anchored. Looking up, you can see those beam sockets ascending in tiers, evidence that families lived directly atop one another, each level with a stone or earth floor beneath, and another family's hearth below that. Longhouse would have been a bustling vertical village, ladders propped against walls to reach second or third stories, maybe a wooden balcony here or there, and people climbing up and down constantly. The cliff itself was like an apartment hallway. On the cliff face above Longhouse, you can still spot hundreds of petroglyphs etched into the tan rock. There are images of turkeys, circular sun symbols, human figures, and handprints. One particularly charming petroglyph is that of a turkey with outstretched wings. Perhaps a clan symbol or simply an ode to the important domesticated turkeys the people kept. These carvings were made on the higher cliff, suggesting they corresponded to the upper floors of the Pueblo, almost like murals in a high-rise corridor. Standing there, it's easy to imagine residents decorating the outside of their apartments with sacred or personal symbols, much as we hang art in our homes. Fire-blackened ceilings in some cavates hint at their use as kitchens or winter shelters. In front of the dwellings, the open area was a lively plaza where grinding corn on metates, weaving, and children playing would be daily sights. With the canyon's steep walls amplifying sound, the chatter of community life must have reverberated up and down Frijoles Canyon. Further along the main trail, a little beyond Longhouse, you encounter one of Bandelier's most exhilarating features, Alcove House, formerly called Ceremonial Cave. Reaching Alcove House is an adventure in itself. The trail stops at the base of a sheer cliff, and from there you must ascend 4 wooden ladders and a series of stone-carved steps, climbing 140 feet straight up the cliff face. This is no small climb. Even today it tests one's nerve. But at the top, you emerge into a massive curved alcove in the cliff, an airy rock shelter about 40 feet in diameter that cradles the remnants of an ancient dwelling. Alcove House once sheltered approximately 25 people, likely several interrelated families. Here, high above the canyon floor, they built a small village on a natural rock ledge. Stone walls partition living and storage rooms around the alcove's edges. In the center of the alcove, remarkably, lies a reconstructed kiva, partly original, partly restored, set into the floor. You descend a short ladder into this kiva to peer inside. Its plastered walls and the fire pit in the center immediately convey the sacred atmosphere of this space. One can imagine the flicker of ceremonial fires painting the alcove roof with shadows during ancient rituals. Around the kiva, you see smooth niches carved into the cliff walls. These were likely for storage or placement of ceremonial objects. The sheer drop-off at the alcove's edge, now protected by ropes for visitors, was once the only barrier for the inhabitants. They must have been incredibly sure-footed and unafraid of heights. Daily life in Alcove House meant every outing was vertical. Children and adults alike climbed up and down those precarious paths to access water from the creek or fields above the canyon. It offers a thrilling perspective. Rather than walking out your front door, you climb down it. The fact that the ancestral Pueblo people chose to live in such an elevated, challenging spot suggests a few possibilities. It might have been defensive, a high refuge in times of trouble, though it's thought they mostly lived peacefully. It might also have had ceremonial importance. Perhaps Alcove House was a gathering place for special rites, hence its older name, Ceremonial Cave. The presence of the large kiva supports that idea. Not every community site had a kiva of this size. Being high above could bring one spiritually closer to the sky, or simply provide seclusion for rituals. The environment at Bandelier provided everything these people needed, albeit with effort. From the canyon rims, they farmed corn, beans, and squash in the summer rains. They hunted deer and rabbit on the mesas and gathered wild plants, nuts, and fruits from the pinon juniper woodlands, archaeologists have found, grinding stones and seed residue to prove extensive foraging. Water was available in Frioles Creek much of the year, though carrying it up to Alcove House was certainly a chore, likely done with jars strapped to one's back using tump lines. In winter, snow would blanket the rims. The inhabitants probably moved to lower elevations or clustered around fires in their cliff shelters. The vertical orientation of life at Bandelier gave it a unique rhythm. Picture a dawn in 1200 CE. Smoke drifting out of cave rooms as breakfast is cooked, then men and women climb down hand-pecked toe-hold trails to reach their terraced fields, while a few elders remain high up, tending to babies in the alcove shade or carving new footholds in the cliff. As sunlight creeps into the canyon, illuminating Longhouse, the petroglyph figures etched above seem to come alive in the glow. A turkey here, a zigzag snake there, perhaps representing lightning or water. The sense of continuity between the people, their art, and the land is palpable. By around 1550 CE, most cliff dwellings in Bandelier, including Longhouse and Alcove House, were abandoned as the ancestral Pueblo people migrated to form larger pueblos along the Rio Grande. The reasons likely included a mixture of extended drought, depletion of game, and social reorganization. They left behind these silent cavates and masonry walls, which have since been partially reclaimed by nature. Trees now grow from some room blocks, lichen spreads over petroglyphs. Yet, Bandelier's ruins still feel very much alive. Hike the loop trail, and you can climb wooden ladders into a couple of cavate rooms, left accessible for visitors. Inside one, you'll see a low soot-coated ceiling and niches carved in the soft tuff. You might even feel the faint smoothness on the walls where countless hands once touched. It's intimate and humbling. Few places offer such a tactile connection to daily life centuries ago. Bandelier provides that close-up personal view of the ancestral Pueblo world, complementing the grandeur of places like Mesa Verde or Chaco. Here, the emphasis is on vertical movement and human-scale details, hand-carved steps, room interiors you can stand in, art you can approach within inches. The result is a richer understanding of the ingenuity of these people, how they turn cliffs into condominiums and caverns into sanctuaries. In the tapestry of ancient American stories, Bandelier's cliff communities add a vertical thread, illustrating how some of America's first city dwellers literally lived between earth and sky, climbing each day toward the clouds. Canyon de Chelly. In the heart of Navajo Nation, Canyon de Chelly, Tseyi in Diné, meaning within the rock, presents a scene of breathtaking natural grandeur. Red sandstone cliffs soaring 600 feet high, enclosing a verdant canyon floor. Tucked against one of these canyon walls, sheltered in a tremendous alcove, lies the evocative White House ruin. This ancestral Puebloan site gets its name from a long wall in the upper dwelling that was once coated in white plaster, giving the appearance of a white house tucked in the cliff. Unlike the sprawling complexes of Mesa Verde, White House is more compact and poignant. Essentially a small cliff village split into two levels, one at the base of the cliff and 150 feet above it on a natural ledge. The lower section is a cluster of masonry rooms on the canyon floor. The upper section is a series of rooms built right into the immense alcove, high up like a swallow's nest. They are separated by sheer rock face, connected historically by a hand and toe hold trail, or ladders now long gone. When you view White House ruin from afar, the eye is drawn immediately to the contrast. Human-made structures, pale and angular, clinging to the belly of a gargantuan red cliff that dwarfs them completely. This juxtaposition of human scale and natural scale gives White House ruin its almost cinematic beauty. It's as if the earth itself opened a doorway for people to live in, and yet reminded them how small they were beneath its vaulted stone ceiling. White House ruin was built and occupied around the 12th to 13th centuries CE, contemporaneous with many cliff dwellings of the Four Corners region. The inhabitants were likely part of the broad ancestral Puebloan culture, the same general culture as Mesa Verde's people. They farmed the canyon bottom, planting corn, beans, and squash in the rich alluvial soil along Chinle Wash. The canyon's steep walls offered not only physical protection, but also a degree of climate moderation, cooler in summer, warmer in winter. The alcove in which White House sits is enormous, an overhang carved by ages of water seeping through sandstone. The upper ruin was ingeniously placed on a shelf within this alcove, protected from rain and sun by the rock above. It consisted of perhaps 4 to 5 rooms constructed from the local sandstone blocks, plastered with mud, and thatched with wood and willow for roofs. The lower ruin had a dozen or so rooms on ground level, including at least one kiva-like structure for community or ritual use, though not as large as the upper ruin, or formal as Chaco's great kivas. The white plaster wall that gives the site its name was likely part of a room or storage area in the upper dwelling. Even today, you can see the faint, light-colored coating clinging to the ancient wall, an artistic or waterproofing touch by the long-gone occupants. The White House Trail, the only trail in Canyon de Chelly that visitors can hike without a guide, winds down the cliffs from the canyon rim, descending about 560 feet in elevation to reach the ruin. As one switchbacks down, the full majesty of the canyon envelops you, towering monoliths and streaked walls, cottonwood trees below, and then that ruin coming into focus across the stream. The north wall of the canyon where White House sits is almost vertical, a canvas of desert varnish, black streaks of mineral patina, and crimson hues, with the alcove arching like a grand cathedral vault. White House ruin itself, though small, commands attention because it embodies human presence in an otherwise overwhelming natural scene. It's often photographed with Navajo riders on horseback in the foreground for scale. The ruin looks tiny against the cliff, yet you realize those tiny rooms held whole lives. Pottery sherds, stone tools, and petroglyphs nearby all attest to the regular activities that took place here. Cooking, crafting, raising children, praying for rain. One can imagine on a hot summer day around 1200 CE, a couple of Puebloan women grinding corn in the shade of the lower rooms, while up on the ledge above, a child peers over the wall of the white plastered room, watching for their fathers and brothers returning from the fields. Every now and then, voices would call between the upper and lower dwellings, the sound carrying off the sandstone like an amphitheater. So, communication was easy despite the 50-foot gap. In the evenings, with fires lit, the alcove must have glowed softly, the cliffs reflecting the firelight, and families would gather in the natural courtyard between the two dwelling clusters, sharing a meal and stories as darkness fell in the canyon. Canyon de Chelly has a long continuum of history. After the ancestral Puebloans migrated away, by around 1300 CE, White House Ruin was likely abandoned, as were other Pueblo sites in the canyon. The canyon later became home to Navajo, Diné people. In the 1700s and early 1800s, Navajo families farmed and lived on the canyon floor, and they were very aware of the Ancient Ones' houses in the cliffs. Navajo oral tradition holds these sites in respect, often associating them with stories of the Anasazi, whom the Navajo refer to as Anasazi often, translated as ancient enemies, though interpretively more like ancient ones. The Navajo did not typically inhabit the old cliff dwellings, but they used the canyon alcoves for refuge during conflicts. Famously, Canyon de Chelly was a holdout during Colonel Kit Carson's brutal Navajo campaign in 1863. One imagines perhaps some Navajo took temporary shelter in the empty White House rooms during those harrowing times, hiding from soldiers. The canyon's many alcoves were natural forts. This intersection of cultures gives Canyon de Chelly a layered spirit. Today, Navajo people still live and farm in the canyon, and one can sometimes see their sheep grazing, hearing bleats echo off the walls that also hold the silence of ancient masonry. The continuity of life in the canyon, from the ancestral Pueblo farmers of White House to the Navajo families of today, is part of what makes this place feel deeply sacred. White House Ruin has captured outside imaginations for well over a century. It was first photographed in 1873 by Timothy O'Sullivan, an early pioneer of photography, whose image of the ruin against the vast cliff helped introduce America to the Southwest's archaeological riches. Countless artists followed, painting or photographing the ruin under different light. Sunrise when the walls turn gold, or moonlight when the canyon is blue and still. Seeing it in person, one can understand the inspiration. The ruin's walls are weathered, but still standing waist-high to roof-high in parts. The upper dwelling is especially intriguing. How did people reach it? Traces of a hand-pecked stairway have been noted along a crevice, indicating a perilous climb was routine. Possibly wooden ladders were also used, now long gone. It's humbling to think of mothers carrying water jars or infants up that cliff daily. But the alcove's security and the vantage point over the canyon might have been worth it. There is a sense of harmony with nature here, unlike some defensive cliff dwellings tucked away. White House Ruin is set in a grand open amphitheater, as if deliberately placed to coexist with the splendor of the canyon. The massive cliff arch seems to embrace the little village protectively. Standing near White House Ruin today, from a designated viewing area to prevent damage, one can step back mentally into the 13th century. The scent of sagebrush and Utah juniper on the warm breeze, the sound of Chinle Wash's gentle flow, the calls of canyon wrens trilling off the walls. These are the same sensations the inhabitants knew. The difference is the quiet. The people are gone. But their White House remains, enduring through the centuries as part of the canyon. It symbolizes the marriage of human endeavor and natural majesty, small yet significant. In Canyon de Chelly, the monumental landscape frames the human story, reminding us that while civilizations rise and fall, the land remembers. White House Ruin, framed by those soaring russet cliffs, is a portrait of humanity's resilience and creativity set against nature's canvas. It's a must-see chapter in the tale of America's ancient dwellers, combining human scale intimacy with the overwhelming scale of nature in one arresting vista. Wupatki and Wukoki Pueblos. On the sun-baked plateau between the Painted Desert and the San Francisco peaks lie the remnants of an ancient community that once forged a desert empire. Here, red rock citadels rise unexpectedly from the flatlands, their warm hues matching the dusty earth as if born from it. These are the Wupatki and Wukoki Pueblos, jewels of Wupatki National Monument in Arizona. They stand in striking contrast to their environment. Angular masonry forms against a backdrop of sweeping desert grasslands and distant volcanoes. In their heyday, the 11th to early 12th centuries CE, Wupatki and its satellite pueblos were among the largest and most vibrant settlements in the Four Corners region, a melting pot of cultures in an otherwise spare landscape. The centerpiece was Wupatki Pueblo itself, often simply called Wupatki, Tall House, in Hopi. Even today, walking up the trail to Wupatki Pueblo feels like approaching a reddish-brown fortress. The pueblo is built atop a slight rise of Moenkopi sandstone, which the builders cleverly used as a foundation and part of the walls. The structure once stood 3 stories high in places and contained over 100 rooms arranged around a central plaza. Its masonry is gorgeous, thin slabs of the local red sandstone laid in tidy horizontal courses with occasional longer binding stones, giving the walls a banded look. The site looks like it grew out of the earth, as the stones are the same color as the mesa. In the plaza, you find 2 unique features testifying to Wupatki's importance: a circular ball court and a geologic blowhole. The ball court, an oval depression encircled by a low sandstone wall, is the northernmost ball court ever found in North America. It closely resembles the ball courts of the Hohokam culture far to the south in present-day Phoenix, indicating that ideas and perhaps people traveled widely. One can imagine ceremonial ball games played here, with spectators lining the walls, linking Wupatki to the wider Mesoamerican sphere of cultural influence. Meanwhile, the blowhole on the outskirts of the plaza is a fascinating natural feature, essentially an opening in an underground fissure system that breathes air. Depending on atmospheric pressure, it either sucks in air or blows it out. When you stand over it on a hot day, a refreshing blast of cool air pours upward. Ancient air conditioning, courtesy of geology. To the people of Wupatki, this would have been a mystical spot, maybe seen as the breath of Yaponsa, wind spirit, or a door to the underworld. Archaeologists believe it likely held spiritual significance, given its unusual behavior. Wupatki Pueblo's population grew rapidly after a nearby volcano, Sunset Crater, erupted in 1085 CE. It seems counterintuitive, but the layer of volcanic ash that blanketed the area acted as a moisture-conserving mulch, improving agriculture on these arid lands. People from different cultural backgrounds, Sinagua from the south, Kayenta ancestral Puebloans from the north, Kohonina from the west, converged here, drawn by new farming potential. By 1180 CE, roughly 85 to 100 people lived in Wupatki Pueblo itself, and perhaps 2,000 others lived within a day's walk in smaller hamlets and pueblos across the surrounding desert. This was a significant population in a region that today feels desolate. The residents engineered their environment with skill. They built check dams and terraces to capture rain runoff, cultivated corn in pockets of sediment, and likely traded for food or necessities when local production fell short. Wupatki's very existence as a large freestanding pueblo in an open landscape, not tucked into cliffs or forests, suggests a high degree of social cooperation and relative security, at least for a time. And indeed, Wupatki was a regional trade and ceremonial center, a crossroads of cultures. Items found here include shells from the Pacific, turquoise possibly from distant mines, macaw parrot bones from Mesoamerica, and even materials that indicate exchange with the Great Plains. The blending of architectural styles, the ball court from Hohokam influence, multi-story masonry towers from northern Pueblo influence, demonstrates this was a cosmopolitan outpost of its era. Just a few miles away stands Wukoki Pueblo, a smaller but visually arresting site, often featured in photographs for its almost fairy tale silhouette. Wukoki, meaning big house, perhaps in Hopi, is essentially a 3-story tower built atop a large sandstone boulder. It looks like an ancient skyscraper placed on a pedestal. The tower has multiple rooms and rises about 20 to 30 feet. It's thought that Wukoki housed maybe 2 or 3 families, or served as a special purpose site, like a watchtower or ceremonial house, given its unusual form. Wukoki's windows and doorways are narrow slits, framing panoramic views of the horizon. Standing at its base, you can see for tens of miles across the plains. To the north, the painted desert and mesas. To the west, the snowy peak of Humphreys Peak, sacred to many tribes. One can easily imagine a guardian or lookout perched on Wukoki's upper floor, scanning for visitors or signaling to other nearby communities with smoke or fire. The solidity of its red stone walls, some still intact to the third story, speaks to fine workmanship. Wukoki Pueblo truly looks like an ancient citadel, and together with the main Wupatki Pueblo, it contributed to the desert empire atmosphere of this area. When the first Spanish explorers came through Arizona, these ruins were long abandoned, but one wonders if perhaps rumors of a Red House kingdom were passed down the generations. Life in the Wupatki domain was not easy, however. The environment, while temporarily enriched by volcanic ash, remained marginal. After a few generations, yields likely declined as the ash layer blew away and drought cycles hit. By the mid-12th century, concurrent with the wider Pueblo world upheavals, Wupatki and its satellite pueblos were gradually emptied. Tree ring records indicate a drought in the 1270s that could have been the final straw. The inhabitants likely joined their kin migrating toward the Rio Grande Pueblos or the Hopi Mesas, where water was more reliable. Hopi oral history indeed speaks of the Hisatsinom, ancestral people, leaving places like Wupatki and arriving to join the Hopi clans. The land, however, did not forget them. The sandstone walls of Wupatki and Wukoki remain, blending into the landscape as if they grew there. Navajo and Hopi people later traversing the area certainly knew of these old ones' houses. Some Navajo stories consider them spiritually occupied by Chindi ghosts or protective spirits, so they were often left undisturbed. Today, wandering through Wupatki Pueblo's ruins, one can step into the rooms where families slept. The lower walls stand chest high. You can see how smooth the interior plaster was in spots, marked by centuries of hands. In the open plaza, the ball court invites you to imagine the cheers of a long-ago game, and by the blowhole you can feel the earth breathing on your face, the same cool breath those villagers felt and perhaps revered. Meanwhile, at Wukoki, climb a short ladder into the tower and peer out a high window. The desert expanse lies silent, but as your eyes adjust, you might catch sight of a pronghorn antelope in the distance or an eagle riding a thermal. There is a majesty in the solitude of Wukoki's tower, a sense that it was a beacon on the plains. In these reddish stone citadels, we see a different facet of ancestral Pueblo life. Unlike the cliff dwellings or river valleys, here people built proudly in the open, their red masonry pueblos standing against blue sky and white clouds. The geometry is striking. Rectangles and circles, rooms and kivas, ball courts, set amid a land of flowing lines and rolling knolls. The contrast in color, the deep red walls against green-gray sage and yellow grass, makes them photogenic, but it also held meaning. These were human statements on the landscape, saying, "We are here, we know how to thrive even in the desert." And for a time, they did. Wupatki and Wukoki's legacy is that of adaptation and cultural blending. Born in the shadow of a volcanic disaster, this community leveraged the changed land to create a flourishing center of trade and ceremony. When you visit, you're struck by both the boldness of building a mini empire in the desert and the impermanence that even such boldness had in the face of nature's shifts. Still, the spirit of Wupatki lives on. Hopi elders say the site is not empty. The ancestor spirits remain as guardians. As the midday sun beats down and a warm wind sweeps the plaza, you might just feel that presence in the silence of the long gone that isn't truly gone at all. Poverty Point. Imagine flying in a small plane over the lush green delta of northeastern Louisiana. Below, you notice curious concentric arcs in the landscape, graceful C-shaped ridges barely discernible unless seen from the sky. Those arcs form one of the most astonishing and ancient constructions in North America, Poverty Point. This site, built around 1700 to 1100 BCE during the late Archaic period, is so old that it predates the rise of Rome by 2 millennia. When ancient Egypt's New Kingdom pharaohs were building temples, native peoples here were moving earth on a massive scale. In fact, Poverty Point is often described with a bit of amazement as older than the pyramids, at least older than the famous pyramids of Mesoamerica, and roughly contemporary with some Egyptian pyramids. Regardless of comparisons, its antiquity is mind-boggling. Nearly 3,700 years ago, an organized society flourished on these bayou ridges, constructing a complex of enormous earthworks that would not be rivaled on the continent for another 2,000 plus years. The most striking features of Poverty Point are its 6 concentric earthen ridges, arranged in a gigantic semicircle, open to the west. These ridges form alternating high and low berms, like giant amphitheater seating. Today they are eroded and average only a few feet in height, but originally they were larger, perhaps 4 to 6 feet high each, with widths of 150 plus feet. Each ridge arcs nearly 3/4 of a mile from end to end, the outermost one spanning about 3/4 of a mile across, 1.2 kilometers. To help visualize, the pattern looks like a series of nested, gently curving C-shapes or ripples, covering an area of about 340 acres, 4 aisles cut through the ridges, dividing them into segments and providing passageways to the central plaza. At the center of all this is a massive open plaza, roughly 37 acres in size, as large as 35 football fields. This grand design is so vast that it remained unrecognized at ground level for centuries. It wasn't until archaeologists took aerial photographs in the 20th century that the full geometric pattern emerged. In a very real sense, Poverty Point's creators were among the first to literally reshape the North American landscape on a monumental scale, in a design visible only from above, or perhaps from atop nearby heights. It gives one chills to realize this was accomplished millennia before the golden age of classical Greece, an indigenous engineering feat achieved with no beasts of burden, no metal tools, and a presumably egalitarian social structure. As if the ridges weren't impressive enough, Poverty Point also boasts several earthen mounds, including one that ranks among the largest in North America for its time, referred to as Mound A, or sometimes the Bird Mound. This gigantic mound sits just outside the ringed ridges to the west. Mound A is roughly 72 feet tall, 22 meters, and measures about 705 by 660 feet at its base, 215 by 660 feet, 200 meters. To put that in perspective, it covers nearly the area of the Great Pyramid's base, though not as tall. In cross shape, it's roughly T or bird-shaped. Some interpret it as a stylized bird effigy when viewed from above. In sheer bulk, Mound A contains about 8.4 million cubic feet of soil, making it second only to Monk's Mound at Cahokia, built 2,000 years later, in volume. Astonishingly, studies suggest Mound A was built rapidly, perhaps within a matter of months, or a very few years. Before construction, the builders burned the vegetation on the site. A layer of charcoal below the mound dates to around 1400 to 1250 BCE. Then they heaped basket after basket of earth, likely loamy soil from nearby low areas and clay from the ridges, until this enormous platform mound took shape. For what purpose? Possibly as a ceremonial stage or temple base, or perhaps an earth island, an elevated space safe from floodwaters and closer to the sky spirits. Whatever its use, standing atop Mound A when it was newly built, one would have had a commanding view for miles around, including the arrangement of ridges and the Mississippi Delta landscape beyond. Other mounds at Poverty Point include Mound B, a smaller 21-foot conical mound believed to be the oldest, begun approximately 1700 BCE, and Mound E, a later, flat-topped mound, among a few others. Together, the mounds and ridges make Poverty Point a complex monumental site, truly a monumental earthworks, as UNESCO dubbed it. Importantly, this was not just art for art's sake. It was likely the locus of a vibrant community and possibly a pilgrimage destination for a wider culture. Archaeologists have found evidence of dwellings, post holes, and midden deposits on the ridges themselves, meaning people built houses on the ridges, basically living on their own constructed platforms. Imagine rows of circular thatched huts lining those ridges, families cooking fish from nearby rivers and nuts from the forest, children running up and down the aisles separating the arcs. The plaza would have been a gathering place for ceremonies, markets, or games. Some have speculated that different segments of the ridges might have housed groups from different regions, coming together periodically. A sort of fair or ceremonial congregation site, given the vast size which probably exceeded a normal village's needs. One of the most telling features of Poverty Point is its artifacts, which reveal a vast trade network and daily life of a hunter-gatherer society that was becoming semi-sedentary. Tens of thousands of baked clay objects, so-called Poverty Point objects, have been found. These were used as cooking stones, heated and dropped into earth ovens to bake food. The variety of shapes, balls, bicones, cylinders, might have been to control cooking temperature and time. Stone tools at the site are made of materials not local to Louisiana: flint and chert from the Ohio Valley, novaculite from Arkansas, soapstone bowls from the Appalachian foothills, copper from the Great Lakes in tiny quantities. They even found imported galena lead ore and exotic minerals, suggesting far-flung connections. Since Louisiana lacks good stone, these people likely traded their own specialty: tons of handcrafted shell beads, polished stones, and possibly foodstuffs like dried fish or persimmons. The site's location near the confluence of rivers leading to the Mississippi made it a natural trading hub. In essence, Poverty Point was a bustling center of commerce and ritual around 1500 BCE, arguably one of the first cities in North America in terms of influence, if not a city by population. Despite having no writing, so far as we know, and leaving no human remains that can speak to social hierarchy, the scale of work implies leadership and organization. Coordinating the construction of 6 massive ridges and huge mounds would have required communal effort over generations. Perhaps it was religion, a shared belief, that motivated them. The concentric design might have cosmological meaning, representing perhaps the celestial cosmos or social order. Some propose that the site could align to solar events, but evidence is not as clear as it later cites. What we do know is that around 1100 BCE, the site's use waned. Climate shifts or shifts in society might have led people to disperse or relocate. For centuries after, however, indigenous cultures of the Southeast remembered the great accomplishments of the ancient ones at Poverty Point. As similar, though smaller, earthworks continued to be built elsewhere, but none ever replicated the exact grand arcing design of Poverty Point's ridges. It remains unique. Standing on the ground at Poverty Point today, you might at first just see gentle rises. Walk a bit, and you realize you're traversing enormous rings. It's akin to standing inside the footprint of a giant monument with an unseen outline. Only from the 50-foot-tall observation mound built for modern visitors can you start to trace the semicircles in the terrain. Better yet, climb Mound A. There's a trail, though the historic stairs have been removed. From the summit, the view opens. Below, the ridges arc out gracefully, now mostly covered in grass and trees. The Mississippi's old channels gleam in the distance. In that moment, you might imagine the site as it was, full of people, full of purpose. Perhaps during a major festival, smoke from cooking fires would rise in rings from the ridges, echoing the pattern of the earthworks themselves. Drums might beat from the plaza as hundreds gathered for a rite invoking blessings on the land. Then you realize this happened over 3,000 years ago, long before Cahokia, before Chaco, even before Athens or Rome. Poverty Point was a masterpiece of prehistory, a reminder that complex society took root early in the Americas. It gives a timeline shock to anyone who thought advanced construction in North America began later. In the story of ancient American achievements, Poverty Point stands at the beginning chapters, a grand, still somewhat mysterious complex visible only in hindsight and from the heavens. Hovenweep. On the border of Utah and Colorado, in a landscape of sagebrush flats and incised canyons, a cluster of mysterious stone towers rises from the canyon rims. This is Hovenweep, a Paiute Ute word meaning deserted valley, where a series of small ancestral Puebloan villages thrived roughly 800 years ago. Among them, the square tower group is the most iconic, a veritable citadel of ancient skyscrapers precariously balanced on canyon ledges. Visiting Hovenweep, you might feel a bit like an archaeologist stumbling upon a lost medieval fortress. Except these towers are far older than any castle in Europe. They date to the late 1200s CE, contemporary with the cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde. Yet here the people built skyward in the open, as if reaching up in defiance of the wide open skies. Approaching the square tower group near sunset, the first structures you see are Hovenweep Castle and Hovenweep House, perched right on the very edge of Little Ruin Canyon. Hovenweep Castle consists of a pair of D-shaped towers joined together, their masonry walls still standing 2 stories tall in parts. Just below them, down in the canyon bottom at a spring, stands the namesake Square Tower, a slender 3-story tower built atop a house-sized boulder. It's about 20 feet high today, and may have been closer to 30 to 40 feet when intact. This tower is nearly square, slightly rectangular, and has small openings on its sides. Across the canyon, another striking edifice called Twin Towers features 2 circular-ish towers built so closely together they interlock. One has a 16-sided polygonal shape. The other is more oval, demonstrating the mason's creative prowess in fitting structures onto uneven boulders. Nearby, Rimrock House and Stronghold House cling to the canyon edge, and Eroded Boulder House actually incorporates a massive fallen rock into its walls. In total, around a dozen towers and buildings dot the canyon head here, and archaeologists have mapped nearly 30 kivas on the slopes and mesa top around them, revealing that a sizable community, perhaps up to 500 people in the vicinity, lived and worshipped here. The abundance of kivas, usually semi-subterranean, is intriguing since many towers were built right above or beside kivas, sometimes even connected by tunnels. It suggests a possible ceremonial role for the towers beyond simple defense or storage. Why towers? That's the lingering question Hovenweep poses. Unlike the more common 1-story room blocks found at many Pueblo sites, Hovenweep's villagers invested energy in constructing tall, narrow structures. Some theories, perhaps they were defensive watchtowers, allowing lookouts to spot approaching threats across the mesas. After all, the late 1200s were a time of social stress and raids as drought gripped the region. The towers' commanding views and sometimes arrow slit-like windows support this defensive idea. However, towers also could have served ritual purposes. In a few Hovenweep towers, archaeologists noted small windows positioned to allow sunlight to pierce through on solstices, essentially making them solar observatories or calendar markers. For instance, one tower has a slit that illuminates a particular spot at summer solstice sunrise, akin to sun dagger effects elsewhere. Many towers are built near kivas, as mentioned, with tunnels connecting them, suggesting perhaps a priest or ritual specialist could move unseen from kiva to tower. It's conceivable the tower might represent the upper world in cosmology and the kiva, the lower world, with people moving between for ceremonies. Additionally, evidence of daily life was found in some towers, grinding stones and pottery, meaning people also lived or worked in them. Perhaps towers were multi-purpose, part lookout, part residence, especially for important families, part shrine. One cannot ignore the symbolism of building vertically. As the quote from a Pueblo scholar in the context of Hovenweep goes, "The people there stepped into the masks of their ceremonies," implying Hovenweep was a place of deep ceremonial significance. The towers, unique in their emphasis, may symbolically have been reaching for harmony or the center place in a tumultuous era. Constructing increasingly taller towers over time, which archaeological evidence suggests they did, might reflect an increasing ritual or community importance placed on them. Walking the loop trail around the Square Tower group today, you'll come across silence and an almost eerie stillness. Desert cottontail rabbits dart between sagebrush, and ravens perch atop the ruins, croaking occasionally as if to remind you these stones once had voices. Peer down into the canyon and you'll see the clear spring that made life possible here. One of the towers, Square Tower, literally guards it, built at the canyon head just below the spring. On the opposite rim, a short walk leads to Hovenweep Castle, where you can actually step inside the lower level. The air is cool in here. Small holes in the wall may have held roof beams for an upper story. Graffiti from long-ago cowboys is carved on one wall, sadly, but above it you can spot the original plaster, remarkably still attached in spots after 700 years. It's not hard to imagine a family or two living in this castle, looking out narrow windows at their cornfields on the mesa top and the deep blue sky beyond. Follow the rim and you see twin towers. One of them has an internal doorway connecting to the other, and you marvel at the irregular shapes the builders achieved, essentially a 13-sided room, which would be a challenge even for modern architects to plan. These ancient masons were not just stacking rocks, they were skilled engineers and artists, taking into account stability, function, and form. Some towers stand on massive sandstone blocks that are detached from the main rim, meaning the builders had to scaffold or leap a gap to even access the base. Talk about a daring construction site. One tower, called Unit Type House, a more typical block of rooms, includes a tower as part of its structure, but integrated with common rooms, possibly the community center. Hovenweep's towers speak to a last flourish of Puebloan ingenuity in this region. By the early 14th century, like their Mesa Verde neighbors, Hovenweep's people emigrated southward. They likely joined clans that eventually became today's Hopi, Zuni, and other Pueblo peoples. Indeed, modern Pueblo people recount migration stories of leaving behind tall houses and seeking a place of center and balance elsewhere. When the site was first documented by W.D. Huntington in 1854, the ruins were already weathered but still impressive, and their isolation kept them more intact than many other sites. No large-scale looting occurred here in the 19th century, thankfully. That isolation is part of Hovenweep's power even now. There's little around but endless vista. At night, Hovenweep is an international dark sky park. The Milky Way arches over the towers, and one can easily imagine ancient observers up on a tower roof, tracking stars or praying under the cosmos. In daylight or moonlight, Hovenweep's stone skyscrapers encapsulate a sense of mystery. They are beautifully silent on their canyon stage. We know a lot about how they were built: careful, coursed masonry, mud mortar, even fingerprints visible in the mortar if you look closely. We know something about why, perhaps defensive, likely ceremonial, certainly communal. But there's an ineffable quality standing before them, an admiration for the human impulse to build higher, to innovate and respond to challenges by literally rising to the occasion. In the story of ancient America, Hovenweep's towers are singular. Ancient skyscrapers that, while much smaller than modern steel buildings, carry an outsized presence against the timeless southwest horizon. They leave us with enduring questions about the people who built them, even as their staunch profiles against the sky give an almost triumphant answer: we were here. We reached for the sky and made it part of our home. Walnut Canyon. Midway through our journey, we descend into Walnut Canyon, a place of intimate glimpses into daily life carved along a looping canyon wall. If the grand pueblos and towering mounds are the showy chapters of ancient America, Walnut Canyon is a quieter story, one of families dwelling in cozy cliff alcoves, leaving behind the textures of their everyday existence. Located near Flagstaff, Arizona, Walnut Canyon cuts a sinuous path through pine-covered plateaus. Its sedimentary cliffs form a series of overhung ledges, like natural apartment floors. Here, in the 11th through 12th centuries CE, the Sinagua people, contemporaries of the Wupatki and Montezuma Castle Sinagua, built over 300 cliff dwellings in the canyon's limestone recesses. Today, a trail leads you down 185 feet into the canyon via some 736 stairs to an island of rock encircled by a meander of the canyon. This is the famed Island Trail, along which you pass 25 cliff dwelling rooms that have been stabilized for visitation, while dozens more are visible across the narrow chasm on the opposite cliffs. As you step onto the Island Trail, ponderosa pines and junipers give way to sheer cliffs where shallow caves punctuate the walls. And then you see them. Neat little masonry rooms tucked under those overhangs, often in a row like a string of stone pearls along the cliff. These were once the homes of Sinagua families, typically one-room or two-room units built into natural alcoves in the rock. The Sinagua took advantage of the geology. The Kaibab limestone here eroded to form horizontal alcoves, about 10 to 15 feet deep. They simply cleared out debris, built front and side walls of rock and mortar, and voila! A snug cliff house was created, open to the canyon but sheltered above by rock. Each home's front wall had a low doorway, perhaps sealed with a mat or slab of stone, and maybe one or two small peepholes for ventilation or light. The ceilings were the curved alcove rock itself, which meant no roofing timber was needed, a convenient feature in a region where wood is scarce. It also means these dwellings had no lofts. They were small, averaging 200 square feet or less. Walking along, you literally duck into these rooms. The park allows you to carefully step inside a couple. The stonework is still solid. You can see where builders wedged rocks to meet the curvature of the alcove. Inside, the roof is blackened with ancient soot from domestic fires. There's a faint smell of dust and maybe a hint of bat guano. Bats do roost here occasionally, fitting, since Hopi call this canyon Sayo Sopa, place of the bats. In one dwelling, a metate, grinding slab, is on display, worn smooth by someone's hands grinding corn centuries ago. In another, you notice a couple of indentations in the floor, perhaps where posts for a baby cradleboard or storage frames once stood. When these rooms were inhabited, they likely had a hearth near the door for smoke escape, and maybe a raised sleeping platform of mud and stone in the back. The sinagua plastered the interior walls, so imagine a cozy off-white or pinkish interior reflecting firelight on a winter night. The family gathered around a small fire as outside the canyon, winds howl. Walnut Canyon's climate could be harsh, summers warm, but winters cold at 7,000 feet elevation, with snow common. Yet the cliff dwellings offered some climate control. They face mostly south and east, catching winter sun, and the rock overhead insulates against both heat and cold. In essence, these were energy-efficient homes. The canyon's real boon, though, was Walnut Creek below, a perennial stream, at least in those days, that provided water for drinking and irrigation. The sinagua were dry farmers up on the rims, but likely also planted in the canyon bottom where moisture lingered. Picture terraced gardens of corn and squash along the creek, and on the rims above, fields of hardy maize and amaranth. Interestingly, the park's biodiversity hints at what they ate. More than 400 plant species are found here, from walnuts, giving the canyon its name, to hackberries, piñon nuts, and a variety of berries and greens. The sinagua surely harvested wild foods to supplement their crops. Walnuts, for instance, were a nutritious snack and dye source. Prickly pear cactus fruit, a sweet treat, and its pads edible too. Deer, rabbits, and turkey were hunted. So though this canyon might appear rugged, it was a well-stocked pantry for its residents. The daily rhythms here were likely less regimented than at big centers like Cahokia or Chaco. Walnut Canyon's dwellers were a small community, perhaps a few extended families loosely affiliated. At most, a couple hundred people might have lived scattered in the various alcoves and rim pueblos of the canyon at peak. They built pit houses on the rim early on. Some 700 to 900 CE sites exist up top, then moved into the cliffs by the 11th century. As population grew or defense became a concern. On the rim trail above, you can see a partially rebuilt pueblo, ruin that likely served as a communal building or additional housing. From its outline, archaeologists think the entire canyon had more total rooms than Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde, which is astounding, indicating maybe 150 plus rooms total. But unlike Cliff Palace, here they were spread out in many small clusters rather than one big complex. This allowed for closeness with kin and relative autonomy. Now, imagine a morning in 1200 CE. As the sun rays angle into the canyon, lighting up one side in golden hues, a woman emerges from her cliff house, climbs a short ladder down to the next ledge, then a series of toe holds carved in limestone to reach the creek. She fills her pottery jar with water and climbs back, nimble and sure-footed. Children are already up, perhaps sent to gather wild onions or check turkey traps. Men might be hiking up to the mesa to tend to fields or hunting in the forest beyond. Smoke from breakfast fires curls out of a dozen cave homes, merging into a haze that drifts along the canyon. It must have been idyllic in some ways, but not without its challenges. One can slip on a steep trail. Many of the sinagua likely had enviable balance. And neighbors were not too far. A shout across the canyon could be heard, but also not right next door, so each family had some solitude. This pattern of dispersed cliff living seems to reflect a desire for independence yet community. They were close enough to trade and socialize, maybe meet in the plaza of the Rim Pueblo or the flat area by the creek, but not in each other's hair day and night. Come evening, the narrow canyon would fall into shadow early, while the rim still glowed with sunset. Then darkness, and far above the rim, a strip of starry sky winding overhead. In those moments, the canyon likely felt like a protective cradle. Perhaps the Sinagua chose Walnut Canyon, in part because it felt secure, hidden from outsiders, a secret world of their own. Indeed, archaeologists think Walnut Canyon was vacated by around 1250 CE, possibly when the Sinagua started consolidating at larger pueblos like nearby Wupatki, or when an intense drought made them reconsider living in small groups. They left in an orderly way, not much evidence of violence or starvation. As with others, they likely moved on to join with Hopi or Zuni groups, bringing their cultural heritage along. Hopi oral tradition identifies some clans, like the Honani or Badger clan and others, who came from the Sipapuni Grand Canyon area, which could include Walnut Canyon. For centuries afterward, the empty cliff houses stood silent, visited occasionally by Pueblo or Navajo hunters, or later by Anglo travelers in the 1800s. Sadly, by the late 19th century, pot hunters did ransack some caves. Walnut Canyon's easy railroad access from Flagstaff made it an early tourist and looter target. This spurred preservation. Walnut Canyon became a national monument in 1915, saving it from further harm. Today's visitors, following the same narrow ledges as the original inhabitants, albeit on modern trails, gain an appreciation for the everyday aspect of ancient life. Unlike the awe of a pyramid or a great kiva, here you find a connection on a human scale. A soot-stained ceiling, a child's handprint pressed into plaster. Yes, such handprints have been noted in some Southwest dwellings. The grindstone, where a mother ground corn for supper. These details bring you face to face with people not so unlike ourselves, making a living, raising families, in homes they built with their own hands. Walnut Canyon offers texture variety in our journey, not grand and ceremonial, but domestic and warm. It reminds us that the greatness of ancient societies isn't only in monuments, but in the sum of many small lives lived with care and ingenuity. Each little cliff house, clinging to the looping canyon wall, tells the story of a family who found shelter and sanctuary in the rocks, turning adversity, steep cliffs, scarce water, into a sustainable lifestyle for generations. In the soft light of late afternoon, as you ascend the stairs back to the rim, you might hear a whisper of those voices, the echo of a Sinagua lullaby sung to a baby, as the crickets chirp in the canyon below, more than 7 centuries ago, yet somehow still present in the silence of Walnut Canyon.
What if some of Bulgaria's oldest stone sites were already ancient when history officially began? Cities carved into living rock, sanctuaries sealed beneath earth, symbols of power placed high above the landscape. Why were they built this way? And why do their origins keep slipping beyond precise dating? If these places were purely ceremonial, why do later civilizations return to them as if inheriting something they didn't create? And if no great flood is recorded here, why do so many of Bulgaria's megastructures seem designed to survive one? Paperikon. Rising from the eastern Rhodop Mountains, where volcanic rock breaks through forested slopes and the Arda River bends quietly below, Paperikon emerges not as a single monument, but as an entire stone landscape shaped over immense spans of time, its weathered walls and carved chambers blending almost seamlessly with the bedrock itself, suggesting a place less constructed than gradually revealed. Archaeological layers indicate human presence here as early as the late Neolithic, when the hill's naturally fractured rhyolite offered both shelter and symbolic prominence. And long before masonry walls were raised, the stone was already being hollowed, smoothed, and aligned into platforms, basins, stairways, and niches, whose functions remain only partially understood. Over millennia, Thracian communities transformed the summit into a sacred acropolis, cutting a vast central hall directly into the rock, its surfaces polished by ritual use, where ancient writers later claimed an oracle of Dionysus once spoke through fire and wine, a tradition echoed by the careful placement of altars and channels carved to guide liquids across the stone. Yet even these classical associations rest atop far older foundations, visible in the deepest cuts where tool marks differ subtly from later workmanship, broader and more primitive, implying techniques and intentions not fully aligned with the architectural logic of historic temples. As the site expanded, fortifications were added during the Hellenistic and Roman periods, enclosing earlier sacred spaces rather than replacing them, preserving an unusual continuity in which religious, administrative, and residential functions overlapped within the same carved terrain. Streets were etched into the rock itself, doorways cut flush with cliff faces, and entire rooms excavated rather than built, blurring the boundary between architecture and geology. Water management features, cisterns, channels, and basins, appear repeatedly across the complex, some clearly Roman in design, others more ambiguous, positioned where rainfall naturally collects, suggesting that control of water was both a practical necessity and a ritual concern from the earliest phases. The scale of excavation raises questions that archaeology answers only partially. Removing and shaping such volumes of stone would have required sustained labour and planning, yet no clear evidence of large-scale habitation exists for the earliest periods, implying that Papericon may have functioned first as a ceremonial centre drawing seasonal populations rather than a permanent city. Geological studies reveal that the hill itself is a naturally fractured volcanic outcrop, making it unusually workable but also unstable, meaning that what survives today is likely only a fraction of what once existed, with entire sections lost to erosion, seismic activity, and deliberate dismantling. As Byzantine and later medieval builders reused the site, erecting churches and defensive walls, they often followed the lines of far older carvings, preserving alignments whose original meanings had already faded. This continuity complicates attempts to assign clear dates or purposes to specific features, especially where sacred use may have persisted uninterrupted for thousands of years, obscuring the boundary between prehistoric ritual and historic religion. Some researchers have noted astronomical orientations among certain platforms and sightlines, particularly towards solar extremes, though erosion and later modification make definitive conclusions elusive, leaving such observations suspended between careful measurement and interpretive restraint. The idea that Papericon predates known Thracian culture is supported by radiocarbon dates from nearby habitation layers and ceramic fragments, yet the deepest carved features remain difficult to date directly, their age inferred only by context and comparison. This uncertainty has fueled broader speculation linking the site to memories of a distant environmental upheaval, a time when rising waters or climatic shifts reshaped human settlement across southeastern Europe, preserving high places like this as refuges of continuity while lowland sites vanished. While no direct evidence ties Papericon to any singular flood event, its long occupation, elevated position, and ritual emphasis on water have encouraged questions about whether its earliest phases emerged during a period of profound environmental instability, when stone sanctuaries offered both physical security and symbolic order. What remains clear is that Papericon resists simple categorization. It is neither purely natural nor fully constructed, neither entirely prehistoric nor comfortably historical, but instead a cumulative imprint of human intention etched repeatedly into the same enduring rock. Each era left traces while inheriting what it could not erase, creating a palimpsest in which origins are always just beyond reach. And as the wind moves through its corridors and sunlight slides across its carved surfaces, the site continues to suggest that its deepest story lies not in any single civilization, but in the long human impulse to return to the same stone and carve meaning into it again and again. Beglik Tash, megalithic complex. Set within a low forest near Bulgaria's Black Sea coast, where oak trees grow between scattered boulders and the ground slopes gently toward the ancient shoreline, the Beglik Tash megalithic complex appears less as a constructed monument than as a deliberate arrangement of what the landscape already offered. Massive stones shifted, tilted, and positioned with minimal modification, yet with evident intention. The site occupies a natural clearing, where rounded limestone blocks lie exposed, some weighing tens of tons, their surfaces shaped by erosion long before human intervention. And archaeological evidence suggests that people began organising this space during the late Bronze Age, though the stones themselves are far older. What distinguishes Beglik Tash is the precision with which select boulders were set in relation to one another, forming narrow passages, elevated platforms, and a central sacrificial stone pierced by a carefully shaped circular opening, its edges smoothed through repeated contact rather than decorative carving. Unlike later Thracian sanctuaries that incorporate masonry walls or reliefs, Beglik Tash relies almost entirely on placement and alignment, allowing light, shadow, and seasonal change to animate the site without permanent structural additions. Researchers have noted that certain stones align with solar events, particularly the sunrise at the summer solstice, when light passes through natural gaps and illuminates specific surfaces, though the extent to which these alignments were intentional remains cautiously framed within broader patterns of prehistoric observational practice. The absence of permanent habitation structures suggests that the complex functioned as a ritual gathering place rather than a settlement, visited periodically by communities who understood the stones not as raw material, but as participants in ceremony. Excavations have uncovered fragments of pottery, animal bones, and charcoal, indicating offerings and feasting. Yet these traces are sparse, reinforcing the impression that activity here was episodic and symbolic rather than continuous. The surrounding region shows evidence of long-term human presence, and the proximity to the ancient coastline may have amplified the site's significance, situating it between forest, open sky, and sea, a convergence of natural elements often associated with liminal ritual spaces. Geological analysis reveals that while many of the stones lie close to their original positions, others were clearly moved and propped using smaller supports, demonstrating an understanding of leverage and balance sufficient to reposition immense masses without shaping them extensively. This reliance on raw stone distinguishes Beglik Tash from later monumental traditions, aligning it more closely with earlier megalithic landscapes found across Europe, where meaning was drawn from the manipulation of natural forms rather than their transformation. The site's apparent simplicity, however, masks a complex choreography of movement and perception, as participants would have navigated between stones, passed through constricted openings, and emerged into open spaces, their experience shaped as much by bodily motion as by visual symbolism. The circular opening in the central stone has been interpreted variously as a symbolic portal, a calendrical marker, or a practical feature associated with ritual acts, yet its weathered edges suggest prolonged use rather than a single ceremonial function. Over time, the forest encroached, and the stones gradually disappeared from collective memory, lacking the defensive or administrative functions that might have ensured their reuse in later periods. Unlike sites that were rebuilt, fortified, or repurposed, Beglik Tash remained largely untouched, preserving a form of ritual expression that predates monumental architecture as commonly understood. This isolation complicates precise dating, as organic materials are limited, and the stones themselves resist chronological analysis, leaving scholars reliant on contextual artifacts and comparative frameworks. The possibility that the site reflects responses to environmental rhythms rather than political authority has led some researchers to frame it within broader prehistoric strategies of stability, where ritual gatherings reinforced social cohesion amid changing coastal landscapes and shifting climates. While there is no direct evidence linking Beglik Tash to memories of catastrophic flooding or sea level rise. Its placement near the ancient shore, an emphasis on elevated stone platforms, invite reflection on how prehistoric communities marked enduring points within mutable environments. The stones endure where wooden structures and lowland settlements would not, offering continuity through slow environmental change rather than sudden disaster. Beglik Tash thus occupies a quiet position within Bulgaria's deep past, not announcing itself through walls or inscriptions, but through restraint and repetition, its meaning carried by alignment, movement, and return. In the filtered light beneath the trees, the complex suggests a worldview in which permanence was achieved not by building upward or enclosing space, but by recognizing the enduring presence of stone and arranging it just enough to let the landscape itself become the monument. Belin Tash Rock Sanctuary. High on a flat-topped limestone plateau in the western Rhodope Mountains, where the land drops away sharply on all sides and the sky feels unusually close, the Belin Tash Rock Sanctuary stretches across the exposed surface of the stone itself, its features revealed only after long approach and ascent. The plateau is marked by a network of shallow basins, channels, steps, and geometric cuts carved directly into the bedrock, their edges softened by time, yet still precise enough to suggest deliberate planning rather than random erosion. Archaeological interpretation places most visible activity here in the Thracian period, when elevated rock sanctuaries served as points of contact between human communities and the broader forces they sought to observe and negotiate. Yet the absence of datable organic material leaves the earliest phases uncertain, suspended somewhere between prehistory and early antiquity. Unlike enclosed sanctuaries, Belin Tash offers no walls or buildings, only an open surface shaped for interaction with the elements, where rainwater collects in carved depressions and flows along channels toward the plateau's edge, transforming rainfall into a visible directed event. The careful positioning of these basins suggests that water was not merely managed but observed, possibly measured, its movement across the stone, reinforcing cycles that governed agriculture and seasonal ritual. Certain carvings align along straight axes, while others appear clustered in ways that imply repeated modification, as if successive generations return to the same points, deepening cuts and refining shapes rather than introducing entirely new forms. The plateau's commanding views extend across valleys and mountain ridges, situating the sanctuary within a broad visual field that would have emphasized its separation from everyday life below. Geological studies show that the limestone here fractures predictably, and some features likely exploit natural fissures, yet the regularity of several basins and channels exceeds what natural processes alone would produce, reinforcing the conclusion of sustained human intervention. Belin Tash lacks the monumental scale of carved halls or standing stones, but its complexity lies in its integration with natural processes, using the surface of the rock as both instrument and archive. No inscriptions or iconography survive to clarify its symbolic system, leaving interpretation dependent on form, placement, and comparison with other open-air sanctuaries across the Balkans. Some researchers have proposed astronomical functions, noting possible alignments with solar or lunar events, though erosion and later disturbance make precise verification difficult, encouraging restraint rather than certainty. What distinguishes Belin Tash is the sense of accumulated attention embedded in its surface, the impression that the rock was returned to repeatedly, not to be built upon, but to be listened to, tested, and marked incrementally. The absence of defensive structures or nearby permanent settlement suggests that the plateau was approached deliberately and temporarily, reinforcing its role as a liminal space rather than a centre of power. Over time, stories gathered around the site, including modern associations with unusual phenomena, Yet these later narratives reveal more about contemporary attempts to fill interpretive gaps than about the sanctuary's original purpose. From an archaeological perspective, the site's endurance lies in its subtlety, its ability to persist without attracting extensive reuse or reconstruction. In regions where lowland sites were subject to flooding, erosion, or agricultural transformation, elevated rock platforms like Beglik Tash would have remained relatively stable, preserving traces of ritual behavior long after surrounding landscapes changed. While no evidence ties the sanctuary to a specific environmental catastrophe, its emphasis on water flow, elevation, and exposure suggests an awareness of forces that exceeded human control, negotiated through observation rather than enclosure. The plateau does not dominate the landscape through mass or height, but through clarity, offering a surface where sky, stone, and water intersect in measurable ways. Standing alone above the valleys, Beglik Tash resists definitive explanation, its carvings forming a quiet record of engagement with time and natural rhythm, hinting that for those who shaped it, endurance was found not in walls or monuments, but in the careful marking of a place that would remain when so much else had passed away. Tatul Thracian Sanctuary. Carved into a solitary rocky hill, rising above the surrounding valley, the Tatul Thracian Sanctuary presents itself as a deliberate shaping of an already prominent natural form, its stepped profile and smoothed surfaces visible from a distance long before individual features become clear. The hill is composed of volcanic tuff, a relatively soft stone that lends itself to carving, and archaeological evidence indicates that human activity here began in the late Bronze Age, intensifying through the Thracian period as the site evolved into a complex ceremonial centre. At its core lies a rock-cut, pyramid-like structure, its flattened summit encircled by shallow channels and niches, suggesting a focus on ritual activity conducted in the open, exposed to sky and weather. Below this summit, a series of carved terraces, stairways, and chambers descend the slope, creating a vertical sequence that guides movement upward rather than inward, reinforcing the sense of ascent as a symbolic act. Excavations have revealed traces of fire use, ceramic fragments, and animal remains, pointing to repeated ceremonial gatherings rather than permanent occupation, while the absence of domestic structures underscores the site's separation from everyday life. One of Tatul's most distinctive features is a rock-cut tomb carved directly into the hill, positioned beneath the summit platform, leading some researchers to propose that the sanctuary was associated with hero cults or ruler veneration, where burial and ritual were interwoven rather than segregated. Classical sources describing Thracian beliefs emphasize the permeability between the worlds of the living and the dead, and Tatul's architecture appears to embody this concept spatially, with ritual spaces layered above a chamber, carved to receive the dead. Over time, additional modifications were made, including fortification elements during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Yet these later interventions adapt to the original carved form rather than replacing it, preserving the sanctuary's essential structure. Geological analysis shows that many surfaces were deliberately smoothed, their edges rounded through sustained use, suggesting that the hill was not simply carved once, but maintained and refined across generations. The site's elevated position offers wide views of surrounding routes and valleys, situating it within networks of movement and visibility that would have enhanced its ceremonial significance. Unlike enclosed temples, Tatul remains exposed, its ritual architecture inseparable from the landscape, reinforcing a worldview in which sacred space was defined by place rather than structure. The lack of inscriptions or explicit iconography leaves its precise functions open to interpretation, though the repetition of niches and channels suggests offerings, libations, and possibly astronomical observation tied to seasonal cycles. Some scholars have noted that the sanctuary's form predates the introduction of monumental stone architecture in the region, aligning it with earlier traditions of shaping natural outcrops rather than constructing freestanding buildings. This continuity complicates chronological boundaries, as later cultures inherited a form already charged with meaning, adapting it to their own rituals without erasing its earlier identity. In landscapes subject to erosion, deforestation, and shifting settlement patterns, such elevated sanctuaries would have remained stable reference points, preserving continuity amid change. While there is no evidence linking Tatul directly to memories of floods or large-scale environmental disruption, its emphasis on height, permanence, and the integration of burial within ritual space suggests an enduring concern with stability and renewal. The sanctuary does not present itself as a monument to a single moment or figure, but as a cumulative expression of belief shaped over centuries, its stone surfaces bearing the quiet imprint of repeated return. As light moves across its carved steps, and the valley below changes with season and time, Tatul continues to occupy its hilltop with an air of restraint, offering no declarations, only the persistent suggestion that meaning was once drawn here from elevation, endurance, and the careful shaping of stone that outlasted those who carved it. Pliska. Ancient city ruins. Spread across the flat plains of northeastern Bulgaria, where the land opens wide and the horizon stretches without obstruction, the ruins of Pliska unfold, not as a single monument, but as an immense, carefully ordered expanse, its scale only fully apparent when traced across the ground. Founded in the late 7th century as the first capital of the Bulgarian state, Pliska initially took form as an earthen and wooden settlement enclosed by vast defensive works, reflecting steppe traditions adapted to a new and unfamiliar landscape. The earliest phase consisted of an enormous outer enclosure defined by ditches and embankments that encircled an area far larger than most contemporary cities, suggesting that Pliska functioned not only as an urban centre but as a symbolic domain, capable of absorbing population herds and resources during times of instability. Within this enclosure, later stone walls were constructed, forming an inner city whose geometry reveals increasing administrative order and permanence. Archaeological evidence shows a gradual transition from timber structures to monumental stone architecture, culminating in the construction of palaces, administrative buildings, and religious complexes that signaled a decisive shift from mobile power to rooted authority. The most prominent of these later structures, the Great Basilica, stands as one of the largest early medieval churches in Europe, its foundations laid deliberately over earlier buildings, marking both a religious and political transformation following the Christianization of the Bulgarian state. Yet beneath these visible remains lie traces of earlier occupation, including reused stone blocks and altered ground surfaces that hint at pre-existing activity on the site before its formal designation as a capital. The choice of Pliska's location, distant from mountains and built on open plain, has long puzzled researchers as it lacks the natural defences typical of earlier Thracian strongholds, relying instead on scale, planning, and artificial fortification. This openness may reflect confidence in centralised control, but it also suggests a response to environmental and social conditions in which space itself was a resource, allowing visibility, movement, and rapid assembly. The city's water management systems, including wells and channels, indicate an acute awareness of the challenges posed by seasonal variation in an exposed landscape, reinforcing the importance of infrastructure in sustaining permanence. Over time, Pliska was partially dismantled, its stones reused in later constructions, while the capital shifted elsewhere, leaving behind a grid of foundations and roads that slowly merged back into the fields. Unlike elevated sanctuaries or buried tombs, Pliska's ruins remained vulnerable to erosion, agriculture, and neglect. Their survival dependent less on concealment than on sheer extent. Some researchers have noted that the city's earliest earthworks bear resemblance to defensive systems found far to the north and east, while others emphasize continuity with local building practices, illustrating the hybrid nature of its origins. Speculation about whether the site replaced an earlier settlement remains unresolved, as the flat terrain offers few stratigraphic anchors, and organic materials decay quickly in the soil. In a broader sense, Pliska represents a different response to time and uncertainty than the stone sanctuaries and tombs that preceded it, prioritizing administrative reach and political visibility over ritual permanence. Yet even here, continuity asserts itself, as new structures were layered over old ones rather than placed elsewhere, binding successive phases to the same ground. While no credible evidence places Pliska before known historical frameworks or associates it with prehistoric catastrophe, its massive scale and sudden emergence have encouraged reflection on how societies reorganize space after periods of disruption. The city's rise marks a turning point where memory, authority, and belief were no longer embedded primarily in carved rock or hidden chambers, but in ordered space and visible power. Today, the scattered remains of walls and foundations offer little immediate spectacle, yet taken together they form a quiet counterpoint to the earlier sites, suggesting that the impulse to endure can express itself as much through organization and repetition as through stone and elevation. Pliska does not whisper of lost ages beneath the earth or on the mountain top, but of a moment when permanence was sought across open land, and when the past, rather than being buried or carved into rock, was absorbed into the groundwork of a new state, leaving behind a landscape where absence itself becomes the final trace of continuity. Sveshtari Tomb. Hidden beneath a low earthen mound in the rolling landscape of northeastern Bulgaria, the Sveshtari Tomb reveals itself only gradually, its carefully cut stone chambers concealed for centuries by soil and vegetation, preserving an interior that feels suspended between the living world and something deliberately removed from it. Discovered in the late 20th century, the tomb is dated to the early Hellenistic period and is generally attributed to the Getae, a Thracian people whose elite burial practices blended local traditions with influences absorbed through contact with the Greek world. Unlike many Thracian tombs that emphasize painted decoration or monumental corridors, Sveshtari's power lies in its architectural restraint and the uncanny presence of its sculpted figures. 10 female forms carved in high relief, half human and half vegetal, standing with raised arms as if supporting the weight of the chamber itself. Their bodies emerge seamlessly from the stone walls, merging anatomy with architectural function, blurring distinctions between structure, symbol, and ritual purpose. Above them, a carved frieze of horsemen advances toward a central figure, a procession frozen in stone that suggests continuity beyond death rather than a single moment of burial. The chamber's proportions are precise, its geometry deliberate, with carefully fitted limestone blocks, forming a space that feels both intimate and formal, engineered to endure while remaining hidden from the surface world. Archaeological evidence indicates that the tomb was used for a high-ranking individual, possibly a ruler, and then deliberately sealed, its entrance concealed beneath the mound in a way that discouraged reopening, as if permanence itself were part of the funerary intent. Yet the mound into which the tomb was cut had already been a sacred place long before this burial, part of a larger necropolis whose origins extend into earlier Thracian ritual practices tied to ancestor worship and landscape veneration. This reuse of a pre-existing sacred terrain mirrors patterns seen across the region, where later elites anchored their authority within places already charged with memory. The caryatid-like figures, often compared to Greek architectural forms, differ in crucial ways. They wear garments unique to Thracian iconography, their faces stylized rather than idealized, and their transformation into plant forms at the waist suggests a symbolic link between human life, the earth, and cyclical renewal. The absence of extensive grave goods, many of which were likely removed in antiquity, places greater emphasis on the space itself as the primary ritual instrument, designed to guide perception and belief rather than to display wealth. Structural analysis shows that the tomb's construction required advanced planning, including precise load distribution and stone carving techniques, indicating access to specialized knowledge and skilled labor. Yet this sophistication exists alongside symbolic elements that resist full explanation, particularly the choice to depict figures that appear both alive and immobile, engaged in eternal support of the chamber above. Some scholars have suggested that the tomb represents a mythic dwelling for the deceased, a threshold space rather than a final resting place, while others view it as a symbolic reproduction of a cosmic order, with the central axis of the chamber aligning the ruler's body within a structured universe. The mound itself, rising gently above the plain, recalls far older burial traditions stretching back into prehistory, when earth and stone were combined to mark transitions between worlds. In this context, Sveshtari does not appear as an isolated innovation, but as a refinement of concepts long embedded in the landscape. Geological studies indicate that the limestone used was sourced locally, reinforcing the idea that the tomb was intended to remain inseparable from its setting, bound to the land rather than transported from elsewhere. The preservation of the interior, protected by the mound and stable soil conditions, has allowed modern observers to encounter the space much as it was left, intensifying the impression that its creators anticipated a distant future gaze, even as they sought to seal it from intrusion. Speculation has occasionally extended beyond its accepted date, questioning whether certain symbolic features preserve echoes of much older beliefs, possibly rooted in times when burial mounds served as communal markers of survival through environmental change. While no evidence places the Sveshtari tomb before known Thracian culture, its deliberate concealment, structural permanence, and emphasis on cyclical imagery invite reflection on how societies respond to instability by anchoring meaning in stone beneath the earth. The tomb does not proclaim catastrophe or renewal directly, yet its silence, maintained over centuries, suggests an awareness of time measured not in generations but in deep continuity. Emerging only when modern excavation cut back the soil, Sveshtari stands as a reminder that some of the most carefully constructed expressions of power and belief were never meant to be seen again, preserved not for memory but for endurance, waiting within the ground as the world above changed beyond recognition. Mezek Thracian tomb. At the edge of the Sakar Mountains, where the terrain softens into rolling hills and the movement of people and goods once followed predictable routes toward the Aegean, the Mezek Thracian tomb lies concealed beneath a substantial earthen mound, its presence betrayed only by a stone-lined passage leading inward from the slope. Constructed in the late 4th century BCE, the tomb reflects a moment when Thracian elites adopted and adapted architectural forms circulating through the Hellenistic world, yet did so in a way that preserved older regional concepts of burial and commemoration. The entrance corridor, built of large, carefully fitted stone blocks, draws the visitor gradually underground, transitioning from open landscape to enclosed space in a controlled sequence that heightens the sense of separation from the living world. Beyond it, a series of chambers unfolds, each defined by corbelled stone roofs that distribute weight without the use of true arches, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of load and stability. The circular burial chamber at the tomb's core is monumental in scale, its smooth stone walls enclosing a space that feels both protective and final, designed to endure long after surface markers faded. Excavations uncovered evidence of a richly furnished burial, including weapons, vessels, and luxury goods, many of which were removed in antiquity, leaving the architecture itself as the primary surviving expression of intent. The mound above, composed of layered earth and stone, served not only as a marker, but as a protective shell, stabilizing the chambers below and sealing the interior environment. Archaeological context suggests that the tomb was associated with a powerful local ruler or noble family, positioned deliberately near routes of communication, rather than within a densely populated settlement, reinforcing its role as a territorial and symbolic anchor. The careful construction indicates access to skilled labor and organized resources, yet the tomb does not overwhelm its surroundings. Instead, it integrates quietly into the landscape, its visibility diminishing with distance. Structural analysis shows that the builders selected stone types with durability in mind, minimizing water infiltration and collapse, an approach that reflects long-standing regional experience with burial construction. Beneath the technical precision lies a symbolic language that remains only partially legible, particularly in the choice to emphasize circular space and subterranean depth, forms often associated with cyclical time and continuity. The tomb's placement within a broader tradition of mound burials links it to practices extending deep into prehistory, when earth and stone were combined to mark lineage and memory across generations. Unlike open-air sanctuaries, Mezek directs attention inward and downward, suggesting a ritual focus on containment and preservation rather than observation or alignment with the sky. Over centuries, the mound endured agricultural change, political shifts, and the reconfiguration of settlement patterns. Its survival owed less to visibility than to its integration with the terrain. While no evidence places the tomb outside its established historical period, its architectural lineage draws upon techniques and symbolic concepts far older than the Hellenistic era, reflecting a continuity of funerary thinking rather than a sudden innovation. In regions where surface structures were repeatedly rebuilt or erased, such subterranean monuments offered a more stable means of memory, insulated from many forces that reshaped the landscape above. The idea that burial mounds functioned as repositories of continuity during times of uncertainty has been raised cautiously, though the archaeological record favors gradual cultural evolution over abrupt rupture. Standing quietly beneath its mound, the Mezek tomb does not speak of catastrophe or loss, but of control, permanence, and the deliberate shaping of space to resist time. Its stone chambers remain intact long after the identities of those interred have faded, preserving a form of intention that transcends individual memory, suggesting that for its builders, endurance itself was the message, carried not upward into the skyline, but downward into the earth. Madara Rider. Carved high into a sheer limestone cliff overlooking the Madara Plateau, the Madara Rider appears suddenly, emerging from the rock face with a quiet authority that feels both deliberate and strangely detached from its surroundings, as if the image were meant to be seen from afar rather than approached. The relief depicts a mounted horseman in motion, spear lowered toward a lion beneath the horse's hooves, while a dog runs behind, all rendered at a scale and height that immediately separates it from typical commemorative carvings of the ancient world. Unlike freestanding monuments, the rider was cut directly into the vertical cliff, some 23 meters above ground, requiring scaffolding, planning, and a level of coordination that suggests an organized authority capable of commanding both labor and symbolic vision. Most scholars date the relief to the early medieval period, associating it with the First Bulgarian Empire, and identifying the rider as a ruler, possibly Khan Tervel, supported by nearby Greek inscriptions added later that commemorate military victories and political events. Yet the image itself resists easy classification within known Byzantine or steppe artistic traditions, its composition blending classical naturalism with something more archaic and restrained, lacking the ornamental excess typical of imperial propaganda. The cliff into which it is carved was already a place of significance long before the relief existed, forming part of a broader sacred landscape dotted with caves, niches, and rock sanctuaries used since antiquity, suggesting that the choice of location carried inherited meaning beyond political display. Weathering patterns on the relief show that it has endured centuries of exposure, its details softened by wind and water, but the rider's posture remains unmistakable, frozen in a moment that feels symbolic rather than narrative, an image of dominance, order, and continuity imposed upon the stone. The absence of any architectural framework around the relief further deepens the mystery, as it stands alone, unsupported by temples, plazas, or inscriptions contemporary with its creation, implying that the image itself was the focal point, not part of a larger constructed complex. Some researchers have noted that the cliff face bears traces of earlier carvings, or modifications now eroded beyond recognition, raising the possibility that the rider occupies a surface already shaped or revered in earlier periods, its placement perhaps intentionally overwriting or inheriting a far older sacred marker. The surrounding plateau reveals evidence of Thracian presence, Roman roads, and early medieval settlements, creating a layered cultural context in which symbols were reused and reinterpreted rather than erased. This continuity complicates efforts to view the Madara Rider purely as a medieval political statement, as its elevated position and isolation align more closely with prehistoric rock art traditions, where images were placed beyond reach, visible yet inaccessible, reinforcing their authority through distance. Geological studies show that the limestone cliff naturally fractures in horizontal bands, which may have guided the placement of the carving, but also means that significant portions of the original relief could have been lost over time, subtly altering its appearance and proportions. The rider's orientation has been examined for potential astronomical or landscape alignments, though conclusions remain tentative, constrained by erosion and the lack of contemporary records describing its intended function. The later inscriptions, carved centuries after the relief itself, suggest that subsequent rulers recognized the power of the image and sought to anchor their own legitimacy to it, transforming an already ancient symbol into a historical document. This act of reuse hints that the relief may have carried meaning even its medieval patrons did not fully understand, inheriting a site whose authority predated their own political structures. Speculation has occasionally connected the Madara Rider to much older mythic archetypes of the divine horseman found across Eurasia, symbols associated with protection, fertility, and cosmic order, though such parallels remain comparative rather than evidentiary. What is more firmly established is that the relief occupies a liminal position between epochs, carved at a moment when older sacred landscapes were being absorbed into emerging states, preserving fragments of belief within new frameworks of power. The idea that such a monument could encode memories of earlier environmental or cultural upheavals has been raised cautiously, particularly given the broader regional narratives of lost lowland settlements and shifting populations following. Climatic instability in late antiquity and earlier prehistory. While no direct link ties the Madara Rider to any flood tradition or cataclysmic event, its commanding height, endurance and placement within a long-used sacred terrain invite reflection on why certain images were elevated above time while others vanished. The rider does not explain itself, it observes, fixed in stone, as centuries passed beneath it, empires rising and dissolving across the plateau below. In this stillness lies its enduring power, not as a definitive statement of origin or identity, but as a marker of continuity imposed upon a landscape already heavy with memory. suggesting that whatever moment gave rise to the Madara Rider, it was shaped as much by what had been forgotten as by what was remembered. Beneath the sands of Arabia lies a chain of ancient megastructures so vast, so precise and so old that every answer only deepens the uncertainty. In Al-Ula and Mada'in Salih, entire cliff faces were carved with impossible accuracy, yet the people who built them left barely a trace. Across Harat Khaibar, thousands of stone patterns stretch for miles, perfectly aligned on a landscape no civilization claimed. At Tayma, royal inscriptions appear without the cities expected to support them, while in Dumat al-Jandal and Al-Faw, layers of ruins refuse to match the timelines written in our textbooks. And scattered through Jubbah's rock art are scenes from climates and cultures we still cannot place. So who shaped these desert strongholds? Why do their architectural sequences contradict the civilizations we think lived here? How were such vast constructions organized in regions believed to be empty? And what vanished story ties all these mysteries together? Al-Ula. In the northwestern desert of Arabia, where plateaus rise in muted tiers and winds move with an almost ceremonial slowness, Al-Ula unfolds as a landscape shaped by time rather than intention, its sandstone escarpments bearing the soft, worn geometry of a place inhabited far longer than any written memory can hold. And as the morning light grazes the cliffs, the outlines of ancient pathways and abandoned dwellings begin to surface, suggesting a settlement whose quiet endurance once anchored caravans moving between distant kingdoms. Yet the calm impression it gives from afar begins to shift on closer approach, when the veneer of simple antiquity gives way to a depth of continuity that does not announce itself overtly, but presses forward in the faint remnants of Bronze Age enclosures, in the patterned distribution of wells, and in the faintly perceptible alignment of structures that seem to gesture towards stars no longer occupying those same positions, creating an atmosphere in which the familiar explanations of growth and decline seem insufficient. Here, archaeologists trace layers of habitation stretching back many millennia, noting that the early oases were shaped through a delicate interplay of groundwater, sediment transport, and the bedrock channels that guided seasonal floods, all of which allowed successive cultures, from early pastoralists to the Dadan and Lycian kingdoms, to leave inscriptions and monuments whose weathering reveals the tempo of their presence. Yet the more these layers are studied, the more contradictions emerge in the cadence of settlement, as radiocarbon dates do not always align cleanly with pottery typologies, and as certain monumental features appear to have been reworked across periods in ways that obscure rather than clarify their origins. The valley's famous outcrops, often carved into facades or marked with inscriptions, introduce further complexity, for while many can be ascribed to known historic groups, others occupy transitional stylistic zones where motifs echo neighbouring regions, but proportions and tool signatures remain locally unique, raising questions about workshops that may have shifted with trade routes or about artisans who adapted older forms whose sources are now obscure. Throughout the area, the buried remnants of administrative quarters, ritual spaces, and trade installations hint at a community that operated as a hinge between Arabia, the Levant, and Mesopotamia. Yet the spatial logic of these remnants is uneven, with some districts showing deliberate planning while others seem grafted atop earlier configurations without fully replacing them, suggesting a rhythm of growth shaped more by negotiation with inherited landscapes than by formal design. Subsurface surveys reveal foundations that do not align with later street grids and terraces, whose construction fill includes reworked stone from structures whose original placement remains unknown, prompting investigators to wonder whether cycles of abandonment and reoccupation occurred more frequently than the surviving textual evidence implies. Scattered across the wider region, the basalt and sandstone hills preserve inscriptions in Dadanitic, Thamudic, and other scripts, each marking moments of presence, but rarely offering enough narrative continuity to describe how population shifted or how authority moved through the valley. Still, the density of such writing indicates a social milieu in which marking place mattered, and where the boundaries between political, religious, and commercial activity might have been fluid, particularly given the valley's dependence on water systems that required sustained communal management. The ancient water channels themselves, carved into bedrock or built from carefully placed stone, reveal an engineering knowledge that evolved across centuries. Though the sequences of modification are difficult to pass when later repairs mimic earlier techniques, thereby blurring the line between origin and maintenance. In some sectors, the depth of sediment burying early features exceeds what can be explained by natural deposition alone, suggesting episodes of regrading or flood management whose scale is not recorded in surviving texts. Even the monumental tombs and facades that now draw the most attention do not provide a straightforward chronology, for while their stylistic attributes often suggest influence from Nabatean neighbours, the extent of that influence, whether direct, mediated or selectively adopted, remains a subject of ongoing debate, especially where experimental photogrammetry reveals chisel patterns inconsistent with known Nabatean toolkits. Such discrepancies do not imply anything extraordinary, but underscore the possibility that local craftsmen adapted external forms through techniques particular to the region, producing architectural hybrids that resist precise classification. As excavations widen, small finds such as beads, botanical remains, and fragments of imported ceramics hint at trade networks that fluctuated over time, their ebb and flow reflected in the sporadic presence of foreign goods. Yet even these do not resolve the puzzle of why certain parts of the valley flourished during periods when others diminished, nor why some building phases appear abruptly without clear precursors. Geological studies add their own layer of complexity, demonstrating that tectonic uplift, variation in precipitation, and shifts in dune activity subtly reconfigured the landscape, occasionally altering water availability in ways that could have influenced settlement stability, though the correlation remains challenging to establish with certainty. Pollen cores suggest cycles of cultivation and decline, but the intervals between them do not always match the archaeological horizons, leaving open the question of whether human adaptation or environmental change played the stronger role at each juncture. Within this blend of evidence, the sense of a community responding to both opportunity and constraint emerges. Yet gaps persist where neither artifact nor sediment fully explains transitions, leaving researchers to consider whether undocumented local groups contributed to the early shaping of the valley, or whether phases of occupation were too ephemeral to leave clear signatures. And so Al-Ula continues to occupy a position between clarity and elusiveness, its carved faces and abandoned streets offering enough information to outline its long arc, yet never quite enough to settle the ambiguities woven through its evolution, inviting the quiet recognition that even in a landscape marked by centuries of human presence, certain origins recede into the terrain itself, leaving a measured wonder that endures as steadily as the stones that frame the valley's shifting light. Mada'in Salih. South of Al-Ula, where the sandstone massifs rise in broad tiered walls and the desert floor becomes a quiet expanse of pale gravel and drifting shadow, Mada'in Salih emerges with a stillness that belies the intricacy of its carved monuments, its facades standing in measured rows, as though awaiting the return of a community whose presence is preserved only in tools, marks and architectural decisions, rather than in voices or chronicles. And at first, the site presents itself as a familiar Nabatean counterpart to Petra, offering grand tombs, monumental stairways, and carefully proportioned frontispieces that follow recognizable templates. Yet, as one moves between these hewn chambers, the sense of familiarity begins to loosen, for subtle irregularities in orientation and spacing appear where the cliffs shift angle and the stone's internal fractures dictate what can be carved, creating a pattern that is less uniform than it seems from a distance, and suggesting that the builders were constantly adjusting their plans to the geology rather than imposing designs upon it. A negotiation visible in the positioning of unfinished tombs, and in the abandoned outlines that reveal attempts to adapt ornamentation to stone that proved too soft or too coarse. While inscriptions on certain facades provide names, titles, and boundaries, they offer little insight into why this caravan station grew to such scale at this particular moment, or how its tomb clusters relate to the broader ebb of Nabatean authority across the region. And archaeologists examining the stratigraphy of surrounding habitations note that the domestic zones remain surprisingly sparse given the density of monumental burial structures, raising questions about the rhythms of life that underpinned a place so dominated by commemorative architecture. Fragments of pottery, metal tools, and imported goods reveal that the settlement participated in commercial exchange, stretching deep into Arabia and north toward the Levant. But the volume of material fluctuates in ways that resist easy chronological alignment, with some layers rich in foreign wares, while others remain almost exclusively local, prompting discussions about the seasonality of trade, temporary relocations, or shifts in caravan routes that left intermittent imprints rather than sustained accumulation. Geological surveys deepen the complexity, for the sandstone here is part of a formation whose bedding planes vary significantly, even across short distances, meaning that each facade is a dialogue between artisan and rock, and the variations in weathering patterns, particularly around cornices and engaged columns, suggest differing construction phases that may have been spaced apart by more time than stylistic similarity implies. Even the grandest tombs, whose sharply cut pediments and finely detailed capitals reflect high craftsmanship, do not resolve the question of how the local workforce was organised, whether master builders rotated through the region, or whether the distinctive chisel strokes identified on certain facades represent workshops whose existence is otherwise unrecorded, though none of these uncertainties exceed the bounds of typical archaeological ambiguity in a region where written archives are scarce. Further out from the main clusters, small quarries and half-carved blocks hint at industrial zones that once supplied construction efforts, yet the scatter of waste flakes does not always correspond to nearby tombs, leading some researchers to hypothesize that raw stone was moved farther across the site than expected, or that certain areas served multiple phases of activity whose chronological order remains unresolved. While Nabatean influence is unmistakable, the subtle departures in proportion and decorative vocabulary, such as localized renditions of crow step elements or slight shifts in column spacing, suggest that the architectural language here was shaped not only by external trends, but also by practical constraints and regional adaptation. A quiet reminder that cultural transmission seldom produces perfect replicas. Beneath the tombs themselves, traces of earlier occupations complicate the story further, with hearths, storage pits, and post holes indicating habitation predating the monumental phase. Though the relationship between these early groups and the later Nabatean builders is still uncertain, especially as certain ceramic traditions appear discontinuous while others show gradual evolution. Environmental studies contribute yet another layer, revealing that fluctuations in aquifer levels and episodic shifts in rainfall may have influenced the viability of nearby agricultural plots, which in turn could have shaped the prosperity of the settlement, though the correspondence between environmental proxies and archaeological horizons remains imperfect. As researchers map the site with increasing precision, they encounter anomalies, alignments that serve no obvious ritual or practical purpose, clusters of small features whose functions remain debated, and spatial gaps where one might expect denser occupation that do not suggest anything extraordinary, but instead highlight the limits of what can be reconstructed from a fragmentary record. And so the carved facades of Mada'in Salih, monumental yet quiet, precise yet enigmatic, stand amid the desert, not as remnants of a lost civilization, but as the layered outcome of known cultures working within the constraints of landscape, climate and circumstance, their enduring presence offering clarity in form, but uncertainty in sequence, leaving a subtle question lingering in the still air about the choices, adaptations and forgotten moments that shaped the contours of a city whose story remains incomplete despite the remarkable stone pages it left behind. Elephant Rock. East of Al-Ula's central valley, where isolated sandstone buttes rise like solitary witnesses to tens of thousands of seasons, Elephant Rock stands apart, its broad arch and rounded contours shaped by wind-borne abrasion and quiet cycles of thermal expansion that long preceded human presence. And at first glance, it appears solely as a geological sculpture, an accident of erosion given a familiar form by happenstance. But as one approaches the base of the monolith, faint incisions and weathered petroglyphs emerge, their shallow lines partially obscured by centuries of sand-laden gusts, introducing the first suggestion that this natural landmark once held significance beyond its striking silhouette. These carvings, modest in scale compared to the monumental facades at Mada'in Salih, include representations of animals, tribal symbols, and occasional inscriptions whose legibility varies with the condition of the stone. And while few provide firm chronological anchors, stylistic comparisons to broader Arabian rock art traditions indicate that multiple groups left their marks here across long intervals, creating a palimpsest of small gestures layered against a backdrop, shaped not by intent but by geological time. Surveys conducted around the formation reveal scatters of lithics, hearth remnants, and the outlines of temporary encampments, suggesting that the site functioned less as a permanent settlement and more as a waypoint or gathering spot for travellers navigating the region's network of oases and seasonal pastures. Yet the distribution of these features is uneven, raising questions about whether the rock served as a territorial marker, a ritual location, or simply a recognizable landmark amid a shifting dune field whose positions changed subtly over centuries. The carvings themselves complicate interpretation, for while some depict familiar motifs, ibex, camel, and simple anthropomorphic forms, others show stylistic affinities to distant regions, such as elongated animal figures resembling those found in northern Arabia or geometric patterns reminiscent of inscriptions near the Jubbah basins, though these resemblances remain tentative and do not indicate direct connections so much as shared traditions evolving across open landscapes. Attempts to date the petroglyphs through micro-erosion analysis yield broad ranges that overlap with multiple known cultural periods, making it difficult to determine whether the carvings represent episodic visits or sustained engagement with the site, and the absence of associated structural remains further limits definitive conclusions. Geological assessment of the rock's surface reveals that the rate of erosion varies across its flanks, meaning that some carvings have degraded more rapidly than others, giving the misleading impression of relative age differences that may instead reflect exposure to prevailing winds, angle of bedding planes, or mineral composition within the sandstone layers. Despite these challenges, the cumulative record hints at a place that never functioned as an artistic centre in any formal sense, but nonetheless attracted repeated attention, perhaps owing to the natural prominence of the formation, its position along transit routes, or the acoustics created by the arch that subtly amplifies footsteps and voices, though such sensory attributes cannot be confirmed archaeologically and remain speculative observations noted only in modern field reports. Nearby, the distribution of small stone features, simple alignments, low rings and scattered cairns adds another dimension, yet their functions remain ambiguous, for many such features across Arabia served practical purposes like wayfinding or herding management, while others held symbolic roles now inaccessible to interpretation, and without clear stratigraphic context, their significance near Elephant Rock remains unresolved. Environmental reconstructions suggest that during certain periods, the surrounding plain supported more vegetation than it does today, with ephemeral grasslands and scattered shrubs, creating a landscape that may have drawn pastoral groups, whose movements intersected with the landmark. But such reconstructions offer only broad parameters rather than specific narratives. Although the rock's evocative shape encourages modern associations, archaeological caution holds firm against ascribing symbolic meanings unsupported by evidence. And indeed, the carvings themselves do not unmistakably encode ritual or mythic content, instead reflecting the diversity of everyday motifs common across the peninsula's ancient art traditions. Even so, the very act of carving into a natural formation that already commanded attention hints at an interaction between people and landscape that extends beyond mere practicality, though its motivations, commemorative, territorial, or simply expressive, remain obscured by the passage of time. Scattered ceramics found in the vicinity belong to varied periods, from early Arabian wares to later Islamic fragments, yet the density is too low to imply settled occupation, reinforcing the notion that this was a transient nexus rather than a lived-in community. As researchers continue to document the surface features, they encounter irregularities, a faint grid-like scarring near the base that could represent tool sharpening or natural exfoliation, a cluster of abstract lines whose orientation does not match prevailing stylistic trends, and a partially buried boulder-bearing carvings inconsistent with those on the main formation, none of which suggests extraordinary activity, but all of which highlight how fragmentary the archaeological story remains. Excavation is limited by the delicacy of the surrounding sediments and the need to preserve the natural landmark. So many questions persist regarding the sequence of activity around the site, including whether certain carvings corresponded to periods of increased mobility, consolidation of tribal territories, or shifts in trade networks linking Al-Ula to northern and southern routes. Ultimately, Elephant Rock stands as a quiet composite of natural process and human gesture, its form shaped across millions of years, and its markings layered across millennia, offering a muted record whose significance lies not in monumental statements, but in the subtle traces of travellers, herders, and small communities who paused long enough to inscribe their presence on a surface already ancient, leaving behind not a grand mystery, but a gentle uncertainty that endures in the interplay between enduring stone and the nearly erased intentions of those who carved their brief marks upon it. Tayma Oasis, in the broad basin of northern Arabia, where shifting dunes meet low basalt ridges, the Tayma Oasis emerges as a quiet constellation of wells, settlement mounds, and eroded walls whose muted presence belies the region's long record of habitation. And at first, the ruins appear simply as the cumulative residue of an oasis town shaped by commerce and agriculture. Its mud brick outlines softened by centuries of wind and intermittent flood. Yet as one approaches the remains of its defensive walls and the tall, solitary Tayma stone with its Aramaic inscription, the atmosphere begins to shift toward a deeper, more layered history, in which the oasis served not only as a way station along caravan routes, but at times as a political refuge, a hub of exchange, and an intersection of cultural traditions moving between the Levant and Inner Arabia. Archaeological surveys reveal that Tayma's earliest occupation stretches well into the Bronze Age, and stratified deposits beneath later architecture show transitions in food production, storage practices, and ceramic styles that form a sequence far older and more complex than the outward appearance of the ruins suggests. Though these transitions are not always smooth, with certain layers showing abrupt changes in material culture that do not correspond neatly with known periods of regional upheaval, raising questions about demographic shifts, climate variability, or economic realignments that left incomplete signatures in the archaeological record. The oasis's water system, anchored by deep wells tapping into ancient aquifers, enabled sustained settlement. Yet paleohydrological studies indicate fluctuations in groundwater availability that may have influenced cycles of expansion and contraction, and the correlation between these environmental oscillations and occupation phases remains imprecise. For some, building booms appear to coincide with periods of reduced water rather than increased supply, suggesting social adaptation or redistribution rather than environmental determinism alone. Among the most striking features of Tayma are the remnants of its massive city wall, portions of which still stand in uneven tiers of stone and mud brick, their foundations resting on earlier fortifications, whose differing construction techniques hint at long-term modifications rather than a single coherent building program. And where the alignment of certain sections deviates subtly from the general grid, archaeologists note that these irregularities may reflect the incorporation of older structures or shifts in settlement priorities over time. Pottery assemblages recovered from around the wall reveal trade connections extending westward toward the Mediterranean, south into the Arabian Peninsula, and northeast toward Mesopotamia. Yet the density of foreign imports varies unpredictably, with some periods showing sustained contact and others seeming almost insular, complicating efforts to reconstruct Tayma's role within wider commercial systems. The celebrated historical episode, in which the Neo-Babylonian king Nabonidus reputedly resided in Tayma for a prolonged period, adds another layer of interpretive complexity. For while textual sources confirm the event, its archaeological footprint is far more diffuse than might be expected, with no single architectural complex definitively attributable to his presence, and only a few objects datable to that era providing indirect support, prompting scholars to reconsider earlier assumptions about the scale and nature of royal occupation in an oasis environment. Excavations within residential quarters reveal multi-room houses, storage facilities, and workshops whose organisation suggests a stable urban community. Yet the spatial arrangement remains partly obscured by later renovations, making it difficult to trace clear lines of development or social hierarchy, and the presence of collapsed walls that were never rebuilt in certain sectors hints at localized abandonment episodes that do not align fully with broader patterns of settlement continuity. Small finds, including seal impressions, fragments of plastered floors and botanical remains, provide glimpses of administrative activity and everyday life. But these clues often raise as many questions as they answer. For some seals bear iconography more commonly associated with distant regions, while others appear locally produced yet stylistically atypical. And the distribution of imported plant species suggests trade connections whose precise routes remain uncertain. Geological studies of the surrounding desert indicate that shifting dune systems periodically encroached upon cultivated zones, a process that could have influenced settlement layout and irrigation practices, though the timing of such encroachments is difficult to synchronize with archaeological phases, leaving open the question of how frequently the oasis community was forced to adjust its agricultural footprint. Within and beyond the settlement mounds, isolated stone structures, cairns, alignments, and low enclosures add further subtlety to the landscape, their functions ranging from burial markers to boundary indicators to pastoral installations. Yet many remain ambiguous due to erosion and the absence of datable material, and their relationship to the core oasis remains partly conjectural. Inscriptions found across the region, written in Aramaic, Lihyanite and other scripts, demonstrate Tayma's linguistic and cultural fluidity, though the messages themselves are often formulaic and provide limited context for broader socio-political dynamics, leaving a narrative gap between the epigraphic record and the archaeological one. As researchers map the site using modern remote sensing techniques, they uncover anomalies, rectilinear shadows beneath the sand, faint outlines of large compounds, and subsurface channels whose courses diverge from visible well systems. that do not imply anything extraordinary, but highlight how much of the oasis's infrastructure remains hidden or uncertain, shaped by both natural deposition and centuries of reuse. Even the iconic Tayma stone, despite its importance in reconstructing the linguistic landscape of the region, stands as a single, isolated text whose broader implications are constrained by the scarcity of contemporaneous inscriptions, offering a glimpse into governance and social organization without revealing the full context in which it was produced. And so the ruins of Tayma, expansive yet understated, emerge as a mosaic of partial histories, hydrological, commercial, political and domestic, each preserved with enough clarity to outline its presence, but not enough to resolve its sequence, leaving a quiet enigma in the desert where the interplay of water, trade, and shifting cultural boundaries shaped a community whose story remains visible in fragments and muted in the distances between them, inviting a lingering sense of curiosity that rests not on dramatic unknowns, but on the subtler uncertainties woven through the life of an oasis, whose continuity outlasted many of the forces that once defined it. Harat Khaybar. Across the dark volcanic fields of Harat Khaybar, where basalt flows, spread in broad uneven sheets, and ancient cones rise like extinguished beacons against the pale horizon, the landscape initially appears as a purely geological expanse, shaped by eruptions that unfolded over hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, scattered among the lava domes and fractured plateaus are countless stone structures, keyhole-shaped enclosures, circular cairns, low-walled alignments, and the long converging lines of so-called desert kites, whose quiet persistence interrupts the perception of an untouched terrain and introduces a human dimension layered across millennia of environmental transformation. At first, these features seem simply functional, perhaps remnants of pastoral or hunting practices, but as researchers map their distribution with increasing precision, the complexity of the network becomes more apparent, for the structures are not random, but arranged in patterns that follow topography, seasonal watercourses, and vantage points across the lava field. And yet, their sequence of construction remains elusive, with radiocarbon dates from associated contexts producing broad ranges that overlap and diverge in ways that resist a straightforward chronology. The sheer abundance of these features creates an impression of intense ancient activity, though the nature of that activity shifts with each category of structure. The desert kites, with their long guiding walls funneling toward pit-like enclosures, suggest coordinated hunting strategies practiced across northern Arabia, while the keyhole-shaped monuments, comprising a circular mound linked to a tapering, sometimes slightly curved tail, appear to serve commemorative or symbolic purposes, though their specific meanings remain uncertain due to limited associated artifacts. Geological considerations further complicate interpretation, for the basalt substrate preserves features differently depending on surface weathering, making some structures appear more recent than they are, and leaving others nearly invisible beneath thin veneers of wind-blown sediment. And in places where lava flows reworked earlier surfaces, the original extent of ancient installations may be obscured entirely. Excavation of selected features reveals sparse but telling materials, charcoal traces, fragments of animal bone and occasional lithics. Yet these do not resolve the full story. For some, keyhole structures contain burials, while others do not, and some kites show evidence of repeated use, while others appear abandoned after a brief period, suggesting a landscape used variably by groups whose identities cannot be clearly distinguished through material culture alone. The placement of these features often aligns with subtle environmental cues, such as natural breaks in the lava crust, elevated vantage points overlooking pastures, and paths that would have guided herds or game animals during seasonal migrations. But the degree to which these alignments reflect deliberate planning or practical adaptation remains open to interpretation, especially since ethnographic parallels from later periods provide only partial analogies. As remote sensing techniques, satellite imagery, aerial photography, and drone-based mapping continue to expand the known inventory of structures. Researchers encounter configurations whose functions remain debated. Circular clusters that might represent temporary habitations or ritual spaces, long walls with no apparent terminal enclosures, and geometric forms whose purpose is unclear due to erosion or incomplete preservation, none of which implies anything extraordinary but collectively underscores the difficulty of reconstructing the specific intentions of ancient builders working in an expansive, shifting environment. Basalt's tendency to fracture along irregular planes introduces further ambiguity, for natural formations sometimes mimic anthropogenic shapes, and distinguishing between deliberate alignments and incidental rock patterns requires cautious ground verification, leading to revised interpretations of features previously thought to be extensive building complexes, but which may instead be partially natural arrangements enhanced or repurposed by human activity. Environmental studies reveal that during certain prehistoric periods, the region experienced more favourable rainfall patterns, supporting vegetation and wildlife that would have sustained mobile pastoral groups. Yet the timing of these climatic intervals remains broad, and the relationship between ecological shifts and construction phases is therefore difficult to pinpoint, though it is likely that some monuments were built during times when the landscape supported more consistent movement of animals and people than it does. Now, fragments of rock art on the margins of the lava field, simple figures of animals, abstract markings, and occasional inscriptions suggest intermittent cultural intersection with surrounding regions. But these markers are too few and varied to form a cohesive narrative, and their chronological placement often depends on stylistic comparison rather than firm dating. In some sectors, researchers observe that keyhole structures cluster around earlier cairns, or that kites intersect older alignments, implying sequences of reuse or reinterpretation, though the motivations behind such layering remain obscure, given the absence of associated settlements that might illuminate shifting social or ritual practices. The rarity of habitation debris across the Harat suggests that the region served primarily as a specialized activity zone, perhaps for hunting, seasonal pastoralism, or commemorative practices, rather than as a densely inhabited territory. Yet the scale of the installations hints at coordinated group behavior that does not easily map onto the sparse material record of domestic life. Occasional anomalies, stone rings lacking clear entrances, tail-like features detached from their circular mounds, or long walls that direct toward no obvious endpoint, do not point to unknown civilizations, but instead illustrate how partial preservation, later modification, and geological interference can obscure the original patterns, leaving investigators to navigate an interpretive landscape shaped as much by absence as by presence. Ultimately, Harat Kebar's stone structures compose a broad, quiet archive of pragmatic and symbolic activity spread across a terrain forged by fire, and while each feature yields fragments of insight into how ancient communities interacted with this volcanic expanse, none offers a full account, leaving a lingering sense of inquiry, grounded not in dramatic enigmas, but in the understated complexity of a place where human intention and geological immensity intersect, their overlapping traces producing a record as intricate as it is incomplete. Dumat al-Jandal. In the far north of Arabia, where limestone ridges taper into gravel plains and the wind moves steadily through narrow corridors between ancient walls, Dumat al-Jandal rises from its layered tell as a settlement shaped by both oasis life and shifting political frontiers, and at first the surviving architecture, most prominently the imposing Qasr Marid with its stepped silhouette and the nearby mosque attributed to early Islamic phases, presents a clear impression of a fortified town anchored by water and long-distance travel routes. Yet closer examination reveals a depth far older than its most visible monuments, For beneath the later constructions lie traces of Iron Age and earlier occupations, each defined by foundations that do not always align with the grids imposed by subsequent builders, creating subtle discontinuities that complicate any straightforward reading of urban evolution. Excavations show that the oasis supported habitation over several millennia, with wells, storage pits, and mud brick walls forming successive layers of domestic activity, though the sequence is not entirely coherent, for some strata show abrupt shifts in ceramic assemblages and food, remains that do not neatly correspond with known regional transitions, hinting at demographic changes, trade reorientations, or periodic reorganization of the settlement for reasons that remain partly inaccessible. Environmental evidence indicates fluctuations in water availability. Yet, the relationship between these hydrological changes and architectural phases is difficult to fix, as certain moments of construction expansion appear to coincide with drier intervals, suggesting that local management strategies, perhaps through deeper well digging or redistribution of labour, played a role in stabilising the community even when environmental pressures increased. The fortress itself, built of limestone blocks with irregular courses that reflect multiple building episodes, presents another layer of complexity. For while some sections appear firmly attributable to late pre-Islamic and early Islamic periods, others exhibit masonry styles and mortar compositions that hint at earlier phases or later repairs, though the distinctions blur when erosion softens the edges of tool marks and collapse mixes stones from different periods. Nearby, the mosque, among the earliest known in Arabia, contains reused stones bearing inscriptions from earlier times, a detail that not only reflects practical building practices, but also complicates attempts to separate the architectural biography of the structure from the broader chronology of the site. Beyond the central complex, surveys reveal additional features: irregular clusters of dwellings, heavily eroded enclosures, and outlying agricultural installations, whose distribution suggests a settlement that expanded and contracted in response to shifting political and economic conditions. Yet the absence of continuous textual documentation leaves the scale and character of these shifts partially speculative. Inscriptions found around the oasis, written in various North Arabian scripts and later Arabic forms, provide names and transactions rather than extended narratives, their content valuable but limited, offering glimpses into social organisation without revealing the broader dynamics that shaped the town's long-term development. Geological studies show that the oasis sits within a basin influenced by both tectonic uplift and sediment redistribution, processes that altered the configuration of water channels and may have contributed to episodes of reoccupation or reconfiguration within the settlement, though the degree of impact remains debated due to uneven preservation. Small finds, including beads of distant origin, metal objects showing mixed technological traditions and botanical remains indicative of shifting agricultural emphases, suggest that Dumat al-Jandal participated intermittently in far-reaching networks. But these connections appear irregular, leaving gaps where expected material correlates are absent. Excavations in deeper levels reveal stone-built structures whose functions remain uncertain. Some potentially storage facilities, others perhaps defensive or administrative, but erosion, reuse, and partial collapse have obscured internal divisions, making definitive classification difficult. Even the oasis's famed role as a frontier town, mentioned in various historical sources, does not yield a cohesive archaeological narrative, for the layers do not always align with the events described, raising questions about the scale of conflicts, alliances, and cultural exchanges that left faint or inconsistent material signatures. As researchers continue to map subsurface anomalies, possible earlier fortification lines, remnants of water channels now buried, and rectilinear shadows, suggestive of large compounds, interpretation remains cautious, acknowledging the fragmentary evidence and the possibility that some features represent phases too brief or too lightly built to leave a robust record. And so Dumat al-Jandal endures as a settlement whose visible monuments anchor its identity, while the deeper layers reveal a quieter, less certain story of adaptation and sporadic prominence, its ruins neither mysterious nor fully resolved, but suspended between clarity and absence, inviting a steady curiosity about the movements of people, water, and authority that shaped a town whose long history remains partially veiled within the shifting sediments of its ancient oasis. Al-Faw. Deep in the southern reaches of the Arabian Peninsula, where the Rub al-Khali's dunes begin to loosen into gravel plains and low escarpments, the ancient city of Al-Faw emerges as a quiet spread of foundations, eroded walls and wind-softened courtyards that first appear merely as the remnants of a long-abandoned desert town. Yet on closer approach, the scale and organisation of the settlement reveal a community far more intricately structured than its muted surface suggests. Its layout defined by broad avenues, substantial residences, market areas, temples, and an expansive necropolis that once occupied a strategic position along the caravan routes linking southern Arabia with central and northern regions. Excavations show that Al-Faw flourished across several centuries, its prosperity tied to long-distance trade, and its role as a cultural meeting point. Yet even the earliest architectural phases hint at complexities unresolved by the surviving record. For beneath later buildings lie earlier alignments that do not always correspond with the city's final street grid, suggesting gradual shifts in planning, adaptation to environmental change, or expansions that reworked earlier neighbourhoods without fully erasing them. The city's temple complex, with its substantial walls, plastered floors, and assemblages of ritual objects, offers one of the clearest windows into its socio-religious life. Yet these finds raise their own uncertainties, for while certain inscriptions and iconographic motifs point to influences from South Arabian cultures, others reflect local traditions whose origins remain only partially understood, producing a blend of architectural and artistic expressions that cannot be attributed to a single source. Residential quarters reveal multi-room stone houses organised around courtyards, some containing evidence of workshops, storage silos, and water facilities, though the degree of standardisation varies sharply, with some sectors showing careful planning and others appearing more organically assembled, perhaps in response to demographic shifts or fluctuations in economic activity. Small finds within these homes, glass fragments, beads, metal tools, imported pottery, charred seeds, and remnants of textiles suggest a vibrant economy connected to broader trade networks. Yet the distribution of foreign goods is uneven and does not always align with expected periods of commercial intensity, raising questions about episodic trade, storage practices, or the presence of elite groups whose material signatures differ from the general population. Environmental reconstructions indicate that Al-Faw once occupied a landscape more hospitable than today, with a shallow basin supporting vegetation and a system of wells and cisterns supplying domestic and agricultural needs. But the timing of climatic shifts that eventually reduced water availability remains broad, and the correspondence between environmental decline and the city's eventual abandonment is therefore suggestive rather than definitive. Geological studies reveal that erosion and shifting dune systems have obscured portions of the city, meaning that what is visible today may represent only part of the original settlement, and anomalies detected through remote sensing. Rectilinear shadows beneath sand drifts, faint outlines of outer structures, and interrupted street lines indicate a more extensive footprint than surface ruins alone convey. The necropolis, with its variety of tomb types ranging from simple pits to more elaborate stone-built chambers, preserves inscriptions and offerings that illuminate aspects of identity, status, and belief. Yet, even here ambiguities emerge. for some tombs contain goods that do not match the ceramic or architectural styles of nearby burials, implying either long-term variation in funerary customs or the presence of groups whose integration into the community left uneven material traces. Inscriptions found across the city, written in the ancient South Arabian script associated with the kingdom of Kinda, provide invaluable names, dedications, and administrative hints, though they rarely offer the narrative continuity needed to link architectural phases with specific historical events and their distribution, concentrated in some quarters but absent in others, raises questions about literacy, social hierarchy, and the organization of civic authority. Water channels beneath the settlement show signs of repeated repair and modification, and their stratigraphy suggests fluctuations in flow that may have prompted adjustments in agricultural planning. Yet the exact timing of these interventions remains difficult to synchronize with broader occupational phases, leaving open the question of how resilient the community was too. Environmental variability. Among the more enigmatic aspects of Al-Faw are certain large buildings whose functions remain uncertain. Structures with thick walls and minimal internal divisions, perhaps used for storage or assembly, though their placements within the city do not always correspond with known administrative centres, and limited associated artefacts prevent firm conclusions. As researchers continue to refine the site's chronology, they encounter inconsistencies between ceramic typologies, radiocarbon samples, and architectural sequences, none of which indicate anything extraordinary, but collectively underscore the challenges of reconstructing a long-lived urban landscape shaped by gradual shifts and episodic reconfigurations. Even the reasons for the city's eventual decline remain only partially understood, while diminishing water resources, changes in trade routes, and broader regional transitions likely played roles. The archaeological record marks no single defining rupture, instead preserving signs of gradual reduction in activity, partial abandonment of districts, and eventual dissolution of the urban fabric into drifting sand. And so Al-Faw stands today as an extensive, intricate, yet incomplete narrative of an Arabian city whose prosperity and adaptability are clear, but whose internal rhythms, cultural interactions, and final retreat into the desert remain only partly illuminated, leaving a quiet sense of curiosity sustained not by dramatic enigmas, but by the subtle gaps within a settlement that once thrived at the crossroads of landscapes, languages, and long-distance exchange. Jubbah Rock Art. North of the great sandstone escarpments of the Nefud Desert, where ancient lakes once mirrored a greener Arabia and winds now comb long ripples across a dry basin, the rock art of Jubbah emerges across towering outcrops and secluded alcoves as a broad, weathered archive of human presence stretching back tens of millennia. And at first, the carvings appear simply as an assortment of figures, animals, hunters, geometric marks, etched into stone that has shifted through cycles of erosion and accretion. Yet as one begins to trace the layers of petroglyphs across the vertical faces of Jebel Sinman and surrounding formations, the images gradually reveal a sequence far more complex than their initial simplicity suggests. Their variations in style, technique, and weathering, pointing to different cultural groups who visited or lived near the lake during periods when the climate allowed grasslands, wildlife, and freshwater to sustain communities whose material traces remain otherwise faint. Attempts to situate the earliest carvings within a clear chronological framework rely on superimposition, patination, and comparisons with broader Arabian rock art traditions, but these methods yield ranges rather than certainties. For the oldest panels, deeply incised figures of large bovids and elongated human forms present weathering patterns consistent with Pleistocene or early Holocene conditions, yet without associated organic material they remain difficult to date precisely, leaving open questions about the tempo of artistic activity during phases when the basin supported hippos, gazelles, and other fauna rarely associated with today's desert. As the imagery shifts through time, later carvings introduce camels, equids, and more standardized human silhouettes, suggesting adaptation to changing environments and economies, though the transitions are not uniform across the site, with some panels showing abrupt adoption of new motifs, while others preserve older styles long after environmental evidence suggests transformations in local conditions, underscoring that stylistic evolution was neither linear nor uniform across the communities who interacted with these outcrops. Archaeological work around Jubbah reveals stone tools, hearth remnants, and ephemeral structures scattered across what were once lake margins. Yet the distribution of these finds is uneven, making it difficult to correlate specific habitation zones with specific rock art phases, and in many cases, the art remains the primary marker of activity despite the absence of a settlement record, robust enough to clarify cultural identities or social dynamics. Geological investigations complicate matters further, for the sandstone surfaces have undergone exfoliation, mineral streaking and microfracturing that can obscure older engravings and highlight newer ones, sometimes reversing the apparent order of carving when viewed without detailed analysis. And in places where wind erosion has scoured panels unevenly, deeper grooves may appear younger than they are, cautioning against overly confident interpretations. The motifs themselves contribute to both insight and ambiguity, for while depictions of cattle and pastoral scenes suggest phases of herding, and while hunting scenes with archers and dogs imply particular subsistence strategies, these images cannot be mapped consistently onto environmental reconstructions, revealing a gap between artistic expression and ecological data, and leaving open the possibility that some scenes reflect symbolic or commemorative practices rather than direct documentation of daily life. Inscriptions in early North Arabian scripts appear on certain panels, their linguistic forms offering chronological anchors within the Iron Age and later. Yet these are sparse compared to the vast expanse of imagery, and their presence atop older carvings underscores the long-term re-engagement with these surfaces, rather than providing a continuous textual narrative. Even the placement of panels introduces questions, for some of the most elaborate images occupy high, inaccessible ledges that would have required scaffolding or natural ramps, now eroded away, while others cluster in sheltered alcoves where preservation is stronger, but visibility is limited, suggesting diverse motives, public display, ritual privacy, or simple practicality, without leaving clear material correlates to distinguish them. The broader landscape context adds additional layers, with paleo-environmental cores indicating that Jubbah's lakes fluctuated dramatically through time, at moments supporting dense vegetation, and at others receding to marshes or drying entirely. Yet the relationship between lake levels and artistic phases remains approximate for some carvings depicting abundant. Wildlife appear on panels whose accessibility may have been limited during wetter periods, while scenes of desert-adapted fauna sometimes overlay surfaces, whose patination suggests exposure during earlier, greener conditions, complicating interpretations that seek direct environmental artistic parallels. Scattered anomalies in the rock art record, figures whose proportions differ markedly from surrounding panels, abstract forms that bear little resemblance to known regional motifs, and partially effaced outlines that could represent either unfinished carvings or natural markings, do not point to anything extraordinary, but demonstrate how incomplete preservation and evolving techniques can create interpretive puzzles, especially when few associated artifacts allow for contextual linkage. Modern documentation using photogrammetry and high-resolution scanning reveals additional faint carvings beneath more prominent motifs, indicating a long sequence of reuse in which later groups carved over earlier ones, not necessarily to erase them, but perhaps to mark continuity of presence, although the intentions remain speculative. Attempts to associate particular clusters with distinct cultural groups, prehistoric hunter-gatherers, early pastoralists, or oasis-dwelling communities interacting with wider trade networks, remain provisional, For while the art provides suggestive clues, the archaeological record around Jubbah is too fragmentary to draw firm connections, and the overlapping styles highlight a landscape shared intermittently rather than occupied continuously. As dunes advance and recede around the outcrops, further masking and revealing carved surfaces, researchers note that the visible record likely represents only part of the artistic activity that once unfolded here, with buried panels awaiting discovery and eroded ones offering only partial glimpses of their original form. Ultimately, the rock art of Jubbah endures as one of the most expansive and varied pictorial archives in Arabia, its carvings preserving both the clarity of recognizable scenes and the ambiguity of uncertain chronology, revealing a place where humans returned across shifting climates to inscribe their presence on stone older than any of their stories, leaving a layered tapestry that invites quiet reflection on the interplay between memory, landscape, and time in a basin where the past remains vivid yet never fully resolved. Qaryat Al-Faw tombs. South of the wind-swept approaches to the Wadi ad-Dawasir basin, where low escarpments and gravel plains soften into the threshold of the empty quarter, the tombs of Qaryat Al-Faw lie scattered across the desert in muted clusters of stone and sand, and at first these burial structures appear simply as the peripheral remnants of a prosperous ancient city whose commercial and ritual centre once stood nearby. Yet as one moves toward the necropolis, the terrain reveals a more intricate mortuary landscape, its chambers, cairns, and masonry-built enclosures, shaped by changing funerary customs that unfolded across centuries of habitation. The initial impression of uniformity gives way to a quieter complexity when the torsos of eroded walls, partially collapsed roofs, and subtle variations in tomb orientation begin to emerge from shifting drifts, suggesting that what now seems cohesive was likely formed through episodes of construction rather than a single planned cemetery. Excavation within select tombs uncovers stratified deposits of bone, ceramics, beads, and organic remains. Yet these materials do not always align neatly with the architectural typology of the surrounding structures, indicating a sequence in which older forms may have been repurposed, expanded, or echoed by later generations, adapting inherited traditions to their own needs. Radiocarbon dates, ceramic comparisons, and epigraphic fragments collected from the necropolis hint at a long temporal span. But these anchors occasionally contradict expected stylistic progressions, with some elaborately built tombs producing earlier dates than simpler ones nearby, prompting cautious consideration of social variability, differential preservation, or reoccupation rather than any extraordinary implication. Inscriptions found within or near certain chambers, written in the ancient South Arabian script associated with the kingdom of Kinda, provide personal names and dedications that illuminate aspects of identity and familial ties, though they often remain isolated texts rather than components of a coherent narrative, leaving the relationships between tomb clusters and the wider urban society of Al-Faw only partly discernible. Geological studies of the burial grounds reveal that subtle shifts in sediment deposition and dune migration have altered the original topography, burying some tombs to their lintels while leaving others exposed, and this uneven preservation complicates efforts to map their full extent or reconstruct their original appearance. For chambers that now appear separate may once have belonged to larger complexes connected by low walls or pathways, since lost to erosion. Some tombs were built with carefully dressed stone, their entrances framed by slabs that once bore plaster or pigment traces, while others rely on simpler rubble construction, a contrast that may reflect differing resources, social standing, or chronological phases, though the distinctions blur when collapse and later disturbance obscure the original workmanship. Human remains recovered from the necropolis display varied patterns of treatment, with some burials laid within stone-lined chambers and others placed in simpler pits. Yet the correlation between burial type and inferred status is not straightforward. For grave goods range from modest to more elaborate without forming a clear hierarchy, suggesting that cultural norms or familial economies may have shifted over time, producing variation that resists straightforward classification. Small finds, shell beads likely traded from coastal regions, fragments of textile preserved in arid pockets, carved stone lids, and occasional metal ornaments attest to external connections and localized craft production, though the distribution of these items across the necropolis is inconsistent, leaving gaps where expected trade markers are absent, and raising questions about whether the exchange networks that sustained the city were always reflected in its burial practices. Environmental reconstructions indicate that during the city's peak, water was more accessible than today, with a network of wells and agricultural fields sustaining a population whose funerary landscape extended outward from the urban core. Yet, as climate shifts reduced water availability, the pace and style of tomb construction may have altered, contributing to the uneven chronological signals detected in the burial grounds. Remote sensing surveys reveal faint, rectilinear shadows beneath stretches of sand that may represent additional tombs or boundary walls now obscured. But until excavation confirms their nature, the spatial logic of the necropolis remains partly speculative, shaped by what is visible rather than by the fuller plan once present. Within the exposed chambers, soot traces on ceilings suggest that some tombs were reopened in antiquity, whether for secondary burials, maintenance of familial plots, or ritual visitation remains uncertain, and the presence of mixed deposits in certain contexts hints at episodes of disturbance that complicate the interpretation of original burial sequences. The relationship between the tombs and the city's broader religious life also remains difficult to reconstruct. For while temple complexes and inscriptions from the urban centre attest to structured ritual practices, the cemetery exhibits a diversity of forms that cannot be neatly mapped onto a single doctrinal system, indicating that funerary customs may have drawn from local traditions, regional influences, and evolving social identities within the multi-century span of the city's occupation. Geological constraints add further nuance. For tombs built atop firmer bedrock exhibit different preservation patterns than those set within looser sediment, creating misleading contrasts in apparent age or craftsmanship when viewed without subsurface context. Researchers occasionally encounter anomalies such as incomplete chambers, corridors leading nowhere, or stones bearing tool marks inconsistent with nearby structures. Yet these irregularities are readily explained by abandonment of construction phases, later reuse of building materials, or repairs whose techniques differed from the originals, illustrating the incremental nature of the necropolis, rather than suggesting abrupt cultural shifts. As studies continue, the tombs yield enough information to outline a society navigating trade, environment, and internal hierarchy, yet not enough to articulate the full sequence of how burial practices evolved, leaving transitions in style and placement suspended between tentative hypotheses and the gaps imposed by erosion and partial excavation. Ultimately, the Qariat al-Faw tombs form a subdued but intricate testament to a community whose presence remains partly visible in stone chambers and partly dissolved into the desert, offering neither dramatic enigmas nor complete clarity, but instead a measured sense of inquiry, shaped by the interplay of material memory, environmental change, and the uneven preservation of a mortuary landscape whose quiet endurance anchors one more fragment of the ancient city's long, partially illuminated story.
Scattered across Russia are megastructures so massive, so precise, and so out of place that even today's archaeologists can't agree on who built them, or how colossal stone chambers carved with surgical precision, perfect spirals built on frozen islands, mountains covered in balanced megaliths, and burial mounds so massive they look like man-made hills, hiding something we were never meant to uncover. These weren't built by empires or kingdoms or any civilization we can name. They were built by someone else, thousands of years before history begins. Tonight we're stepping into the shadows of Russia's most forbidden structures, and nothing about them is what you think. The dolmens of the North Caucasus rise quietly along the slopes and river valleys of southern Russia, scattered from the Black Sea coast to the foothills of the mountains, and at first glance they seem deceptively simple, like small stone houses left behind by an ancient people whose name has long since vanished. Yet the closer you look, the more impossible these megalithic structures become. What begins as a landscape dotted with low stone chambers quickly turns into one of the densest collections of prehistoric megaliths in all of Eurasia, where more than 3,000 dolmens lie aligned to cardinal directions, carved with geometric precision and fitted with round entrance portals that look as if they required tools far beyond what archaeologists believe existed 5,000 years ago. Each dolmen is built from massive slabs of sandstone or limestone, some weighing several tons, shaped into perfectly flat surfaces, and assembled with joints so tight that even modern instruments struggle to measure the tolerances. Excavations reveal careful layering beneath them. Foundation stones arrange on level beds of crushed gravel, drainage channels carved underneath to keep interiors dry, and pathways leading toward each structure, as if they were designed for ritual use rather than simple burial. Many contain circular or polygonal chambers, often sealed with stone plugs that weigh hundreds of kilograms, and some display intricate spiral motifs or raised knobs carved directly into the slabs, hints of a symbolic language whose meaning remains unknown. Radiocarbon samples from nearby settlements suggest these dolmens belong to the early Bronze Age, roughly 3000 to 2000 BCE, making them older than most European megalithic tombs. Yet, what remains most difficult to explain is the sheer consistency of the construction style across vast distances, implying a shared blueprint or centralized cultural knowledge that should not have existed in small, scattered mountain tribes. Archaeologists point to similarities with dolmens from Brittany, Korea, and India, but the North Caucasus structures stand apart for their architectural precision, unusual round porthole entrances, and the chemical traces of pigment found inside, suggesting that rituals once took place in glowing, painted chambers lit by torchlight. Some dolmens show evidence that enormous blocks were quarried kilometers away, hauled uphill on steep terrain that would challenge even modern machinery, while others sit perched on cliffs with panoramic views of the valleys below, creating alignments that researchers argue may correspond to solstices or star positions. Yet, despite decades of study, contradictions continue to unravel neat explanations. Human remains inside the dolmens vary widely in age, often separated by centuries from the dolmen's construction. Some chambers contain no burials at all, and in many cases, complex dolmens appear in areas where no settlements existed nearby, raising questions about who built them, for whom, and why. Geological surveys reveal that certain dolmens required stone-cutting techniques far more advanced than simple chiseling. Traces of uniform curvature on the circular portals may indicate the use of drilling or rotary tools, while the joinery of multi-slab dolmens suggests knowledge of leverage, torque, and load distribution that should have been beyond Bronze Age pastoralists. Other contradictions emerge when comparing them to global megalithic cultures. Caucasus dolmens appear suddenly in the archaeological record without evolutionary stages or precursor designs, as if a fully formed architectural tradition emerged overnight and then disappeared just as abruptly. Even more puzzling are the magnetic anomalies recorded around several dolmens, which some researchers attribute to natural mineral deposits. Yet others insist correlate too cleanly with the dolmen layouts to be accidental, hinting that the builders selected sites for energetic or geomantic reasons. These inconsistencies fuel competing theories. Some scholars believe the dolmens served as ancestor shrines, where communities placed symbolic items instead of bodies, while others propose astronomical observatories that use the circular portals to track celestial movements. Fringe researchers suggest resonant acoustics, noting that humming or speaking through the porthole produces amplified vibrations inside the chamber, creating an eerie echo that may have been used in ancient rituals. A few scientists argue that the dolmens were not tombs at all, but markers for long-distance trade routes running through the Caucasus, acting like stone lodges or ceremonial checkpoints for caravans moving between the Black Sea and the Near East. More imaginative interpretations link the dolmens to cyclopean engineering traditions of the ancient Mediterranean, suggesting an unknown culture with advanced stoneworking skills passed through the Caucasus and left its signature behind. Others even claim the round portals resemble early pressure equalizing systems, theorizing that the chambers once held sealed environments for fermentation, storage, or ritual sensory deprivation. Locals weave an entirely different story. They speak of giants who built these stone houses in a single night, of spirits who passed through the round openings to protect the mountains, and of ancient healers who used the dolmens as places of power where the earth's energy could be amplified. And yet, with every excavation and new discovery, the dolmens only become more confusing. A culture with no surviving language, no known monuments except these silent stone chambers, and no clear link to the later peoples of the region. So, the dolmens of the North Caucasus remain one of Russia's most enduring prehistoric enigmas. Thousands of perfect stone boxes scattered across mountains and forests, built with inexplicable precision by a civilization we still cannot identify, aligned to forces and ideas we no longer understand, and standing as quiet reminders that entire chapters of human engineering and belief may have existed far outside the official timeline, waiting in the hills for someone to decode them. Gornaya Shoriya megaliths. Deep in the remote forests of southern Siberia, where fog settles between endless ridges and winter snow hides everything beneath a white silence, lies a mountainside so strange that it has challenged archaeologists, geologists, and adventurers for more than a decade. The colossal megalithic blocks of Gornaya Shoriya. At first sight, they look like a natural rock face, but as you climb closer through the pine trees, the illusion dissolves and something far more unsettling emerges. Enormous rectangular slabs, stacked like bricks in a wall, some measuring more than 20 meters in length and weighing hundreds, possibly thousands of tons, arranged in what appears to be deliberate horizontal courses that mimic the architecture of a forgotten civilization. The sheer size of the blocks defies comparison. No known ancient culture, not even the builders of Baalbek or the pyramids, is confirmed to have moved stones of this magnitude, and yet here on a remote Siberian peak, several massive monoliths sit aligned with almost geometric precision, their edges forming corners and straight lines too sharp to dismiss as coincidence. Photographers who first documented the site in the early 2000s captured images of rectangular stones leaning outward like collapsed fortifications, terraces of polygonal slabs, and surface planes so flat they appear machined. Drone footage later revealed angular patterns across the cliff face that seemed to interlock like giant cyclopean walls. Geological surveys show the rock is a type of Precambrian granite, extremely hard and resistant to erosion, yet the surfaces display smooth planes and right-angle intersections rarely produced by natural processes. Some blocks are balanced on smaller stones beneath, creating gaps that look strikingly similar to the foundation techniques at other megalithic sites worldwide. If natural, the formation is one of the most uncanny geological accidents ever recorded. If artificial, it represents a scale of construction beyond anything attributed to prehistoric cultures in Siberia. But contradictions haunt every explanation. Mainstream geologists attribute the formations to weathering, exfoliation, and tectonic fracturing, pointing to patterns where rock sheets peel off in parallel layers. Yet those same processes usually create irregular, chaotic shapes, not 20-meter rectangular monoliths fitted like masonry. Similarly, tectonic forces fracture granite into blocks, but rarely with the clean edges and stacked appearance seen at Gornaya Shoriya. Critics argue that many photos exaggerate the block-like shapes due to perspective, but on-site explorers counter that the blocks are even larger and more structured in person, with horizontal courses extending dozens of meters. Another contradiction is cultural. Siberia during the presumed time frame, anywhere from the Neolithic to the Bronze Age, had no record of large settled societies, no monumental architecture, and no technology for quarrying or transporting stones of even a fraction of this size. There is no evidence of habitation, no tools, no carvings, and no surrounding cultural material to support the idea of an ancient city or fortress. And yet the walls exist, too massive to ignore, too orderly to easily dismiss. These gaps in explanation open the door to a surge of speculation. Some researchers suggest the structure could be the eroded remains of a natural pluton that fractured along perfect vertical and horizontal joints, creating an illusion of design. Others believe the site may be an ancient landslide where giant slabs broke away and stacked themselves in an improbable configuration. Fringe investigators propose something much more radical, that Gornaya Shoriya may be the remains of a megalithic stronghold built by an unknown prehistoric civilization with advanced stone-shaping abilities, possibly related to the same enigmatic cultures that left cyclopean walls across the Mediterranean and South America. A few theorists point out that the blocks at Gornaya Shoriya resemble oversized versions of polygonal masonry found in Peru, Japan, and Easter Island, arguing for a lost global tradition of giant-scale engineering, while others push even further, suggesting these slabs could be remnants of a pre-glacial civilization destroyed during cataclysmic events at the end of the last ice age. More speculative voices imagine even older origins. The megaliths could be the remains of a structure built when Earth's climate and geography were drastically different, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, at a time when mainstream archaeology insists no civilization capable of such engineering existed. Some interpret the site as an ancient quarry, others as a collapsed temple or fortress, and a growing number of. Researchers suspect the blocks were shaped by an unknown method involving heat, pressure, or resonant fracturing, an alternative set of techniques that could explain the smooth surfaces and right angles without requiring the transportation of colossal stones. Local legends speak of the Altai region as a dwelling place of giants, of mountains that once housed divine beings, and of ancient battles where the land itself was shaped by enormous powers. These myths add fuel to the already blazing fascination with Gornaya Shoriya. But despite drone surveys, field trips, and international debate, the site remains frustratingly unstudied at an academic level. No large-scale excavation has been carried out, no detailed geological mapping published, and no consensus reached. And so, the Gornaya Shoriya megaliths remain suspended in a liminal space between geology and archaeology, between natural wonder and impossible construction, between the known world and the forgotten chapters that may lie buried beneath Siberia's endless forests. A wall of colossal stones staring out over the mountains, hinting that somewhere in humanity's deep past, someone, or something, left behind a monument so vast and so inexplicable that we still cannot say with certainty whether it was built by the earth itself, or by a civilization long erased from history. Vera Island megalithic complex, hidden in the quiet waters of Lake Turgoyak, in the Ural Mountains, where mist hangs low over the shoreline, and the air feels ancient even in summer, lies Vera Island, a small forested rock that holds one of Russia's most mysterious megalithic complexes, a place that feels less like an archaeological site and more like the remains of a forgotten sanctuary carved into the bones of the earth. At first glance, it looks like a cluster of weathered boulders and simple stone shelters, but as you step closer through the narrow paths and duck under the branches, something far more deliberate and enigmatic emerges. Massive granite chambers carved with precision, narrow corridors aligned to specific angles, and roof slabs weighing dozens of tons placed atop upright stones as if assembled by hands far stronger and more skilled than the archaeological record allows. Local historians have long described the structures as ancient temples. Yet the deeper you go into the site, the more questions appear, because the scale, layout, and engineering of the complex do not match any known culture in the Urals. Excavations reveal three principal megalithic structures known as megaliths number 1, 2, and 3, each composed of enormous granite blocks shaped into walls, ceilings, and corridors. Some slabs are over 6 meters long, cut with such straight edges that they seem impossibly advanced for the region's Bronze Age societies. Inside these chambers, archaeologists found polished floors, niches carved into the walls, and traces of red ochre pigment, all hinting at ritualistic functions rather than domestic life. Megalith. Number 1 resembles a subterranean sanctuary with a long corridor and an entrance oriented precisely toward the rising sun on specific dates. Megalith number 2 includes a carefully carved internal passage that funnels light into the chamber at certain times of year. And megalith number 3 is built from enormous naturally split granite slabs that were shaped, trimmed, and reassembled with an accuracy that defies primitive tools. Even more astonishing are the artificial terraces around the island, enormous retaining walls built from multi-ton stones, forming leveled platforms that look like stages or gathering areas, suggesting communal rites or astronomical observation. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal remnants places human activity on Vera Island around 3,500 to 4,000 years ago. Yet these dates only deepen the puzzle because the indigenous Bronze Age cultures of the Urals were small, mobile pastoralists who left behind simple pottery and burial sites. Nowhere else in the region do we see monumental stone construction on this scale. This leads to a series of contradictions that scholars still struggle to explain. If the site was built by local tribes, why is there no architectural evolution leading up to it, no intermediate structures, no surrounding settlements that could support such labor? Why does the site appear fully formed, as if a group with advanced knowledge arrived suddenly, built a complex of precise megalithic temples, and then vanished without leaving any cultural descendants? Geological analysis complicates things even more. The slabs used in the chambers are made from extremely dense granite, and quarry marks around the island suggest that builders removed and shaped stones directly from bedrock using techniques that would require metal tools. Yet, metallurgical evidence for copper or bronze tools in this region during the era is minimal. Some surfaces inside the chambers are so smooth they appear sanded or polished, something no one can reconcile with the crude tools presumed to exist at the time. Another contradiction lies in the orientation of the structures. Several passages and openings align with solstice points, equinoxes, and specific lunar events, which implies a sophisticated understanding of celestial cycles. Yet nearby archaeological sites show no evidence of advanced astronomy. Why would one isolated island possess an architectural and astronomical tradition unmatched by any neighboring culture? These inconsistencies have fueled multiple layers of speculation. Some archaeologists argue the megaliths were ritual sites created by an early Uralic-speaking culture that has since disappeared, possibly overwhelmed by later migrations. Others propose that the structures were used by shamans and spiritual leaders who encoded astronomical knowledge into stone because the sky played a central role in their cosmology. More adventurous researchers suggest that Vera Island may represent an outpost of a wider, megalithic networks stretching across Eurasia during the Bronze Age, a network responsible for dolmens in the Caucasus, stone rows in Karelia, and menhirs along the European Atlantic coast. Others theorize the megaliths served as acoustic chambers for trance rituals, pointing to how sounds reverberate eerily within the stone corridors. Some fringe theorists have proposed that the chambers functioned as ancient observatories or initiation halls, tied to a priestly class with knowledge of mathematics, geometry, and celestial cycles, while more speculative voices imagine Vera Island as a relic of a pre-Ice Age civilization, whose knowledge survived in fragments and was handed down to later peoples who preserved the tradition without fully understanding it. Local legends, meanwhile, add another layer. Stories tell of stone priests who gathered on the island to perform sacred rites, of beings who carved the chambers with fire and light, and of a hidden treasure or sacred artifact concealed within the granite halls. None of these tales have archaeological proof, yet they persist because the site feels different from anything else in the region, too advanced, too deliberate, too anomalous to be dismissed as mere Bronze Age craftsmanship. And so, despite surveys, excavations, and decades of debate, Vera Island remains one of Russia's most enigmatic megalithic complexes. A cluster of ancient stone sanctuaries carved with unknown tools, by an unknown culture for unknown reasons, sitting quietly on a misty island in a mountain lake, inviting every visitor to wonder whether an entire chapter of prehistoric architecture and spiritual knowledge once flourished here, only to vanish, leaving behind temples whose builders still wait in silence for someone to uncover their story. Kara Hora Shaft. High in the rugged mountains of Kabardino-Balkaria, where sheer cliffs guard the horizon and cold winds carry the scent of ancient stone, lies one of the most unusual and least understood megalithic features in the entire Caucasus, the vertical stone shaft of Kara Hora. At a distance, it blends into the mountain like a natural fissure, but as explorers approach the site along narrow paths carved by shepherds, the illusion gives way to something far more engineered. A perfectly cylindrical pit descending deep into the earth, its walls lined with smooth stone, and its opening precisely shaped, suggesting a purpose lost long before recorded history. The first climbers who lowered lights into the shaft reported an eerily uniform interior, with surfaces too straight and too consistent to be the results of random tectonic activity. Measuring roughly 2 meters across, the shaft drops dozens of meters into darkness, and at its base, narrow horizontal tunnels branch outward like deliberate corridors cut into the mountain. Geological sampling shows the rock is hard. Limestone interbedded with volcanic material, yet the walls inside the shaft are strangely polished, with tool-like striations spiraling downward in a pattern that resembles controlled stone cutting rather than natural erosion. Archaeologists mapping the surrounding cliffs found carved steps leading toward the opening, as well as flattened platforms that appear to have been work areas or staging grounds. Everywhere around the site are massive blocks that seem detached from the cliffs but arranged in unnatural ways, some stacked, others fitted together with precise angles reminiscent of megalithic architecture elsewhere in the Caucasus. To make matters more intriguing, the shaft's orientation aligns almost perfectly with a nearby ridge that catches the first light of sunrise during the equinoxes, leading some researchers to suspect an astronomical function tied to the cycle of seasons. Yet the deeper excavators go, the more contradictions they uncover. No known culture in the North Caucasus, not the Maikop, not the Koban, not the later steppe tribes, is documented as digging deep vertical shafts lined with dressed stone. There are no inscriptions, no burial goods, no domestic artifacts, and no clear signs of habitation within several kilometers of the site. The technical challenge alone is bewildering. Carving a straight, narrow, and uniform pit through solid rock would require organized labor, rope-based descent systems, metal tools, and surveying skills beyond what archaeologists attribute to Bronze Age peoples in this region. And yet, the shaft exists, unmistakable in its artificial symmetry. Some geologists argue that the walls may have been shaped by water erosion along a natural karst channel, but this explanation stumbles on key details. Karst shafts typically widen toward the bottom and produce irregular, scalloped walls, not the straight, smooth, evenly cylindrical form of Kara Hora. Other scientists propose the shaft might be a collapsed volcanic pipe or chimney, but the surrounding geology does not support recent volcanic activity. Nor do ancient volcanic vents produce the clean geometric lines observed here. And even if the shaft began as a natural cavity, the branching horizontal tunnels at its base defy natural formation altogether. These contradictions have unleashed a wave of speculation. Some archaeologists cautiously suggest the shaft could have been a ritual descent chamber, a symbolic passage into the underworld used by a shamanic culture that later disappeared. Others believe it served as a water collection or storage system, funneling runoff into underground cisterns, though this fails to explain the polished walls or the precise astronomical alignment. A more technological interpretation imagines the shaft as an ancient ventilation system or smoke chimney for an underground complex, perhaps a shelter or sanctuary, with the side tunnels acting as chambers now collapsed or buried. Fringe researchers go further, theorizing that the shaft may represent an early attempt at deep mountain mining using unknown cutting techniques, possibly tied to a lost culture skilled in stone engineering and metallurgy. Some note similarities to the mysterious vertical shafts in Egypt and Guatemala, suggesting a global pattern of ancient subterranean engineering that has yet to be understood. Others interpret the spiral striations as evidence of rotary tools, leading to bold claims of advanced prehistoric technology. Local legends, meanwhile, offer their own stories. Elders speak of a tunnel to the spirits, a place where ancient priests descended to communicate with forces inside the mountain, while another tale describes giants who drilled the shaft too. Hide something powerful deep underground. Even modern hikers describe strange acoustic effects. Voices echo in unnatural ways, and stones dropped into the shaft take far longer than expected to hit bottom, as if bouncing off unseen ledges or passing through hidden cavities. Despite several exploratory missions, the full depth and layout of Kara Hora remain unknown. Flooding, unstable rock, and extreme remoteness have prevented a complete survey. And so, the shaft stands today as one of the most perplexing ancient structures in Russia, a vertical portal carved with inexplicable precision, leading into a darkness that may conceal chambers, tunnels, or secrets that no one has yet reached. Whether it was a ritual gateway, an engineering feat, a mining experiment, or the remnant of a civilization whose identity is still lost, Kara Hora endures as a silent challenge to our understanding of the ancient Caucasus. A deep, echoing reminder that some structures carved into the earth carry stories so old and so forgotten that they remain, even now, beyond our grasp. Stone labyrinths. On the windswept shores of the White Sea, where icy waves roll across the horizon and fog drifts like a living veil over rocky tundra, lies Bolshoy Zayatsky Island, a place so desolate and remote that travelers often describe it as standing outside of time, and yet it holds one of the most enigmatic archaeological landscapes in Russia, a field of ancient stone labyrinths arranged with geometric precision across the ground. At first glance, they appear almost playful, like spirals of pebbles drawn by a wandering artist. But as you walk among them, tracing the long, winding pathways that twist inward for dozens of meters, the scale becomes clear. These labyrinths are monumental constructions, some stretching more than 20 meters across, each built from hundreds of carefully placed stones, forming sinuous, looping lines that always lead toward a single central point. More than a dozen major labyrinths cover the island, along with stone cairns, altars, and linear alignments, creating an archaeological complex unlike anything else in northern Europe. Excavations reveal that many labyrinths were constructed during the Late Stone Age, or Early Bronze Age, possibly 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, though some evidence suggests even older origins. The stones used are water-smoothed boulders gathered from the coastline, many transported significant distances across uneven ground, arranged in layouts that remain consistent from one labyrinth to the next, a sign of shared tradition or centralized knowledge. These labyrinths are not random spirals. They exhibit mathematical precision, with path widths kept uniform, curves repeated symmetrically, and entrances often oriented toward the sea, the sunrise, or specific constellations. Some archaeologists found traces of charcoal and burnt bone within the central points, implying that ritual fires or symbolic offerings once took place. Others discovered that certain labyrinths align with natural features such as tidal pools, suggesting the builders had an intimate understanding of the coastline and its rhythms. Yet, as the evidence accumulates, so do the contradictions. There is no clear sign of permanent settlement on the island during the time the labyrinths were built. No homes, no storage pits, no major hearths, indicating that people came here solely for ceremonial or symbolic purposes. But what those purposes were remains unknown. The design of the labyrinths also puzzles researchers. Unlike Mediterranean labyrinths used in mythology or spiritual practice, these Arctic versions do not trap or confuse. Instead, they invite the walker on a long, deliberate journey toward the center, then back out again, suggesting choreography or ritual passage. Some scholars argue they were used in rites of passage or seasonal ceremonies. Yet the presence of multiple labyrinths side by side, often differing only slightly in size or orientation, hints at a more complex tradition. Another contradiction lies in the uniformity of construction. Several labyrinths follow the same spiral style found across Scandinavia, the Kola Peninsula, and even faraway islands in the Baltic Sea, implying a widespread cultural network of seafaring peoples who shared symbolic stone-building traditions. But the builders of the Solovetsky labyrinths left no written records, no art, and no burials to explain their identity, leaving a cultural vacuum that has fueled endless debate. Some geologists have tried to argue that the structures might not be ancient at all, but medieval fish traps built by later inhabitants of the monastery complex on the neighboring island. Yet this theory collapses under scrutiny. Fish traps require openings for water flow and cannot be closed spirals. Moreover, medieval monks left extensive documentation of their activity, and none mention labyrinth construction. These contradictions open the door to layers of speculation. Some archaeologists believe the labyrinths functioned as maps of the cosmos, teaching novices the paths of stars and seasons through walking meditation. Others see them as symbolic passageways for guiding the dead into the spirit world, where the twisting path represents the soul's journey after death. A few theorists suggest they served as ritual mazes walked during solstice festivals, intended to harmonize human movement with the cycles of nature. More esoteric interpretations propose that the labyrinths were used in trance-inducing ceremonies. Walking slowly along the paths while focusing on breath and rhythm could create altered states of consciousness, allowing ancient shamans to enter visions or communicate with other realms. Some fringe researchers argue the layouts match diagrams of energy vortices or geomantic centers, implying that Bolshoy Zayatsky Island was a northern power point used by an advanced spiritual culture. Others take the idea in a different direction, proposing that the labyrinths represent navigation charts for prehistoric sailors, abstracted maps encoded in stone that show currents, coastal profiles, or celestial routes across the Arctic seas. Local legends add another layer. Fishermen and monks long spoke of stone games of the old people, claiming that the labyrinths were walked to ensure safe journeys or to trap evil spirits in their winding paths. Some say the labyrinths were used to summon favorable winds or calm the sea. Others whisper that the spirals mimic the paths of sea serpents or mythic creatures believed to inhabit the northern waters. But despite all theories, the island remains quiet, its builders silent, its spirals untouched for thousands of years, except by moss, wind, and the occasional traveler who dares to walk the ancient paths. And so, the stone labyrinths of Bolshoy Zayatsky Island remain one of the Arctic's greatest enigmas. Vast prehistoric spirals carved with intent but without explanation, aligned to forces we no longer measure, walked by people we no longer know, standing on a remote island where time seems to fold just like the labyrinths themselves, looping between certainty and wonder, forever refusing to reveal their final purpose. Archaeological Complex. In the wide grasslands of the southern Urals, where steppe winds rush endlessly across rolling plains and the horizon feels impossibly far away, lies a circular settlement so precise and so enigmatic that it has been called the Russian Stonehenge. Archaeum, a Bronze Age fortified city rediscovered only in 1987, just days before it would have been destroyed by a planned reservoir. What looked at first like a simple ring of earth turned out, upon excavation, to be one of the most complex and geometrically perfect urban designs ever found from the ancient world. A double-walled circular stronghold built with a level of planning, engineering, and astronomical awareness that seemed far beyond the pastoral tribes historically associated with the region. As archaeologists opened the settlement layer by layer, they found two concentric timber and clay walls, each reinforced with stone foundations, a ring of nearly identical dwellings arranged with mathematical precision, a central plaza lined with ritual pits, and a system of streets and drainage channels that showed a surprising degree of hydraulic and architectural knowledge. Underground furnaces, metallurgical workshops, and ceramic kilns hinted at advanced craftsmanship, while bronze tools and chariot fittings revealed a culture deeply connected to early Indo-European traditions. Even more astonishing was the city's orientation. Archaeum is aligned to solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles with an accuracy rivaling major ancient observatories. Certain doorways and windows frame celestial events, while the circular streets mirror the apparent motion of the heavens, transforming the entire settlement into a giant, habitable astronomical instrument. Yet the deeper researchers dug, the more contradictions surfaced. The people associated with Archaeum, often linked to the Sintashta culture, were believed to be mobile herders with small seasonal camps, not city builders capable of precise geometric layouts. No comparable settlement exists in the region before or immediately after Archaeum, suggesting the appearance of a sophisticated urban culture that rose suddenly and disappeared just as abruptly. The site also shows signs of intentional burning. Roofs collapsed inward, walls blackened, and debris layers indicate the city was destroyed in a controlled fire, possibly abandoned rather than conquered, which is puzzling, given the enormous effort required to build it. If Archaeum was a center of ritual, governance, and metallurgy, why would its inhabitants burn it down themselves? Further contradictions emerge in the artifacts. Some pottery styles seem local, while others show influences from cultures thousands of kilometers away, hinting at trade networks or migrations that mainstream timelines struggle to explain. Chemical analysis of metal objects reveals advanced alloying techniques, including high-quality bronze with controlled tin percentages, unusually sophisticated for a community allegedly lacking cities. The entire settlement appears to have been designed before construction began, with measurements suggesting knowledge of proportional systems and perhaps even early geometry. Yet no written records exist, no precursor designs, and no master plan preserved in material form. These anomalies have opened the door to a wide spectrum of speculation. Some archaeologists propose Archaeum was a ceremonial center for an early Indo-Iranian priesthood, a place where the movements of stars were observed to guide rituals, calendars, and agricultural cycles. Others suggest it was a training ground for chariot warriors, a cradle of Proto-Indo-European culture whose innovations later spread across Eurasia. More adventurous theories imagine Archaeum as a prototype, ideal city, built according to sacred geometric principles passed down through priestly lineages that later influenced Persian, Indian, and Scythian cosmologies. Fringe investigators argue that Archaeum's city plan resembles mandala patterns from ancient Vedic texts or mirrors astronomical charts embedded in early mythologies. Some claim that the precise circular design indicates knowledge of advanced surveying techniques, or even lost mathematics that predate Greek geometry. Others propose that Archaeum was part of a broader network of ring cities across the Eurasian steppe, many of which remain buried or unrecognized. A small but vocal group believes the settlement was an ancient observatory built by a culture with an unusually deep understanding of celestial mechanics. Perhaps to track precession, eclipses, or long-term astronomical cycles far earlier than officially recognized, locals add their own layers of mystique. Modern pilgrims visit Archaeum believing it to be a place of spiritual energy, claiming the circular layout channels cosmic forces or enhances meditation. Some legends speak of ancient sages who built Archaeum as a gateway between the earthly and celestial worlds, while others imagine it as the birthplace of mythical Aryan ancestors mentioned in ancient texts. And yet, despite decades of study, Archaeum refuses to reveal its full story. The city was planned with extraordinary foresight, built with advanced engineering, aligned with the heavens, inhabited for a brief period, and then deliberately set ablaze, all without leaving behind a written language or a direct descendant culture to explain its purpose. So, Archaeum remains one of Russia's greatest archaeological enigmas, a perfect circle on the lonely steppe, a city that appears and disappears like a mirage in history, hinting that somewhere in humanity's Bronze Age past, there may have been societies with far more knowledge and far deeper mysteries than we ever imagined. Mount Vodavara. In the remote forests of Karelia, where spruce trees stretch endlessly toward a gray northern sky and mist rolls across silent lakes, rises Mount Vodavara, a barren, rocky summit so strange that many visitors say it feels like stepping into another world, a place where nature and ancient engineering blur until you can no longer tell where one ends and the other begins. At a distance, the mountain looks unremarkable, but as you climb its twisted slopes, the landscape transforms, Enormous boulders balanced precariously on tiny stones, long stone ridges forming unnatural straight lines, fissures that appear like cut stairways, and clusters of megaliths perched in patterns too deliberate to be accidental. Over 1,600 bizarre sedas, sacred stones of the ancient Sami people, dot the mountaintop, many placed on delicate pivot points that allow them to sway slightly with the wind, producing faint vibrating sounds. The summit is also covered with deep, rectangular cracks in the bedrock, some stretching tens of meters, forming platforms, terraces, and corridors that resemble the ruins of a collapsed stone complex. Archaeologists mapping the area found stones arranged in circles, alignments that point towards solstice sunsets, and strange step formations in the granite that look like carved stairways leading nowhere. Radiocarbon testing on charcoal traces suggests human activity on the mountain more than 4,000 years ago, and Sami oral tradition identifies Vodavara as a sacred site where shamans performed rituals, communicated with spirits, and traveled between the worlds of the living and the dead. Yet the deeper researchers look, the more contradictions emerge. Geologists argue that most formations were caused by a powerful earthquake 9,000 years ago, shattering the bedrock into slabs and leaving debris fields that only appear artificial. However, this explanation does not account for the dozens of perched stones placed atop smooth boulders with intentional balance points. Nor does it explain why many megaliths align with astronomical directions, or why some stones form perfect right angles and flat surfaces that look as though they were shaped deliberately. Visitors report smooth-cut faces on certain stones, as if carved with tools and holes drilled deep into granite, features that are extremely difficult to produce even with modern equipment. Another contradiction lies in the sheer number of formations. No other mountain in the region displays anything remotely comparable in density or complexity. If this were purely geological chaos, why does it resemble a megalithic ritual landscape? And why is the mountain nearly devoid of soil and vegetation at the summit, while surrounding areas flourish? A pattern some researchers claim aligns with ancient clearing and intentional construction. These inconsistencies have sparked waves of speculation. Some archaeologists cautiously propose that Neolithic or Bronze Age cultures enhanced natural formations to create a vast ritual complex similar to sacred Sami mountains in northern Scandinavia. Others argue that Vodavara served as a shamanic pilgrimage site, where the unusual acoustics, created by hollow fractures in the rock, amplified drums, chants, and whistles during ceremonies intended to induce trance states. More adventurous theorists claim the mountaintop was a prehistoric observatory, pointing to alignments between the stones and major celestial events, while some believe it was an ancient gateway site, where shamans symbolically descended into the underworld through deep fractures in the rock. Fringe researchers go further, suggesting the stone alignments resemble those found in megalithic cultures thousands of kilometers away, hinting at shared knowledge or a forgotten northern tradition of sacred stone engineering. Others speculate that the balanced stones are remnants of a lost megalithic practice involving energy flows, seismic tuning, or geomagnetic awareness, citing unusual electromagnetic readings recorded near certain formations. More extreme interpretations imagine Vodavara as a partially ruined prehistoric temple complex, a relic of an advanced culture erased by the Ice Age or ancient catastrophes, with the earthquake acting as both destroyer and revealer of an older structure. Local legends fuel the mystery. Karelian folklore describes Vodavara as a mountain inhabited by spirits, a place where the boundary between worlds is thin. Some stories say the dead walk here on foggy nights. Others claim shamans ascended the peak to leave the physical world entirely. Modern hikers often report strange sensations, sudden silence, disorientation, feelings of being watched, while photographers capture inexplicable fog banks that form and disappear within minutes. Even today, many locales avoid the mountain, saying it has power that does not belong to humans. Yet, despite surveys, expeditions, and satellite imagery, Vodavara refuses to provide a clear answer. The stones balance but do not fall, the alignments exist but cannot be definitively explained, and the mountain's fractured geometry feels both natural and impossibly sculpted. And so, Mount Vadavara remains one of Russia's most haunting enigmas, a windswept summit covered in balanced stones and mysterious formations, a place where geology imitates architecture, where ancient rituals left traces but no explanations, and where the silence of the mountain whispers the same unanswered question: whether these patterns were shaped by the forces of nature, the hands of forgotten builders, or something in between.
We are taught that human history is a slow, predictable crawl from primitive tribes to modern engineers, but hidden in the hyperactive earthquake zones of the Armenian highlands, multi-ton evidence shatters that illusion. How does an 8-meter stone column anticipate earthquakes without snapping? Why are 10-ton basalt monoliths bored with microscopic precision to track the stars millennia before the pyramids? And how did a supposed Dark Age society engineer earthquake-proof fortresses and pressurized hydrodynamics on the edge of plunging ravines? Mainstream archaeology claims this was all achieved with crude chisels and peasant labor. But the stones speak a silent language of advanced acoustic science, complex geometry, and an impossible mastery over volcanic rock. Are these merely the lucky accidents of primitive kings? Or are we looking at the surviving fingerprints of a forgotten epoch, a highly advanced civilization wiped from memory by a cataclysmic historical collapse? Today, we examine the anomalies Orthodox history refuses to explain. These are the impossible stones of the Caucasus and the secrets they guard in the dust. 1. Geghard. Deep in the heart of the Armenian highlands, locked within the walls of a jagged gorge, sits a structure that defies the fundamental laws of architecture. This is Geghard. It was not built, it was carved. Not from blocks hauled from a quarry, but hollowed directly out of the belly of a solid basalt mountain. In standard construction, a mistake is easily fixed, a bad stone is replaced. Here, architecture is subtractive. One miscalculated strike of a chisel, one fracture in the rock, and an entire structural pillar is permanently ruined. Yet, what stands inside this unforgiving cliff face is a flawless, cavernous labyrinth of domed temples, intricate geometric carvings, and massive freestanding columns. It is an impossible masterpiece of negative space, a ghost structure where the genius lies not in what was added, but in what was taken away. To understand the true scale of this impossibility, we must first look at the official timeline and the context of the site. Mainstream history tells us the monastery was initially founded in the early 4th century by Gregory the Illuminator, the venerated patron saint, who converted Armenia to Christianity. He did not choose this location at random. He established a small, humble sanctuary here, drawn by a sacred spring bubbling up from deep within a dark, natural cave. For centuries, it was a modest, highly remote site. It was known simply as the Cave Monastery, an isolated outpost for ascetic monks seeking divine connection in the raw, brutal wilderness of the Azat River Gorge. Later, as its religious significance grew, it gained its more famous name, Gigardavank, meaning the Monastery of the Spear. Historical lore and local tradition claim it became the impenetrable, heavily guarded vault for the legendary lance of Longinus, the spear that pierced the side of Jesus Christ on the cross, brought to the jagged peaks of the Caucasus by the Apostle Jude. The main freestanding church that visitors first see when they approach the site today was constructed in the year 1215. It is a stunning, classical example of medieval Armenian architecture, built using traditional, well-understood methods of quarrying, cutting and stacking stone. But this external sunlit building is merely a facade. It is the architectural anteroom to a much darker, much deeper mystery. The mind-bending anomaly truly begins when you step past the conventional masonry of the courtyard and walk directly into the cliff itself. These inner chambers, the sprawling subterranean network of interconnecting tombs, hidden chapels, and soaring cavernous assembly halls were supposedly excavated decades later, well into the 13th century, under the financial patronage and direction of the Prussian noble family. Mainstream archaeology confidently asserts that these massive subterranean halls were carved out of the mountain by medieval monks and local peasant artisans. But this is exactly where the conventional narrative begins to fracture under the weight of logical scrutiny. The physical reality of carving Geghard requires a level of spatial awareness, mathematical planning, and engineering precision that severely challenges our understanding of medieval capabilities. When you build a conventional structure, you start at the flat foundation and you build up. You lay a level floor, you raise the vertical walls, and finally you cap it with a protective roof. The builders of the rock-cut chambers at Geghard did exactly the opposite. They carved entirely from the top down. Imagine standing on the solid, sloping exterior roof of a volcanic mountain. To create a massive room below, the excavators had to drive a narrow, vertical shaft straight down into the solid bedrock. Through this tiny oculus, this singular point of entry, they began to blindly carve out the ceiling. This meant that the intricate interlocking stone stalactites of the central dome, the sweeping, load-bearing arches, and the highly detailed tops of the massive columns were fully shaped, polished, and finalized while the floor beneath them was still solid, untouched mountain. The master builder had to know exactly, down to the fraction of an inch, where the base of a column would eventually land 30 feet below them, long before the space around that column had even been hollowed out. There was absolutely no room for error. A single miscalculation in the three-dimensional geometry from the top, a slight deviation in the angle of the chisel, would result in a collapsed ceiling or an unfixable, asymmetrical chamber at the bottom. And they executed this mathematical miracle in the dark. As the monks dug deeper into the heart of the basalt, natural sunlight completely vanished. The excavation of these cavernous halls, measuring tens of thousands of cubic feet of solid rock, was conducted in near-total, suffocating darkness. Hundreds of labourers would have been packed tight into enclosed, unventilated stone pockets. The air would have been overwhelmingly thick, almost unbreathable, choked with fine, razor-sharp basalt dust that coats the lungs. How did they breathe for hours on end? How did they see clearly enough to execute flawless, highly complex geometric carvings, illuminated by nothing more than the flickering, dim, oxygen-depleting flames of animal fat torches and simple oil lamps? Yet, the most baffling anomaly of Geghard is not just visual or logistical, it is auditory. When you step into the upper rock-cut church, a chamber known as the Jamatun, you enter one of the most perfectly tuned acoustic spaces on the planet. If you stand in the exact centre of this solid stone room and speak a single word, the sound does not simply bounce back as a chaotic echo. It reverberates, building upon itself with a nearly supernatural decay time that lasts for seconds, wrapping around the listener in a pure, unbroken tone. The layout of the room, the specific, calculated curvature of the carved dome overhead, and the precise angling of the rough-hewn walls create an acoustic amplifier of astonishing power and clarity. There is no acoustic wood, there is no plaster, there is no modern acoustic baffling or sound-absorbing material anywhere. There is only cold, hard, unyielding volcanic rock. Yet, a single human voice, whispering in the dark, can fill the massive space like an entire resonating choir. The conventional archaeological explanation for Geghard is presented as a testament to pure human endurance. Skeptics, structural engineers, and mainstream historians strongly argue that there is absolutely no need to invoke lost technologies. advanced ancient civilizations, or mysterious acoustic sciences to explain the monastery. They point directly to the sheer generational patience of medieval Armenian stonemasons. According to this pragmatic view, the tools were brutally basic, but highly effective when paired with time. Artisans armed with nothing more than heavy iron chisels, crude iron hammers, and wooden mallets chipped away at the mountain, day after day, year after year, passing the work down from father to son. Simple lead, plumb bobs, and basic Euclidean geometry were all that were needed to maintain straight vertical lines and perfect right angles. Furthermore, the skeptics argue that the top-down method, while sounding impossibly grueling to modern ears, was actually a highly practical necessity for subterranean work. By working downwards, gravity constantly assisted the removal of the stone, allowing the heavy debris to be hoisted up through the oculus, or pushed out through horizontal side vents as the floor was slowly lowered. As for the seemingly impossible, mathematically perfect acoustic properties of the Jamatoon, the mainstream historical view completely dismisses the idea of intentional sonic engineering. Skeptics argue that the incredible reverberation is nothing more than a highly fortuitous, lucky byproduct of traditional medieval architecture. The standard Armenian church design naturally incorporates a central dome and 4 supporting pillars. When this exact, traditional shape was hollowed out of solid, highly dense, non-porous basalt, the natural physical properties of the volcanic rock trapped and naturally amplified the sound waves. It was not a calculated mathematical equation. It was not a tuned frequency. It was simply a happy accident born from centuries-old religious architectural traditions, slamming into the uniquely dense geology of the Azat River Gorge. But when we look closer at the physical evidence left behind, the conventional, highly practical explanation begins to show severe structural cracks. The lucky accident theory wholly fails to account for the sheer, staggering scale and the precise execution of the excavation. First, consider the mystery of the missing debris. To hollow out the massive, multi-level, interconnecting complex of Geghard, thousands upon thousands of tons of solid basalt bedrock had to be chipped away, manually collected, and physically removed from the mountain. Where did it all go? If this was truly done with simple hand tools and woven baskets, hauling massive quantities of heavy, jagged rock up through narrow, vertical shafts, or out of tight cliffside openings, without the aid of mechanized pulleys, explosives, or heavy machinery, is a logistical nightmare of epic proportions. The surrounding gorge, steep and unyielding, shows no massive ancient spoil heaps proportional to the astronomical volume of stone missing from inside the mountain. The logistics of the waste removal alone rival the architectural complexity of the sanctuary itself. Then there is the highly specific mathematics of the sound. Modern acoustic engineers who have studied the rock-cut chambers reject the idea of a mere happy accident. They suggest that the resonance is far too perfect, too tightly controlled to be an unintentional byproduct. The specific frequencies that resonate most powerfully and beautifully within the Jamatoon align perfectly with the exact frequencies, overtones, and tonal scales of traditional Armenian liturgical chants. This strongly suggests the cavernous space was not just built to look like a church. It was quite literally constructed and tuned like a massive musical instrument. Could the elusive builders of Geghard have possessed a deeply guarded, lost understanding of cymatics, the ancient study of visible sound and vibration? Is it possible they knew exactly how to shape the stone dynamically, stopping to test the acoustics as they dug deeper, altering the curvature of the walls inch by inch, chisel strike by chisel strike, to achieve a specific, mathematically perfect sonic frequency that bridged the physical and spiritual worlds? And perhaps the most compelling counter-argument, the deepest mystery of all, lies in the true unrecorded age of the site itself. Long before Gregory the Illuminator ever arrived in the 4th century to plant a cross, the dark cave spring at Geghard was heavily utilized as a highly sacred site for ancient, pre-Christian pagan water cults. We know from physical evidence that ancient civilizations across the globe possessed highly advanced, still unexplained techniques for manipulating and working megalithic stone. Is it possible that the deepest, most acoustically resonant chambers of Geghard were not carved in the 13th century at all? Could the medieval monks have simply stumbled upon and later expanded an already existing, incredibly ancient subterranean complex? A megalithic site chosen by forgotten ancestors millennia ago, specifically because they possessed the lost technology to recognize and harness the unique, powerful, conductive properties of the living mountain. Geghard remains a paradox carved entirely in stone. It stands undeniably as a breathtaking monument to human devotion, but its shadowed, echoing halls whisper of a hidden engineering prowess that does not easily fit into the neat, chronological boxes of conventional history. Was this truly the agonizing work of medieval monks, armed with nothing more than iron chisels, endless, generational patience, and a stroke of incredible statistical acoustic luck? Or is Geghard a frozen, enduring record of a highly advanced, lost architectural science? A place where sacred geometry, the physics of sound, and millions of tons of solid volcanic rock were perfectly intentionally married by minds we have yet to fully understand. The stone holds its secrets tight, effortlessly amplifying our questions while silently swallowing the answers. As the haunting, perfectly tuned echoes of Geghard slowly fade into the cold winds of the Armenian highlands, we turn our attention to another structure that defies the known limits of the ancient world. Another site that simply should not exist. 2. Tatev Monastery. Imagine standing on the edge of a sheer cliff in Armenia, staring at an 8-meter-tall pillar of solid stone. By all the laws of physics, this massive, top-heavy column should have crashed to the ground centuries ago. Instead, it sways. It rocks back and forth, but it never falls. This is the Gavazan. Built in the year 904, it is a multi-ton stone megalith engineered to do the impossible. It acts as an ancient, highly sensitive alarm system, detecting the microseismic tremors of approaching earthquakes and invading armies. For well over a millennium, this staggering feat of engineering has defied gravity, severe weather, and the relentless march of time. When the deep earth shifts, the massive pillar moves. When thousands of enemy cavalry hooves pound the ground miles away, the stone vibrates and tilts, ringing an invisible silent alarm. It is an absolute masterpiece of dynamic architecture, hiding in plain sight. How could 10th century builders design a massive stone tower that leans but never snaps? And more importantly, what lost knowledge allowed them to calibrate solid rock, to read the subtle frequencies of the earth itself? To understand the sheer impossibility of the Gavazan, we must first look at where it stands. The setting is the vast Vorotan River Gorge in the Sunik province of Armenia. Here, plunging canyons, sheer drop-offs and dramatic mountain peaks create a landscape that is both breathtaking and incredibly hostile. Clinging to the edge of a massive basalt plateau is the Tatev Monastery. Construction on this formidable complex began in the late 9th century, around the year 895. Mainstream history tells us it was designed as an impregnable fortress of faith. It was a spiritual stronghold built on the edge of the known world that would eventually become the largest and most prestigious university in the medieval Armenian kingdom. The master Armenian stonemasons who carved Tatev from the bedrock were legendary throughout the ancient world. They operated under the fierce patronage of local princes, tasked with creating towering monuments that projected absolute power and unyielding devotion. But these men were not just builders, they were artists and survivalists who understood a grim reality. They were building their masterpieces in one of the most volatile, hyperactive earthquake zones on the entire planet. Their churches and fortifications were heavily reinforced, specifically built to withstand the violent tectonic clashes that regularly shattered the Caucasus region. Yet, even among a guild of elite master architects, the creation of the swaying pillar stands totally apart from anything else they built. The historical records tell us who ordered the monastery built, and roughly when the foundation stones were laid. But the ancient texts are suspiciously quiet on the exact mechanics behind their crowning achievement. They left behind a monument that speaks for itself, communicating in a silent language of mass, gravity, and delicate balance that modern engineers are only just beginning to fully decipher. Erected in the year 904, the Gavazan is a towering octagonal pillar, crowned with an intricately carved stone cross known as a kachkar. Standing at 26 feet tall, its sheer mass is incredibly intimidating, but the true engineering defiance, the secret to its immortality, is entirely hidden at its base. The multi-ton column does not rest flat on the ground. It is not mortared into the earth. Instead, it is seated securely within a specialized concave stone socket. This foundation acts as an ingenious pivot mechanism. It allows the massive stone column to tilt freely in any direction, reacting instantly to the slightest kinetic energy, and then miraculously return to its exact, perfect center of gravity. It functions as a mechanical seismograph, operating perfectly hundreds of years before the invention of modern geology. The sensitivity of the Gavazan is truly baffling. Long before an earthquake's primary shockwave ripped through the gorge and shattered buildings, the deep, low-frequency micro-tremors would travel through the deep bedrock. The specialized base of the pillar would catch these invisible waves, and the massive stone tower would begin to visibly sway. This movement gave the monks precious minutes to brace themselves, secure their relics, or flee the heavy collapsing masonry buildings. But the earth's natural violent rhythms were not the only threat in medieval Armenia. The region was a bloody crossroads of competing empires. When the heavy hooves of invading Seljuk or Mongol cavalry approached the gorge, the rhythmic vibrations carried through the dense ground for miles. Once again, catching the acoustic frequency of a marching army, the pillar would begin to rock. It was a sentinel that never slept, an early warning system that alerted the remote fortress to take up arms long before the enemy was ever visible on the distant horizon. If you doubt the effectiveness of this 10th century technology, you need only look at the historical record of the year 1931. That year, the catastrophic Zangezur earthquake violently devastated the entire region. The tectonic violence was so extreme that the massive, heavily fortified domes of Tatev Monastery's main churches cracked, splintered, and collapsed into ruins. It was an event of total destruction. Yet, when the choking dust finally cleared from the gorge, the Gavazan was still standing. The swaying pillar had absorbed the massive seismic shock, danced with the shifting earth, and settled back into its flawless upright position. It survived completely intact, silently mocking the destroyed buildings all around it. Mainstream archaeologists and structural engineers are often quick to dismiss any talk of ancient mysteries or lost high technology. To them, the Gavazan is not the product of an unknown, sophisticated science, but rather the pinnacle of conventional medieval craftsmanship. The conventional explanation is firmly rooted in harsh necessity and survival. The Armenian builders lived in a highly active seismic zone, where every generation saw their life's work reduced to rubble by the restless earth. To the skeptics, the Gavazan's hinge joint, this brilliant stone ball and socket resting on a flat pedestal, is simply the result of generations of brutal trial and error. According to this mainstream view, the masons eventually realized that rigid structures simply shatter under tectonic stress. So they experimented. They observed how flexible trees survived brutal windstorms and sought to apply that exact same logic to solid stone. Skeptics argue that by painstakingly chipping away at the base of the pillar, refining the gentle curve of the socket, and slightly adjusting the weight distribution, they eventually stumbled upon the perfect ratios. They argue there is no magic here, and certainly no secret geometric codes passed down from lost civilizations. To the conventional historian, this is just the result of brilliant, calloused hands, sharp iron chisels, and decades of practical experimentation to create buildings that could flex with the violence of the earth. But this conventional explanation of trial and error begins to severely fracture the moment you look at the extreme mathematics required to actually make the Gavazan work. You cannot build an 8-meter, top-heavy stone tower via simple guesswork. If the centre of mass is miscalculated by a fraction of a single millimetre, the pillar does not sway. It simply snaps at the base, bringing tons of solid rock crashing down onto the builders. There is absolutely no room for error. You either achieve absolute mathematical perfection on the very first try, or you fail catastrophically. The idea that medieval masons simply chipped away at the stone until they got it right ignores the incredibly sophisticated physics at play. How did they calibrate a solid block of stone to be highly sensitive to specific acoustic and seismic frequencies? The pillar does not just blindly sway in the wind. It specifically responds to the deep, low-frequency vibrations of earth movement and the rhythmic marching of armies. This requires an intimate understanding of structural dynamics and harmonic resonance. It requires a level of engineering foresight that we typically associate with modern computer modeling and advanced physics. This undeniable physical evidence opens the door to far more disruptive theories. Did these builders possess a highly advanced, lost understanding of physics? The Caucasus region is a deeply ancient land, layered with the ruins of forgotten empires. Some researchers suggest that this mathematical precision was not suddenly invented in the 10th century, but rather inherited. Could the knowledge have been passed down from older, lost civilizations of the region, such as the enigmatic Eurasians? The Eurasian Empire was renowned for its unparalleled, almost impossible mastery of stone and metallurgy. They carved massive subterranean cities and perfectly sloped aqueducts straight out of the bedrock thousands of years earlier. Is it possible that the monks of Tatev Monastery were simply the last custodians of a highly advanced ancient science of acoustics and vibration? When we look closely at the precise, unyielding geometry of the pivot base, it looks far less like a lucky medieval guess, and much more like the deliberate application of a forgotten mechanical genius. Today, the Gavazan remains standing, a solitary watchman over the dramatic plunging depths of the Armenian Gorge. It is a silent witness to fallen empires, violent earthquakes, and the slow, grinding march of 1,000 years. It continues to sway, resting in its perfect, impossible balance. Is this pendulous column simply a lucky architectural triumph? A total fluke of medieval masonry born from simple trial and error? Or is it hard, physical evidence that ancient engineers understood the hidden frequencies of the earth far better than we do today? The answer remains locked within the stone, vibrating with the deep pulse of the earth itself. As we leave the towering, wind-swept cliffs of Tatev behind, we are forced to wonder what other impossible machines are hidden in the shadows of the ancient world, quietly waiting to be rediscovered. 3. Garni Temple. Thousands of miles away from the marble columns of Greece and the heart of the Roman Empire, hidden deep within the rugged, isolated Caucasus Mountains of Armenia, stands a geographic and architectural impossibility. You are looking at a perfectly proportioned, classical, Greco-Roman colonnaded temple, built entirely where it has no right to be. But the true anomaly is not just its location. It is what this structure is made of. This is not the forgiving marble or soft limestone of the Mediterranean. It is engineered from hyperdense, unforgiving volcanic basalt. The staggering precision of its mortarless interlocking stones defies its extreme geographic isolation and raises an immediate terrifying question about the true capabilities of its builders. How did an ancient civilization master one of the hardest stones on Earth, creating flawless classical beauty on the edge of a sheer mountain cliff? To understand the magnitude of this anomaly, we have to look at what mainstream history tells us. The year is officially recorded as 77 AD. The builder is identified as the Armenian king, Tiridates I. According to classical texts and a single surviving Greek inscription found near the site, the temple was financed by none other than the infamous Roman Emperor Nero, following the Armenian king's diplomatic journey to Rome. It was dedicated to Mir, the ancient Armenian sun god of light and truth. And for centuries, it stood as a beacon of pagan worship. Then came the 4th century. Armenia became the first nation in the world to adopt Christianity as its state religion. What followed was a violent and systematic eradication of the old world. Pagan temples, shrines, and monuments were ruthlessly torn down, smashed, and replaced with churches. Yet, amidst this cultural purge, Garni Temple was mysteriously spared. It is the only surviving classical pagan temple in the entire country of Armenia, and indeed the only one still standing in the entire territory of the former Soviet Union. The official explanation claims it was simply too beautiful to destroy, repurposed as a summer house for the royal family. But surviving an ideological purge is only the beginning of the Garni enigma. The true mystery lies in the very stones used to build it. Basalt is an igneous rock. Born from the rapid cooling of lava, it is incredibly heavy, brutally hard, and notoriously brittle. If you take a standard Iron Age chisel and strike a block of basalt, the stone does not yield like marble. The iron blade instantly dulls, or worse, the sheer force shatters the rock entirely, ruining hours of meticulous work. It is a material that actively fights the stonemason. Yet, the builders of Garni chose this exact, uncompromising material to construct a masterpiece of classical geometry. The temple features 24 massive, imposing columns, each weighing several tons. These colossal blocks were assembled entirely without mortar. Instead, the architects utilized a highly advanced, invisible, internal engineering system. Deep inside the joints, the stones are locked together by heavy iron cramps, which were then flooded with molten lead. This was not merely to hold the heavy stones in place, but to act as ancient shock absorbers. The builders knew they were constructing on a violent fault line, and they engineered a mortarless, flexible framework designed to ride out the terrifying seismic shockwaves of the Caucasus region. Even more baffling is the impossible artistry carved into this dark, unyielding stone. Look closely at the entablature, the roofline, and the capitals. Despite the extreme hardness of the basalt, the temple is covered in deeply undercut, flawless carvings, intricate acanthus leaves, complex sacred geometric patterns, fearsome, hyper-detailed lion heads that stare out from the eaves. Achieving this level of three-dimensional delicate ornamentation in basalt defies the known limitations of first-century tools, and the location itself adds another layer to the enigma. The temple is perched on the absolute edge of a sheer triangular cliff, dropping into the Azat River gorge. Down in that gorge lies a geological wonder known as the Symphony of Stones, a sprawling cliff face made entirely of massive, naturally occurring hexagonal basalt columns. The temple above perfectly mirrors the sacred geometric geology of the earth below. It is as if the builders saw the mathematical perfection of nature and decided to challenge it, matching the earth's sheer power with an impossible monument of their own. Mainstream archaeologists and historians, however, argue that there is no great mystery here, just exceptional logistics. The conventional explanation points directly back to King Tiridates and his trip to Rome. The narrative dictates that the king did not just bring back Roman gold, he brought back elite Roman master craftsmen, architects and engineers. They argue that these Roman experts simply applied standard proven imperial techniques to the local Armenian materials. To explain the sheer precision of the basalt carvings, skeptics point to the immense scale of ancient time and labour. They suggest that thousands of hours of intense human effort were utilised using primitive iron tools combined with endless amounts of abrasive sand and water to slowly, painstakingly grind down the basalt into shape. Furthermore, skeptics are quick to point out a crucial asterisk in the history of Garni. The temple we see standing today is not the uninterrupted structure from 77 AD. In 1679, a catastrophic earthquake ripped through the region, collapsing the temple into a pile of rubble. It lay in ruins for nearly 300 years. What stands on the cliff edge right now is the result of a meticulous Soviet-era reconstruction project that took place between 1969 and 1975. Using the method of anastomosis, engineers painstakingly reassembled the fallen blocks. Critics argue that the flawless perfection we marvel at today is partially a modern achievement, enhanced by 20th century engineering, even though the original ancient stones were used. But this conventional explanation begins to fracture when subjected to intense physical scrutiny. The Soviet reconstruction strictly utilized the original fallen stones scattered around the cliffside. The modern engineers merely put the puzzle pieces back together. They did not carve new ones. And when you look closely at these original ancient blocks, the evidence left behind simply does not align with the story of iron tools and abrasive sand. Close-up analysis of the basalt reveals sheer cuts, impossibly flat surfaces, and perfectly uniform 90-degree interior angles. If these blocks were slowly ground down over months with sand and water, the corners would be rounded and the surfaces would show the organic inconsistency of human labour. Instead, the tool marks look entirely mechanical. Creating this level of sheer precision in hyperdense volcanic rock requires an industrial level of abrasives, diamond-tipped tools, or hardened steel, none of which existed in the official inventory of a 1st century Roman mason. The mystery deepens when we look beneath the temple itself. Deeper excavations around the Garni site have revealed massive cyclopean stone foundations. These are enormous, roughly hewn megalithic blocks that are undeniably older than the classical columns resting above them. Evidence suggests this cliff edge was a sacred site of immense importance thousands of years before King Tiridates or the Roman Empire even existed. This physical evidence has given rise to a compelling and controversial lost technology hypothesis. Could Garni be built upon the remnants of a far older, highly advanced megalithic culture? Alternative historians argue that the story of imported Roman craftsmen is nothing more than a convenient cover story, a later empire taking credit for an older, indigenous Caucasian achievement. They suggest the true builders possessed a forgotten method for working with hyperdense volcanic rock. Theories range from the use of sonic resonance techniques to vibrate and fracture the stone at a molecular level, to lost alchemical knowledge involving chemical softening agents that rendered the hard basalt temporarily pliable, allowing it to be moulded almost like clay before hardening back into an indestructible state. Garni Temple remains one of the most stunning paradoxes of the ancient world. It is a masterpiece of classical, harmonious geometry, locked deep within the wild, untamed mountains of the east. It is a structure carved from a stone that actively fights back against the chisel, engineered to float above devastating earthquakes, and possessing architectural precision that challenges our understanding of historical timelines. Did an ancient Armenian king merely borrow Roman blueprints and force thousands of labourers to grind away at volcanic rock until it resembled marble? Or does this lonely cliffside monument stand on the heavy cyclopean shoulders of an older, forgotten civilization? A culture that possessed techniques to manipulate the hardest materials on Earth with machine-like perfection, only for that knowledge to be swallowed by the harsh mountains of time. And if the deep, isolated peaks of the Caucasus hide such baffling, high-precision stonework, what anomalies are waiting to be uncovered in the dense, overgrown jungles across the globe? 4. Zvartnots Kara, the cosmic megaliths. High on a windswept plateau in the mountains of southern Armenia stands a jagged army of over 200 massive basalt monoliths. Some weigh up to 10 tons, but the true mystery is not their size. It is the impossible precision found near their peaks. Dozens of these ancient stones feature perfectly smooth, meticulously angled holes bored directly through solid rock. They are aimed directly at the heavens. What you are looking at might be a highly advanced astronomical observatory, predating Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids by thousands of years. Welcome to Zvartnots Kara, often referred to by locals and researchers as Karahunj. It is a place that defies the conventional timeline of human civilization. If the radical theories surrounding these stones are true, the textbook history of human astronomy, engineering and prehistoric capability is fundamentally flawed. We are taught that early humans were simple hunter-gatherers or primitive farmers. Yet, staring down the barrel of these stone scopes, we are forced to confront a terrifying and awe-inspiring possibility. Did an unknown, highly advanced civilization map the cosmos long before the wheel was even invented? To understand the sheer impossibility of Zvartnots Kara, we first have to ground ourselves in what mainstream history tells us about this rugged, unforgiving landscape. The site sits in the Syunik province, a harsh, mountainous region where the winters are brutal and the terrain is unyielding. It is a landscape steeped in deep, prehistoric lore, a place where the veil between the ancient world and the modern day feels incredibly thin. According to conventional archaeology, the timeline of this megalithic puzzle is relatively straightforward if profoundly ancient. Mainstream consensus dates the majority of the site to the Middle Bronze Age and the Iron Age, placing its peak usage somewhere between 2000 and 1000 BCE. Orthodox historians and archaeologists do not look at Zvartnots Kara and see an ancient space centre. They see a city of the dead. The sprawling site is heavily classified as a massive necropolis. Excavations have revealed numerous cist graves beneath the earth, stone-lined boxes holding the remains of the ancient people who lived, fought, and died in these mountains. Alongside these graves are the crumbled, overgrown ruins of ancient settlement walls. To the Orthodox historian, the builders were the local tribes of the Caucasus. These were hardened people, cattle herders and warriors, who used the massive basalt blocks merely to mark the resting places of their elite, or perhaps to serve as territorial boundaries. It is a tidy, logical explanation. It fits perfectly into the established chronology of human development. But this conventional narrative has a glaring problem. It completely ignores the stones themselves and the baffling high-tech anomaly carved directly into their surface. Step onto the plateau, And the sheer scale of the engineering effort immediately crushes the idea that this was just a simple graveyard. There are over 220 of these basalt monoliths scattered across the landscape. Dragging 10-ton rocks across the harsh, uneven terrain of the Armenian highlands would require an organized labor force, sophisticated logistics, and a profound, unifying motivation. But it is not the weight of the stones that draws rogue scientists and astronomers to this remote plateau. It is the 84 specific stones that harbour a baffling anomaly. Near the top of these selected monoliths are perfectly circular holes, roughly 5 centimetres in diameter, bored cleanly through the dense volcanic rock. These are not natural formations. They are deliberate, calculated, and executed with a precision that defies the primitive tools of the Bronze Age. The true breakthrough in understanding these holes came from the brilliant and controversial Armenian radiophysicist Paris Herouni. Armed with an array of telescopic equipment, chronometers, and astronomical software, Herouni launched a massive investigation into the site. He didn't look at the ground. He looked exactly where the stones were pointing. What he found shattered the academic world. Herouni discovered that these holes were not random decorations. They were ancient, highly sophisticated telescopes. By tracking the exact angles, elevations, and orientations of the bored holes, Herouni mapped their trajectories against the night sky. His findings were terrifyingly precise. The holes aligned perfectly with the movements of the sun, the phases of the moon, and most shockingly, specific star systems. One prominent alignment pointed directly to the star Deneb, the brightest star in the constellation of Cygnus, the Swan. But the Earth wobbles on its axis over millennia, a process known as precession. The stars we see today are not in the exact same positions they were in antiquity. To find out when these stone telescopes actually aligned with Deneb, Herouni had to wind the celestial clock backwards. The math delivered an impossible date. For the angles of the stones to perfectly frame the star Deneb, Zorat's Kara had to have been constructed, calibrated, and operational around 5500 BCE. That is over 7,500 years ago. That is over 2 millennia before the first stones were raised at Stonehenge. It is 3 millennia before the Great Pyramid of Giza was conceived. If Herouni's calculations are correct, a highly advanced, mathematically gifted civilization was mapping the deepest reaches of the cosmos at a time when mainstream history claims we were barely figuring out how to smelt copper. The establishment, however, was not about to rewrite the history books based on the alignment of a few rocks. The academic pushback was swift, brutal, and highly organized. Mainstream archaeologists argued that looking for star alignments in a field of hundreds of random stones is like looking for shapes in the clouds. If you draw enough lines, eventually something is going to point to a star. In the year 2000, a joint expedition led by Munich University arrived at Zorat's Kara with a singular mission: to strip away the myth and ground the site strictly in dirt-level archaeology. Their findings painted a radically different, brutally pragmatic picture. To the Munich team, these stones were never meant to look at the stars. They concluded that the site was nothing more than the remains of a defensive city wall, later repurposed into a sprawling cemetery. But what about the impossible holes? How does mainstream science explain dozens of meticulously carved 5-centimetre portals through solid basalt? The skeptics offered an incredibly simple, entirely terrestrial explanation. The holes were not stargazing portals, they were hauling points. Moving 10-ton blocks of jagged volcanic rock across miles of uneven terrain is an absolute nightmare. The Munich expedition theorized that the ancient builders simply carved holes into the rocks to thread thick ropes through them. This would allow teams of horses, oxen, or massive gangs of human laborers to gain leverage and drag the monoliths from the distant quarries to their final resting place on the plateau. Once the stones were erected as grave markers or defensive barricades, the hauling holes were left exactly where they were, serving no further purpose. It is a beautifully simple explanation. It takes the mystery out of the sky and places it firmly in the mud. It turns prehistoric astronomers back into primitive labourers. The academic world breathed a collective sigh of relief. The timeline of human history was safe. But mysteries of this magnitude refused to stay buried. When independent researchers, engineers and stonemasons began to scrutinise the skeptics' rope-hauling theory, massive, undeniable holes began to appear in the official narrative. First, there is the glaring issue of basic physics. If you are going to carve a hole into a 10-ton rock to drag it across miles of earth, you place that hole near the rock's centre of gravity. You want stability. You want maximum pulling efficiency. But the holes at Zvartnots Kara are completely wrong for this. They are located at the extreme, narrow upper tips of the monoliths. If you thread a rope through the very top of an asymmetrical 10-ton boulder and have a team of oxen pull with all their might, the rock does not slide. It flips. It rolls. It becomes a lethal, unmanageable hazard. It is the absolute worst possible place to anchor a hauling rope. Then there is the physical evidence inside the holes themselves. Basalt is hard, but a thick, coarse rope carrying the tension of a 10-ton load over miles of rough terrain acts like a saw. It would leave severe, deep friction marks, gouges and asymmetric wear inside the stone. Yet, when we examine the interior of these mysterious holes, those deep rope burns are entirely absent. The internal weathering is uniform. Furthermore, the architecture of the holes directly contradicts the hauling theory. Many of these portals feature a highly specific design known as chamfering. The holes are flared. They are wider on the outside and steadily narrow toward the centre, like two cones meeting at the middle. If you are dragging a rock, a straight, uniform hole is far stronger. But if your goal is to look through the stone, a chamfered edge is exactly what you want. It widens your field of view. It allows an observer to track a moving celestial object across a wider slice of the sky without moving their eye. The physical shape of the holes screams optical device, not a primitive tow hitch. And finally, there is the ultimate eerie coincidence that the skeptics simply cannot explain away. When you take an aerial view of the central, most dense arrangement of stones at Zvartnots Kara, a distinct, undeniable pattern emerges. The physical layout of the monoliths on the ground closely mirrors the exact shape of the Cygnus constellation in the sky. The very same constellation that Paris Hiruni's ancient stone telescopes were perfectly calibrated to observe. We are left standing on a razor's edge between two completely incompatible versions of human history. Are we looking at a primitive, scattered graveyard where the desperate practical methods of dragging rocks have been romantically misinterpreted by over-eager stargazers? Or is Zvartnots Kara a monumental celestial map designed by a master civilization that watched the heavens with a level of sophistication we are only now beginning to comprehend? The stones of the Armenian highlands remain silent, guarding their secrets against the biting mountain wind. But they force us to look upward and to ask a deeply unsettling question. How much of our own history is entirely wrong, simply waiting to be rediscovered, hidden perfectly in the stars? 5. Ambered Fortress, the Alpine Stronghold. 7,500 feet up the frozen, jagged slopes of a dormant volcano sits an architectural impossibility. Thousands of tons of meticulously cut basalt locked together on the edge of a plunging abyss. This is Ambered, the fortress in the clouds. Mainstream history tells us medieval masons dragged these megalithic stones up the treacherous mountain in freezing conditions. But the real mystery isn't just the staggering weight of the rock. It is the highly advanced thermal and hydroengineering buried beneath it. Technology centuries ahead of its time, defying everything we know about Dark Age mountain societies. To understand the sheer madness of this construction, you have to understand the terrain. We are in the rugged, unforgiving high altitudes of the Aragatsotn province in Armenia. This is a landscape born of fire and ice, where Mount Aragats dominates the skyline, and deep, seismically active gorges carve the earth into natural fortifications. At the bottom of these plunging ravines run the freezing waters of the Arcashian and Amberd rivers. According to conventional archaeological timelines, the foundations of this high-altitude fortress were laid by the Kamsara Khan princes in the 7th century, right at the onset of the Middle Ages. Fast forward 400 years, and the Pahlavi dynasty expanded the site, adding fortified defensive walls and an austere geometric stone church that still stands today. The purpose of this massive undertaking was clear. This was meant to be an impregnable summer residence for royalty, a soaring military stronghold designed to repel the relentless tides of Arab, Seljuk, and eventually Mongol invasions. It was a fortress built to hold the sky. From a purely strategic standpoint, the location is flawless. The steep, triangular cliff edge creates a deadly natural moat. Any invading army would have to fight gravity, the elements, and a relentless rain of arrows just to reach the outer gates. But military strategy alone does not explain the sheer, staggering complexity of the fortress itself. Building a citadel of this magnitude at an elevation of 7,500 feet is a logistical nightmare, even by modern standards. The air is thin, the winters are brutally long and completely unforgiving, locking the mountain in deep snow and ice for months on end. Yet, the builders of Amberd managed to construct defensive walls up to 4 meters thick using massive blocks of local volcanic basalt. Imagine hauling these stones, weighing thousands of pounds, across steep, impassable ravines without the aid of mechanized cranes, steel cables, or modern hydraulics. It is a feat of brute strength and sheer will. But the true anomaly of Amberd is not found in the towering walls that pierce the clouds. It is buried beneath the earth. Hidden from the howling mountain winds is a highly sophisticated, pressurized water supply system. The engineers of Amberd did not just rely on rainwater cisterns to survive long sieges. They actively transported glacial snowmelt from mountain springs miles away. To do this, they used meticulously crafted clay pipes, laid down with absolute unwavering precision. These pipes maintained a perfect gradient across a jagged, constantly shifting, seismically active terrain. This is where the physics become truly baffling. If the angle of descent was off by even a fraction of a degree, the water flow would stall and pool. If the water pooled during the bitter Armenian winter, it would freeze, expand, and shatter the entire clay system in a matter of hours. Yet, the system survived. It functioned flawlessly, delivering a constant stream of fresh water to the fortress above the clouds. And the engineering marvels do not stop at cold water. Deep within the 11th century additions lies a fully functioning bathhouse, equipped with an advanced hypocaust heating system. Running complex thermal physics at freezing altitudes requires an intricate understanding of fluid dynamics and thermodynamics. A fire built in a subterranean furnace sent hot air circulating through a maze of hollow spaces beneath the floors and upward through ceramic flues hidden within the walls. The stone floors were held up by carefully spaced pillars, allowing the heat to radiate evenly, turning a freezing mountain outpost into a steam-filled sanctuary. This is the kind of luxury and technological sophistication we expect to find in the sun-baked valleys of the Roman Empire, not suspended on the edge of a freezing volcanic cliff during the Dark Ages. How did an isolated mountain society execute this level of complex thermal engineering? Mainstream historians and conventional archaeologists offer a grounded, if brutal, explanation. They argue there is no lost ancient magic here, just immense human suffering, limitless manpower, and sheer, uncompromising brute force. In the medieval world, kings and princes had absolute authority over their subjects. The basalt outcroppings were local, meaning the massive stones did not have to travel vast distances, even if the terrain was treacherous. Legions of labourers, working under the threat of the sword, likely used teams of oxen, thick hemp ropes and timber rollers to drag the heavy blocks into place. Countless lives were likely lost to the mountain, but in the eyes of medieval royalty, human life was an expendable resource. As for the astonishing hydro-engineering and the underground heating system, the conventional view points to the Silk Road. Armenia has always been a crossroads of empires, sitting directly on the ancient trade routes connecting the east to the west. The skeptics argue that the knowledge of hypocaust systems and pressurized clay pipes was simply an inheritance from the Byzantine or fallen Roman empires. Travelling merchants, fleeing scholars and foreign engineers passed this mathematical knowledge along to local Armenian stonemasons. Through decades of agonizing trial and error, these local builders supposedly adapted Mediterranean engineering to survive the harsh Caucasian winters. It is a neat, rational explanation. It packages the anomaly of Amberd into a conventional timeline of cultural diffusion, trade networks, and medieval serfdom. But for alternative researchers, independent structural engineers and local legends, the mainstream explanation has glaring holes. The idea of trial and error is exactly where the conventional narrative falls completely apart. When dealing with pressurized fluid dynamics at sub-zero temperatures, trial and error is a fatal strategy. You cannot afford a single mistake. The survival of that buried clay pipe system points to highly precise surveying tools and advanced mathematical knowledge. It requires a mastery of topography and physics that even the Romans themselves struggled to maintain at such extreme altitudes and freezing temperatures. The builders of Amberd didn't just guess the gradient, they calculated it with an accuracy that defies the supposed technological limits of the 7th century. Then there is the stone itself. If you look closely at the lowest foundations of the fortress, the very base upon which the medieval walls were later stacked, the architectural style abruptly changes. The lower walls exhibit what is known as Cyclopean masonry. These are massive, irregularly shaped, megalithic boulders fitted together flawlessly without a single drop of mortar. This specific style of construction is not medieval. It is a hallmark of much older, prehistoric civilizations. It is the exact same building technique found at Karahunj, the mysterious stone circle in southern Armenia, often called the Armenian Stonehenge. Karahunj dates back thousands of years before the Kamsarakan princes were even born. This physical evidence gives rise to a compelling counter-theory. What if the 7th century Armenians didn't build the foundation of Amberd at all? What if they merely found it? The alternative theory suggests that the medieval royalty discovered the ruins of a much older lost civilization, a megalithic culture that had already levelled the cliff edge, mastered the impossible stone cuts, and laid the precise groundwork for the water systems. The medieval builders simply claimed the site, stacking their smaller, rougher, mortared medieval blocks on top of a prehistoric masterpiece. It explains the sudden shift in masonry styles. It explains why the foundational engineering seems so wildly out of place for a Dark Age mountain fortress. They did not invent the technology. They inherited the bones of something far older and far more advanced. Despite its impenetrable cyclopean walls and advanced engineering, Ambad could not hold out forever. In the year 1236, the Mongol hordes swept through the Caucasus Mountains. The fortress in the clouds was besieged, sacked, and ultimately set ablaze. The wooden roofs collapsed, the thermal baths went cold, and the mighty citadel was left to the mercy of the mountain winds. For centuries, it sat entirely abandoned, a massive stone ghost ship stranded in the sky. Today the ruins stand in silent defiance, guarding the secrets of the men who originally shaped them. The Orthodox timeline tells a story of medieval kings, cultural diffusion, and sheer brute force, but the foundation stones themselves whisper a very different history. They speak of lost mathematics, impossible physics, and a mastery of the earth that stretches far deeper into the past than modern history is comfortable admitting. If the earliest architects of this unforgiving region truly possessed the technology to master thermal dynamics, high-altitude logistics, and mortarless megalithic construction thousands of years before the history books say it was possible, what other lost architectural marvels are still buried beneath the snows of the Caucasus? 6. Erebuni Fortress, the Cyclopean Citadel. 29 years before the legendary founding of Rome, an entirely different empire was moving mountains in the Caucasus. Sitting high above the modern capital of Yerevan, Armenia, is the Erebuni Fortress. It is a sprawling megalithic citadel anchored to the steep slopes of the Arin Bird Hill. Here, thousands of massive multi-ton basalt blocks were dragged up an unforgiving incline and fitted together with terrifying precision. They used no mortar, they had no heavy machinery. Yet this mountain stronghold appeared seemingly overnight in 782 BC, showcasing earthquake-proof engineering and advanced hydraulics that baffle modern structural engineers. How did a forgotten civilization achieve this impossible feat of stone manipulation? To understand the impossible stones of Erebuni, we have to look at the ghosts who placed them there. Mainstream history credits this monumental fortress to King Argishti I. He was a ruthless and ambitious ruler of the kingdom of Urartu. Today, the Urartians are barely a footnote in most standard history books, overshadowed by the empires of Egypt and Babylon. But in the 8th century BC, they were the undisputed masters of the Armenian highlands. They were the fiercest and most stubborn rivals of the mighty, world-conquering Assyrian Empire. The Urartians were unmatched horsemen. They were brilliant tactical warriors who utilized the harsh, mountainous terrain to break the backs of invading armies. But above all, their legacy is written in monumental stone. At Erebuni, the builders left behind something incredibly rare and invaluable in the ancient world. They left a birth certificate, carved flawlessly into a massive stone slab at the entrance of the fortress, is a pristine cuneiform inscription. It translates to a bold, immortal declaration of absolute power. King Argishti states that he built this magnificent fortress to project terror into his enemies and to bring glory to his lands. He also explicitly mentions his labor force. He claims to have settled 6,600 prisoners of war here to build and populate his new, impregnable military capital. For conventional archaeologists, this stone tablet is the beginning and the absolute end of the mystery. It tells us exactly who ordered the construction, when it happened, and where the grueling manual labor came from. But reading a king's boastful decree is one thing. Standing beneath the towering walls and looking at the physical reality of the fortress he supposedly built is another entirely. The sheer, terrifying suddenness of the Urartian architectural mastery is what stops modern structural engineers in their tracks. Before Erebuni, there was no slow, agonizing evolution of massive stone building in this specific region that could logically predict a fortress of this staggering magnitude. It is as if they walked right out of the chaotic Bronze Age and immediately started building with the precision and understanding of gods. The physical anomalies of Erebuni Fortress begin at its very foundation. The citadel rests on what is known as Cyclopean masonry. This is an ancient style of building that utilizes massive, unworked, or roughly hewn boulders. The stones are so incredibly large that later, classical civilizations believed only a race of mythical giants could possess the strength to have lifted them. At Erebuni, the base of the fortress consists of dense volcanic basalt blocks. Basalt is one of the heaviest, hardest, and most unforgiving stones on the planet. Many of these individual blocks weigh several tons each. Now, picture the surrounding terrain. Arin Bird is not a gentle slope. It is a steep, rugged, and highly defensive hill. Moving a single 3-ton block of raw basalt across flat ground requires immense logistical coordination. Dragging thousands of them up a sharp, rocky incline defies standard practical logic. But the Urartians did not just haul them up the mountain to pile them into rough walls. They interlocked them. The builders achieved a staggering level of mathematical precision, fitting these irregular multi-ton monoliths together flawlessly. They did this without a single drop of mortar to bind them. Why go to such extreme, exhausting lengths? Why not build with smaller, manageable stones and seal them with mud? The answer reveals a level of scientific understanding that simply should not exist in 782 BC. The Ararat Plain is a highly volatile seismic zone. Earthquakes have violently leveled countless empires in this region over the millennia. The Urartians knew this, and so they deliberately designed Erebuni to be earthquake-proof. The mortarless interlocking basalt base was highly intentional. It allowed the massive stones to shift, slide, and absorb the massive kinetic energy of a tremor without shattering. Above this megalithic base, they layered softer mud brick and flexible timber. This alternating density of materials acted exactly like modern seismic shock absorbers. The heavy, shifting stones below dissipated the earthquake's violent, tearing force, while the softer, flexible mud brick above swayed back and forth without collapsing. It is a brilliant structural engineering concept that modern architects only truly perfected in the 20th century. If the seismic architecture is not baffling enough, look at the water management. A fortress perched on top of a steep, dry, sun-baked hill is a death trap during a protracted military siege. Water is heavier than stone when you have to carry it by the thousands of gallons under enemy fire. The Urartians bypassed this vulnerability entirely by creating a subterranean hydraulic masterpiece. They carved deep, massive cisterns directly into the solid, unforgiving bedrock beneath the fortress. But they didn't just rely on catching seasonal rainwater. They engineered and installed miles of sophisticated, interconnected terracotta pipelines. These pipelines systematically pulled, stored, and managed fresh water from distant mountain springs, routing it high above the natural water table and directly into the beating heart of the citadel. The fluid dynamics, the pressure regulation, the precise leveling, and the sheer geological understanding required to bore through bedrock and lay perfectly sealed pipes on a mountain peak is nothing short of miraculous for an early Iron Age society. Of course, mainstream archaeology offers a far less romantic, far more brutal explanation for these apparent miracles of ancient engineering. For the skeptics, there is no mystery here. There are no lost technologies, no levitating stones, and no ancient secrets waiting to be unlocked. There is only blood, sweat, and limitless brute force. The conventional argument rests heavily on the translation of that cuneiform birth certificate. King Argishti explicitly boasted about capturing 6,600 prisoners from the neighbouring defeated regions. In the brutal reality of the ancient world, unlimited, unpaid human capital solved almost any logistical engineering problem. Mainstream historians argue that the Eurasians simply applied the same brutal mechanical methods as their Assyrian rivals. They would have constructed massive, sprawling earthen ramps hugging the steep sides of Arin Bird. Using thousands of disposable slaves, thick hemp ropes, heavy timber rollers, and wooden sledges, they would have agonizingly dragged the basalt blocks up the incline, inch by agonizing, back-breaking inch. As for the flawless, mortarless fit of the Cyclopean stones, archaeologists attribute this to endless, mind-numbing manual labour. They theorize that the workers used heavy, pounding stones made of even harder diorite, along with a constant, abrasive mixture of coarse sand and water. By grinding the rough edges of the massive basalt blocks for hundreds of thousands of hours, they eventually achieved that perfect interlocking seam. To the skeptic, Erebuni is not a monument to lost science or higher understanding. It is a grim monument to the terrifying power of an absolute monarch with an endless supply of expendable human lives. But when we step out of the comfort of the textbook and look closely at the physical evidence on the ground, the brute force theory begins to show massive, glaring cracks. The mainstream explanation completely ignores a fundamental, undeniable physical reality known as the tooling paradox. In 782 BC, humanity was slowly transitioning from the Bronze Age to the early Iron Age. The chisels, saws, and cutting tools available to the Urartian builders were made of copper, bronze, or the very earliest, softest forms of wrought iron. Basalt is an igneous rock formed from rapidly cooling lava. It is incredibly dense, highly abrasive, and extremely hard. If you strike a raw basalt boulder with a bronze or early iron chisel, the metal tool will blunt, bend, or shatter almost instantly. It is physically, metallurgically impossible to quarry, shape, and flawlessly level tens of thousands of tons of basalt at a massive industrial scale using the soft metal tools verified to exist in that era. The mainstream answer is always sand and grinding. But let us look at the historical timeline. King Argishti built Erebuni to secure a newly conquered, highly hostile territory. He was surrounded by enemies. He did not have decades to wait for exhausted slaves to slowly grind basalt with sand and water. The fortress had to be erected incredibly quickly to establish military dominance and defend against inevitable violent counterattacks. The speed of assembly required to build a fortress of this immense scale entirely contradicts the agonizingly slow, generational method of grinding stone against stone. The sheer efficiency of the construction points directly to a highly systematized, highly advanced method of stone manipulation that we simply do not understand today. This leads directly to the great metallurgical mystery of Urartu. While history largely forgot them, neighbouring ancient empires wrote about the Urartians with deep awe and jealousy. They were renowned throughout the known world as the absolute masters of metallurgy. Their bronze shields, iron weaponry, and metal artifacts are some of the most sophisticated, beautifully crafted items ever discovered from antiquity. Is it so difficult to believe that a society utterly obsessed with the chemical manipulation of metals had discovered a hardened, specialized alloy that has since been completely lost to time? Or perhaps they possessed a chemical stone-working technique, a highly corrosive compound, or an intense thermal application that allowed them to soften and shape solid basalt as easily as wet clay. The unbelievable precision of the cuts, the flawless seams, and the rapid speed of the construction suggest they possessed specialized tools that simply should not have existed in their era. When the Urartian Empire finally fell, violently erased by nomadic invaders from the north, did their greatest scientific and architectural secrets burn to the ground with them. The kingdom of Urartu seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. For nearly 2 millennia, their towering cities lay buried beneath the soil. Their unique language was entirely forgotten, and their very name was erased from human memory. It wasn't until modern archaeological excavations in the 20th century that the true staggering scale of Erebuni was finally dragged back into the light of day. Today, we are left staring at silent stones that defy the known tools of their time. We are left walking through the ruins of a fortress that mathematically anticipated the violent, destructive tremors of the earth thousands of years before the invention of modern seismology. If a forgotten civilization could engineer a megalithic, hydraulic masterpiece on a mountaintop in the 8th century BC, and then be completely swallowed by the sands of time, we must ask ourselves a deeply terrifying question. What other advanced, scientifically brilliant, and completely forgotten empires are waiting to be uncovered, resting silently just beneath our feet? 7. Zvartnots Temple, the colossal geometry. In the shadow of Mount Ararat lies a shattered geometric impossibility. It is a massive 3-tiered circular rotunda made of stone, built over 1,000 years ago in one of the world's most active earthquake zones. A towering, top-heavy stone dome, supported not by thick exterior walls, but by a seemingly fragile internal frame. It is an architectural contradiction, a structure that, according to the laws of medieval engineering, should never have been able to stand. Welcome to the ruined enigma of Zvartnots Temple. To understand the sheer magnitude of this structural anomaly, we must first look at the violent world into which it was born. The year is 643 AD. The Armenian highlands are a geopolitical powder keg. This harsh, mountainous terrain is wedged directly between the crushing forces of the expanding Arab Caliphate to the south and the ancient, unyielding Byzantine Empire to the west. It is an era of relentless war, invasion, and constant cultural upheaval. In the very middle of this chaos stands Catholicos Nerses III, the supreme head of the Armenian Apostolic Church. History remembers him, quite appropriately, as Nerses the Builder. He envisioned not just a sanctuary, but a colossal celestial palace on earth. He named it Zvartnots, which translates directly to the Temple of Celestial Angels. Its purpose was profound and deeply spiritual. It was built to house the sacred relics of Saint Gregory the Illuminator, the venerated figure who brought Christianity to Armenia centuries earlier. Nerses wanted a monument that would project absolute power, unshakable faith, and divine protection in an era of terrifying uncertainty. He demanded a structure unlike anything the world had ever seen, and his architects delivered an absolute masterpiece of stone. Instead of the traditional grounded rectangular basilicas common to early Christianity, they designed a soaring concentric marvel. It was a statement of ultimate defiance against both the shifting political tides of empires and the volatile earth beneath their feet. But ambition is one thing. Execution is an entirely different reality. To pull off the Temple of Celestial Angels, these isolated 7th century builders had to bend the rules of physics. Look closely at the ruins of Zvartnots today, and the sheer scale of the mathematics involved becomes overwhelming. At its core, this was a tetraconch, a cross perfectly encased within a circle, but it was not a flat, sprawling footprint hugging the earth. It was a towering 3-story cylinder reaching almost 150 feet into the sky. Think about the logistics of that for a moment. A structure equivalent to a 15-story modern building, constructed entirely of colossal, precision-cut blocks of volcanic tuff, built 14 centuries ago without modern cranes, steel reinforcement, or advanced hydraulic machinery. The engineering required to keep this monumental structure upright is where the true enduring mystery lies. In a standard monumental building of antiquity, thick, solid, windowless outer walls carry the immense, crushing weight of a stone roof. Zvartnots completely inverted this fundamental rule of architecture. The massive central dome was suspended high above the ground, its terrifying weight transferred down through a series of complex interlocking arches, ultimately resting on just 4 relatively slender internal pillars. It was heavily top-loaded. It was hollowed out by massive, intricate windows designed to let in brilliant shafts of celestial light. It was structurally precarious by every known metric of 7th century engineering. Yet they built it. And they decorated it with cryptic symbols that seemed to whisper of an even older, forgotten past. Crowning those 4 vital, load-bearing pillars are the eagle capitals. These are gigantic, masterfully carved stone eagles. Their wings spread impossibly wide, seemingly holding up the massive weight of the stone arches upon their backs. This is not standard Christian iconography. This is a powerful, undeniable echo. The eagle was a sacred, dominant symbol of Urartu, a deeply ancient pre-Christian empire that once ruled these very highlands thousands of years before Nerses. The presence of these pagan guardians, hiding in plain sight, physically supporting the weight of a Christian dome, suggests something profound. It implies that Nerses' architects were drawing on a continuous, unbroken lineage of knowledge, much older than anyone realizes. A lineage of master builders who knew ancient secrets of stone that still defy modern comprehension. But mainstream archaeology offers a far more grounded, sobering explanation. There is no lost magic here, no forgotten advanced technology waiting to be unearthed beneath the Armenian soil. To the conventional historian, Zvartnots is simply the product of supreme human ambition and a brilliant, if flawed, fusion of Syrian and Byzantine architectural styles, executed by highly skilled, albeit overly optimistic, local masons. The skeptics point to the inevitable tragic end of the temple as definitive proof of their theory. Zvartnots did not last. In the 10th century, roughly 300 years after its grand dedication, the Temple of Celestial Angels came crashing down into the dust. The conventional verdict is straightforward and unforgiving. Nerses the builder pushed his architects too far. Driven by religious zeal and a desire for immortality, they designed a structure whose reach vastly exceeded the actual structural limits of stone masonry. By placing a tremendously heavy dome on a hollowed-out, multi-tiered circular frame, they created a magnificent glass jaw. When a massive earthquake, a frequent and devastating occurrence in the Ararat Plain, finally tore through the region, the fragile internal supports snapped under the lateral shear force. The top-heavy structure collapsed inward, burying its own brilliance beneath thousands of tons of carved volcanic rock. It was not a grand mystery. It was simply a beautiful, arrogant failure of medieval engineering. However, when you stand among the shattered, beautifully carved pillars of Zvartnots today, feeling the immense weight of the fallen stone, the mainstream explanation feels entirely inadequate. It ignores one glaring, undeniable reality of physics, geography, and history. 300 years. If the core design of Zvartnots was so inherently flawed, so dangerously top-heavy and precariously balanced, how did it survive 3 centuries in one of the most violent, geologically active seismic zones on the entire planet? The Armenian highlands are constantly ravaged by tectonic shifts. The earth here breathes and shudders constantly. A structurally doomed building does not endure 300 years of relentless, compounding tremors, surviving countless smaller quakes and geological shifts before finally giving way. This forces us to ask a dangerous, highly controversial question. What if the eventual collapse was not due to a lack of engineering knowledge? Rather, what if its miraculous 3-century survival was the direct result of a highly advanced, lost seismic technology? Some independent structural engineers and alternative researchers suggest that the builders of Zvartnots utilized specific forgotten geometric ratios and complex interlocking stone joints designed specifically to flex and absorb kinetic energy. The very thing that made it look so fragile, its open, arched internal frame and its tiered colonnades, might have acted as a primitive, highly effective shock absorption system. The massive blocks of volcanic tuff were not just stacked indiscriminately, they were precision-fitted without the heavy use of rigid mortar, potentially allowing the entire structure to sway and roll with the violent lateral waves of an earthquake, rather than standing perfectly rigid and shattering upon the first major impact. Furthermore, the sophisticated mathematics required to evenly distribute the terrifying weight of a heavy stone dome across a circular multi-tiered colonnade are absolutely staggering. The structural concepts applied at Zvartnots predate the vaunted geometric innovations of the European Gothic and Renaissance eras by many centuries. Western architects would not master this specific kind of complex load distribution and weight transfer until much later in human history. So where did the isolated 7th century builders of the Armenian highlands obtain this advanced knowledge of load-bearing geometry? They were actively manipulating forces of gravity, tension, and sheer stress that, according to the standard timeline of human progress, they technically should not have understood. The ruins of Zvartnots remain a profound paradox carved forever in stone. It is a monument that seems to exist entirely out of time, a haunting ghost of advanced geometry, casting long shadows beneath the snow-capped peak of Mount Ararat. We are left to stare at the beautifully fallen eagles and the fragmented, sweeping arches, trying desperately to reverse engineer the minds of the men who dared to build a celestial cylinder on trembling earth. Did they simply get incredibly lucky for 300 unbroken years? Or did they possess a mastery of seismic engineering and architectural mathematics that was tragically swallowed by the earth when the temple finally fell? If the architects of the 7th century held the precise geometric secrets required to build a towering multi-story stone rotunda that defied gravity and devastating earthquakes for centuries, what other lost architectural sciences are buried beneath the dust of history? The collapse of Zvartnots might not be a story of engineering failure at all. It might be the final shattering echo of a forgotten architectural epoch. And if they could build this impossible machine of stone 1400 years ago, we have to look out across the stark plains and wonder what else they knew, what else they built, and what else is still waiting to be found in the dirt. 8. Noratus Cemetery, the Standing Stone Legion. High in the mountains of Armenia, near the misty shores of Lake Sevan, an army of nearly 1,000 stone monoliths stands frozen in time. These are the giant steles of Noratus. But look closer, and a terrifying paradox reveals itself. Carved into these multi-ton slabs of unforgiving volcanic rock is a microscopic, fractal-like geometry so perfect it is known as needle lace. How did medieval artisans achieve such flawless mathematical precision on jagged stone without modern tools? And why do local legends insist these very stones once physically stood up to repel an invading empire? Are these simply elaborate tombstones, or do they hold a pre-Christian cosmic code completely missed by modern historians? Mainstream history provides a surprisingly mundane label for this breathtaking site. It is known as the Noratus Cemetery. Tucked away in the Gigha-Kunik province, it holds the title of the largest surviving collection of Khachkars, or Armenian cross stones, anywhere on Earth. The timeline of their creation is vast, spanning primarily from the 9th to the 17th centuries. Officially, these towering monuments were the work of devout medieval Armenian monks, highly skilled master masons, and everyday local villagers. They were raised to act as heavy, permanent bridges between the earthly realm and the divine. A stone might be erected to save a departing soul, to commemorate a decisive military victory, or to serve as a talisman protecting a vulnerable village from earthquakes and natural disasters. Centuries ago, tens of thousands of these majestic stones dotted the rugged landscape of the Armenian highlands. Today, due to the ravages of time, nature, and cultural destruction, Noratus stands as their final great gathering place. To the Orthodox historian, it is simply a graveyard. It is a beautiful, sprawling, historically significant medieval cemetery, but a graveyard nonetheless. But when you step out onto this wind-swept field and actually examine the stonework with your own eyes, the simple narrative of pious medieval farmers chiseling away at crude rocks begins to rapidly fracture. The sheer volume of stones is staggering, but it is the proximity and the microscopic detail that truly confound the mind. The closer you get to the surface of the stone, the less sense the orthodox narrative makes. You are not looking at crude, primitive carvings hammered out by simple village tools. You are looking at a terrifying obsession with infinity. These monuments are carved from massive, multi-ton slabs of basalt and volcanic tuff, some standing well over 10 feet tall and weighing thousands of pounds. The core anomaly lies in what art historians and experts call the needle lace technique. Imagine taking a solid block of dense, heavy volcanic rock and treating it as though it were a delicate piece of silk or fine jewellery. The artisans carved deeply into the stone, hollowing out the background to create complex, interlocking eternity knots that weave over and under each other in an infinite, unbroken loop. They etched fractal geometric patterns, sprawling vines, and highly stylized botanical motifs that seemingly defy the physical limitations of the material. To achieve this level of three-dimensional depth and perfectly balanced, mirrored symmetry, a carver requires absolute mathematical precision. 1 millimeter off in spacing, and the pattern breaks. One uneven cut, and the visual illusion of the infinite weave is destroyed. Yet, across hundreds of densely packed stones, the geometry flows flawlessly. Then there is the hidden symbolism. Look beneath the prominent central Christian cross on almost any Kachkar standing at Noratus. You will rarely find standard Christian iconography anchoring the base. Instead, you find ancient, deeply pagan motifs staring back at you, blazing solar discs, intricate winged wheels representing the cyclical nature of eternity, geometric fractals that look suspiciously like cymatic sound frequencies, the physical geometric patterns made by sound waves, or ancient Zoroastrian star maps charting the cosmos. It is as if two completely different religions, representing two entirely different epochs of human history and thought, were violently smashed together and immortalized onto a single slab of rock. But perhaps the most baffling anomaly of Noratus is not just how these impossible stones were made, but how they survived at all. The Armenian highlands have been a highly contested crossroads of violent, unrelenting conquest for millennia. Empires swept through this valley, intentionally destroying the cultural artifacts and monuments of everything in their path. Yet, the stones of Noratus remained standing. According to a persistent and thrilling local legend, their survival was not a fortunate accident. When the ruthless, sweeping armies of the conqueror Tamerlane, or in some older historical accounts, the Seljuk Turks, swept toward the undefended village, the locals knew they were hopelessly outnumbered. Slaughter was imminent. In a desperate, brilliant gambit, the villagers mobilized. They dressed the hundreds of towering Kachkars in armor, draping their broad stone shoulders with iron helmets, chain mail, and dark cloaks. As the invading army approached through the dense, rolling mountain fog of the Sevan Basin, their forward scouts halted in sheer terror. Through the mist, they saw what appeared to be a massive, heavily armoured infantry, waiting for them in perfect, silent, unbreakable formation. Intimidated by the sheer size and unwavering discipline of this phantom defensive line, the invaders turned their horses and retreated. The stone army had literally defended the living. It is a brilliant, cinematic legend of survival. But conventional archaeologists are incredibly quick to bring this sprawling mystery back down to earth. Mainstream science dictates that there is no magic here, no lost acoustic technology, and certainly no esoteric wizardry at play. The breathtaking needle-lace carvings, they argue, are simply the natural result of extreme, generational mastery within dedicated artisan guilds. The secret, skeptics say, lies entirely within the material science of volcanic tuff. While tuff looks incredibly dense, jagged and indestructible to us today, it possesses a highly unique geological quirk. When it is freshly quarried deep from the earth, heavily saturated with groundwater, it is surprisingly soft and pliable. Archaeologists and geologists point out that a skilled medieval mason could carve freshly cut tuff almost like butter, using nothing more advanced than basic iron chisels, wooden mallets, and abrasive sand. It is only after the stone is fully carved, erected, and exposed to the air and the harsh mountain elements that it begins to oxidize. Over years and decades, it slowly bakes in the sun and hardens into the rugged, indestructible monoliths we see standing today. As for the impossible geometry, historians argue it is merely the logical endpoint of traditional compass and straight-edge drafting. Master-apprentice guilds passed down strict geometric formulas, fiercely guarded secrets of their trade over centuries. A master mason would meticulously map out the grids, draw the interlocking circles with chalk and string, and the apprentices would slowly, painstakingly chip away the negative space. It is a testament to immense human patience and religious devotion, not an indicator of a lost ancient technology. It is a remarkably neat, rational explanation, but to many who have studied the stones up close, it blatantly ignores a glaring physical reality. Even if the freshly quarried tuff was soft, the margin for error on these complex, deeply undercut, overlapping infinity knots is exactly zero. The deeper you carve into the block, the more fragile the remaining stone lattice becomes. One slightly heavy strike with a primitive iron hammer, one microscopic slip of the heavy chisel, a single hidden microfracture buried deep inside the stone itself. Any of these common occurrences would instantly shatter the delicate geometric lattice, ruining months, if not an entire year, of painstaking labour. There is no erasing a mistake in stone. Yet, we are told these medieval villagers maintained a flawless, error-free consistency across nearly 1,000 massive stones, generation after generation. This mechanical impossibility has led alternative researchers and independent historians to propose a radical, paradigm-shifting counter-theory. What if Noratus is not simply a cemetery for the dead? What if it is a megalithic library meant for the living? Consider the highly esoteric blending of the symbols. By placing the newly adopted, politically acceptable Christian cross directly above ancient pagan solar alignments and sacred mathematical geometry, the master carvers may have been executing a brilliant, desperate act of preservation. They were hiding forbidden esoteric knowledge, perhaps an ancient Armenian cosmology, a lost mathematical code, or maps of the stars in plain sight. By wrapping ancient cosmic secrets in the accepted religious and orthodox imagery of the day, they effectively protected this profound knowledge from being smashed by religious zealots or foreign invading armies. Furthermore, we must look critically at exactly where this stone army is stationed. Noratus sits near the shores of Lake Sevan, one of the largest high-altitude freshwater lakes in all of Eurasia. ancient cultures worldwide consistently placed highly significant megalithic structures near massive bodies of water, intentionally utilizing specific geographic placements along supposed energetic or acoustic ley lines. Do the densely packed stones of Noratus serve a hidden secondary function? Do they act as a network of acoustic markers designed to resonate with the unique atmospheric and geological frequencies of the Lake Sevan Basin? Some researchers argue that the geometric, cymatic patterns carved so perfectly into the rock are not just decorative religious flair, but highly functional blueprints, ancient instructions on how the stones interact with environmental energy and human consciousness. As the sun sets over the rugged Armenian highlands, the long, creeping shadows cast by the eternity knots seem to bring the silent stone army of Noratus to life. The silence of the cemetery is incredibly heavy, weighted with centuries of unspoken secrets and lost histories. We are left to wander between these magnificent, impossible stones and wonder. Are we truly merely looking at the quiet resting place of a forgotten medieval village? Or are the towering Kachkars of Noratus a massive, petrified archive of ancient, lost knowledge, patiently waiting for the right mind to come along and finally decode its sacred geometry? The answers remain locked tight inside the rock. But the imposing stone army reminds us that human history is rarely as simple as a chisel striking stone. And as we leave the shores of Lake Sevan behind, we are forced to realize that Noratus isn't the only place on Earth where ancient monoliths seem to hold impossible, world-altering secrets,